listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I Got a Job at a Casino. Rule 9 deals with patrons who don't cast shadows. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing I noticed was not the man. It was the chip. A black and gold $500 chip sat on the lip of the roulette table, balanced upright on its ridged edge, as if somebody had placed it there carefully and then forgotten gravity existed. It didn't roll. It didn't wobble. It just stood there, pressed against the green felt, catching the chandelier light in thin flashes, while the wheel clicked down from red 32, black 15, red 19, each pocket tapping under the ball like fingernails on laminate. I said, because that was the full extent of my professional vocabulary at 2:13 in the morning. Does it do that sometimes? The dealer, a narrow-shouldered woman named Marcy Quill, 52, female, did not look up from the wheel. She had silver hair pulled into a twist, so tight it gave her face a permanent expression of polite disappointment, and she had been dealing table games at the Black Mesa Casino outside Reno long enough to know the difference between a real problem and a tourist problem. Her hands kept moving. Left hand flat, right hand hovering, eyes counting bets. "Don't touch it," she said. "It's a chip, and you're new." That was also true. My name is Caleb Ward, 26, male, born in Carson City, and recently returned there with a useless criminal justice degree, $8,000 in credit card debt, and the kind of pride that kept me saying I was between opportunities, instead of living in my older sister's spare room. I had taken the overnight security job at Black Mesa because it paid $19 an hour, came with health insurance after 90 days, and did not ask many questions about why I had dropped out of the police academy 7 weeks before graduation. I told people it was a knee issue. It was. A man had put a training pistol in my face during a stress drill, and I froze so completely that one of the instructors had to lower my arm for me. Since then, I had been collecting reasons not to be responsible for anybody else in an emergency. The casino didn't care. Casinos need bodies. They need someone in a navy blazer to stand under the cameras, point drunk men toward bathrooms, tell bachelorette parties to keep their shoes on, and pretend the whole building isn't held together by carpet glue, stale beer, and probability. Black Mesa sat 20 minutes east of Reno, where the city lights thinned out and the road started pretending it belonged to the desert. The outside was all tinted glass, fake adobe, and a glowing sign of a coyote howling over a stack of cards. Inside, it had no windows except in the buffet, no clocks except on employee phones, and no weather except whatever came in on people's jackets. Cigarette smoke had been banned years ago, but the smell remained in the walls, layered under lemon cleaner, fried onions, spilled gin, and the faint metallic stink of coins, even though almost every machine ran on tickets now. At night, the place shrank. The main floor stayed bright, but everything beyond it, the service halls, the cage corridor, the employee entrance by the dumpsters, went soft and gray. Sounds traveled strangely. A laugh from the sports book could seem right behind you. A slot machine jingle could echo from a hallway where there were no machines. The carpets were patterned with red and copper swirls designed, I assumed, by someone who hated both stains and human balance. "Caleb," Marcy said, still watching the wheel. "Radio it in." "What am I saying?" "Suspicious, Chip." She gave me a quick look then, sharp enough to pin me to the table. "Say Rule 9 check at Roulette 7. The words meant nothing to me, but they did something to the two other employees nearby. Dante Ruiz, 34, male, the floor supervisor for Pit 2, stopped mid-step with a clipboard in his hand. Dante was built like a former wrestler who had learned to smile for customer service reasons. Broad through the chest, clean beard, gold cross tucked into his shirt. He glanced at the chip, then at the man standing behind it. That was when I noticed him. He stood just outside the half circle of light over the table, close enough to play, but not close enough to be crowded. White male, maybe late 40s, maybe 60. It was hard to tell because casino light is kind to nobody and honest with nothing. His suit was brown, old-fashioned but clean, with cuffs a little too short at the wrists. His hair was combed flat and wet-looking. He had one hand resting on the rail, and on that hand, he wore a thick college ring turned inward so the stone pressed against his palm. He was watching the chip too. Not the wheel, not Marcy, not me. The chip. The ball clattered once, bounced, and settled into black 22. Marcy announced it in her smooth dealer voice. Chips moved. Losers sighed. A woman in a sequined Raiders jacket muttered, "Of course," and pushed away from the table with her plastic cup sweating in her hand. The upright chip still did not fall. Dante leaned in close enough that I could smell peppermint gum on him. "Radio," he said softly. I pressed the button at my shoulder. My hand left a damp mark on the little black handset clipped to my blazer. "Security base. This is Caleb on the main floor," I said. "I've got a Rule 9 check at Roulette 7. Static popped. A second later, B answered. Beatrice B. Nolan, 41, female, ran security dispatch from a windowless room behind the cashier cage. She was from Liverpool originally, although she had lived in Nevada long enough that her accent only came out fully when she was irritated, which was often. B wore cardigans no matter the season, and had a talent for making every radio transmission sound like she was personally disappointed in it. "Copy, Caleb. Stand by. Dante, are you with him?" Dante lifted his own radio. "I'm here. Do not escalate on the floor. Repeat, do not escalate on the floor." The man in the brown suit looked up then. Not quickly, not dramatically. He raised his eyes as if he had finally heard a song playing in another room. They were pale blue and watery. His face had fine razor nicks along the jaw, each one dotted dark red. He smiled at Marcy. "Pay out?" he asked. His voice was pleasant, mild, a little hoarse, like he had spent the evening speaking over music. Marcy rested her fingertips on the felt, not touching his chip. "Sir, I didn't see your wager placed. I placed it. The chip wasn't flat on the layout. It was on 22. It was standing on the rail." "It was on 22, he said again, still pleasant. Dante stepped in with the practiced warmth of a man who had calmed down both drunks and millionaires. "Sir, we're going to review the camera angle. Won't take long. Can I get you a water while we sort that out?" The man turned his smile to Dante. "I don't drink water here." That sentence landed oddly, not threatening, not even rude, just too specific. Like there was an entire story behind it, and he expected us to know the ending. Beside me, Marcy's shoe tapped once under the table. The sound was small, a dull rubber knock against metal. I looked down without thinking. That was when I saw why B had told us not to escalate. The table lights through shadows from everything. The chip rack, Marcy's hands, the curved edge of the roulette wheel, my legs, Dante's legs, the Raider's woman walking away with one heel dragging slightly. The man's shoes were polished brown leather. Under them was nothing, or not nothing exactly. The carpet's red and copper pattern continued around his feet without the darker pooling that should have been there. His cuffs cut clean lines in the light. His body blocked my view of the slot machines behind him. He was real. He was standing 5 feet from me, breathing through his nose, blinking too slowly, leaving smudges from his fingertips on the padded rail. But the light did not seem to know what to do with him. My brain offered me answers immediately. Bad bulbs, reflective carpet, the angle of the chandelier, a trick of the mirrored ceiling panels. Maybe he was standing just outside the cone of light. Maybe I was tired. I had been awake since noon, and before work, I had eaten gas station taquitos in my sister's Honda because I was too embarrassed to let her see that my dinner came in a paper sleeve. There is a particular comfort in an explanation that sounds technical. I grabbed it with both hands. "Lighting S weird over here," I said. Dante did not look at me. "Caleb." "What? Don't fill the air." It was the first useful thing anyone had said to me since orientation. The man laughed once, softly. "New hire?" Dante kept his smile. "Everybody's new at something." Not everybody. The roulette table went quiet in that way only gambling tables can, where nobody admits they are listening, but every chip stops moving. Behind us, the rest of the casino kept cheering and chiming. A slot machine paid out with a bright digital tune. Somewhere in the bar, a woman shouted the chorus of a Shania Twain song before forgetting half the words. The HVAC breathed cold air down the back of my collar. My radio clicked. "Dante," B said, "bring him to hospitality if he's willing." Hospitality meant the small office near the rewards desk, where angry guests got free buffet vouchers and banned guests got told they were banned. It had 2 chairs, a camera in the ceiling, and a panic button under the desk. Dante gave the man a little nod. "Sir, we can handle this off the floor, more comfortable." The man studied him. "What's your name, Dante?" "No," the man said, "your real name." Dante's jaw tightened so slightly I would have missed it if I hadn't been staring at him for cues like a rookie lifeguard watching an undertow. "That is my real name." The man's smile widened. His teeth were small and very straight. "Then yes," he said, "let S be comfortable." He reached for the upright chip. "Leave it," Marcy said. His hand stopped. For a second, nobody moved. Then he withdrew his fingers, slow and delicate, like he had decided to spare us embarrassment. "As you like." Dante turned his head just enough to catch my eye. "Walk behind us, 2 steps back. Don't crowd him." "I know," I said, although I did not know. The man in the brown suit stepped away from the table. His movement was ordinary. That was the worst part. No glide, no twitch, no strange bend in the knees. He walked like an older man with mild back pain. His shoes made little tacky sounds on the carpet where someone had spilled something sweet, and the cleaning crew had only half won the battle. But as he passed under the next hanging light, nothing followed him on the floor. The choice in front of me was embarrassingly small. I could walk behind Dante, and the man, pretending the lack of a shadow was a lighting issue that better paid people already understood. Or I could say my radio had a problem, peel off towards security base, and let somebody else take the risk. It would have been easy. New guy mistake. Misheard instruction. Got turned around. Nobody would fire me for being useless on my third night. That was the private truth I carried around like a coin under my tongue. I had built a life around being absent at the exact moment I might be needed. I had left the academy. I had screened my sister's calls when her divorce got ugly. I had learned how to stand close enough to trouble that I could claim concern, and far enough away that I could claim ignorance. Dante and the man were already moving past the bank of video poker machines. Marcy looked at me. She did not say anything. She just held my gaze for half a second and then glanced down at the roulette table, where the $500 chip still stood upright, absurd and patient. I touched the radio at my shoulder. "Base," I said. "We're walking." "Copy," B replied. "Caleb?" "Yeah." Her voice came back lower. "Keep your eyes open, not your mouth." I followed. The casino swallowed us in layers. First the music, then the machine chimes, then the voices. The man in the brown suit walked beside Dante toward the hospitality office, smiling faintly at nothing, while every light we passed failed, in its own quiet way, to prove he was there. And none of us touched Rule 9. Not yet. The hospitality office had 2 chairs, a bolted desk, a camera in the ceiling, and a framed poster about responsible gaming that showed a smiling couple walking away from a slot machine. As if anyone had ever looked that relaxed in a casino at 2 in the morning. Dante went in first. "Have a seat, sir," he said. The man in the brown suit paused at the doorway and looked up at the camera dome. It was a cheap, smoked plastic bubble, the kind that made it impossible to tell where the lens was pointing. Most guests never noticed it. Drunks noticed mirrors. Cheats noticed dealers. Angry people noticed exits. This man noticed the camera like it had spoken to him. "Does that record sound?" he asked. "No," Dante said. That was true as far as I knew. The casino recorded video everywhere except bathrooms and employee locker rooms. Audio was a legal headache, B had said during my orientation, and casinos already had enough headache without adding eavesdropping lawsuits to the pile. "Good," the man said and sat. He did it carefully, tugging his trouser legs at the knees first. His socks were dark green. His ankles were pale and thin. Ordinary details. That was what kept bothering me. He had dandruff on one shoulder, a coffee stain near his left cuff. One of his shoelaces had been tied in a double knot. Nothing about him matched the way the floor light slid around his shoes, like he was a chair somebody had dragged away. Dante sat opposite him, not behind the desk. Smart, less formal, less confrontational. I stayed by the door, 2 steps inside, exactly where he told me to be. My right shoulder nearly touched the wall. My left ear buzzed with casino noise bleeding through the thin office door. Machine jingles, laughter, the dull repeat of a bass line from the bar. The room itself smelled like copier toner, old carpet, and the orange disinfectant they sprayed on everything after somebody got sick. Dante folded his hands. "Can I get your name?" The man smiled. "You can get many things. Start with the name." Elias Voss. He said it like he expected us to write it down wrong. Dante did write it down, block letters on the incident pad. Elias Voss. Date of birth, June 14th. What year? Mr. Voss looked at him with mild amusement. Every year, I made the mistake of breathing out through my nose. Not quite a laugh, but close enough. Dante's eyes flicked toward me. "Sorry," I mouthed. Mr. Voss turned in his chair and looked at me. He thinks I'm being difficult. "I don't think anything," I said too quickly. "Oh, you think plenty. You're loud with it." Dante's pen stopped moving. The radio at my shoulder clicked once. "Dante," B said, "we've got surveillance on the table. Also, Cage is reporting a variance." Dante lifted his radio slowly. "What kind of variance?" 500 chip unaccounted for, same denomination. Cage count says it should not be on the floor. Dante looked at Mr. Voss. "Copy. Keep reviewing." Mr. Voss rested both hands on his knees. The inward-turned college ring dug a crease into his palm. I could see the letters around the band now, but not enough to read them. "Am I accused of stealing?" he asked. "Nobody accused you of anything," Dante said. "You brought me into a room to resolve a dispute and stationed a frightened boy at the door." I felt heat rise up my neck. Dante's voice stayed even. "Caleb is security. He is a frightened boy wearing security." That hit harder than it should have because it was close. Not exact, but close. I looked through the little rectangle of interior window in the office door. Outside, a couple in matching bowling shirts argued near the rewards kiosk. A cocktail server crossed with a tray balanced at shoulder height. Normal things, normal people. Beyond them, the main floor flashed and chimed and swallowed money. Then the lights flickered. Not a full outage, just a dip. A quick brown shutter that made the slot machines blink, the ceiling bulbs dim, and the responsible gaming poster briefly vanish behind its own reflection. The room came back. A second later, alarms began chirping somewhere in the service corridor. Not loud casino alarms, not fire alarms, smaller, sharper. The kind of repetitive electronic complaint that means a door is propped open or a refrigerator is warm or a panel somewhere has decided to ruin your night. Dante stood. "Stay here," he told me. Mr. Voss smiled at that. The office phone rang before Dante reached the door. He grabbed it. Hospitality. His face changed while he listened. Not fear, calculation. "Where?" he said. "No, keep him off the floor. Close the rope line. I'm coming." He hung up. "What?" I asked. "Cashier cage door fault," Dante said. "Outer security gate isn't locking." I didn't understand why that mattered immediately, which tells you how new I was. The cashier cage was the hardened booth where people cashed chips. where the casino kept drawers, tills, markers, paperwork, and the kind of money that made desperate people stupid. There were layers between the public and the cash: glass, cameras, alarms, one-way doors, man-traps, steel mesh, badge access. If one of those layers failed, procedure got ugly fast. "Is it a power thing?" I asked. "Probably." Mr. Voss leaned back. "Probably is a hole people fall through." Dante ignored him and opened the office door. The sound outside jumped louder. Beat came on the radio again, clipped and fast. "Dante, we have a second issue. Surveillance lost camera C7 for 12 seconds during the flicker. When it came back, the chip at roulette 7 was gone." Marcy's voice broke in, low or angry. "It did not move on my table. Marcy, stay off channel unless—" "It did not move on my table," Marcy repeated. "I had eyes on it until the lights dipped. Then it was gone." No hand came in. Dante closed his eyes for half a second. I knew that expression. My sister wore it when she opened a bill she already knew she couldn't pay. The problem had become simple enough for even me to understand. A casino chip that the cage said shouldn't be on the floor had appeared at a table, caused a payout dispute, then disappeared during a power flicker while a cage door had failed. In a casino, $500 was not a lot of money, but a missing chip, a door fault, and a camera blackout in the same 2-minute window was not about $500. It was about whether someone knew how to make the building blink. Dante turned to me. "We need to move him." "Where?" "Security base." Mr. Voss stood without being asked. "No," Dante looked back. The man's pleasantness had thinned. It didn't vanish, it tightened, like plastic wrap pulled over a bowl. "I agreed to be comfortable," he said. "I did not agree to be caged." "You're not being caged. Security base has no windows. Neither does this room. This room has a door I can see." Dante took one step toward him, not aggressive, just enough to remind him he wasn't in charge. "Mr. Voss, right now, we have a procedural issue involving a chip you claimed as a bet. We need you to come with us while we review it. And if I decline, then gaming control may get involved." That was supposed to mean something. To gamblers, gaming control meant regulators, paperwork, exclusion lists, frozen payouts. It meant the fun part was over. Mr. Voss tilted his head. "Will they arrive before 3? The alarms in the corridor kept chirping. Dante did not answer right away. I noticed that. "What happens at 3? I asked. Dante gave me a look that said shut up in at least 3 languages. Mr. Voss's eyes moved to me. They change dealers, count changes. Certain doors open. Certain rooms go quiet. Ask him." I looked at Dante. Dante's jaw worked once. "Caleb," he said, "step outside." That was when the fear came back, not as a jolt, but as an old familiar hand on the back of my neck. In the academy, before I froze, I remembered hearing the instructor yell my name 3 times. Ward, 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 each one farther away. My hands had felt too big. The fake pistol had filled my whole vision. Afterward, everybody was kind in the way people are kind when they're trying not to say your weakness out loud. You had a stress response. Happens to people. You can retest. I never retested. Now Dante was telling me to step outside, and my body loved the idea. Step out, close the door, become hallway furniture. Let the capable adults handle the odd man and the missing chip and the broken cage lock. stepped into the hall. The door clicked behind me. For 6 seconds, I was relieved. Then my radio hissed. "Caleb," B said. "You alone." I pressed the button. "In the hall outside hospitality." "Good. Listen carefully." Her tone made my mouth go dry. "Dante's phone is going to ring in about 10 seconds. He'll be pulled to the cage because Rafe is losing his mind and the outer gate won't seat. When he leaves, you're not to be alone with Voss." "What?" "Do not stay alone with him." The office phone rang behind the door. I stared through the small interior window. Dante picked it up. Mr. Voss stood near the poster, hands folded, watching him. "B," I whispered into the radio. "Why would he leave me with him?" "Because Dante thinks he can solve everything by splitting himself into pieces." The office door opened. Dante stepped out, already moving. "Cage issue. Stay here. Don't engage. Miguel's on his way from West Entrance." Miguel Aranda," Dante said, impatient. "Security lead. 45 seconds." That was how Miguel Aranda, 48, male, entered the story before I even saw him, as a promise measured in seconds. He was the graveyard security lead, a retired Washoe County deputy with a limp from an old motorcycle wreck and a reputation for smelling policy violations through drywall. He had trained me on my first night and told me the casino had only 2 kinds of emergencies: the ones people caused and the ones people made worse by pretending they hadn't. B said, "Don't leave me alone with him," I said. Dante stopped. For 1 second, the disagreement sat between us in the hall while the alarm chirped and the casino kept pretending nothing was wrong. Dante lowered his voice. "I'm not. Miguel's coming. That's alone for 45 seconds. We have a cage door open. And we have him." Dante's expression sharpened. "You want the cage unsecured?" No, I did not. I also did not want to be the person in the hallway explaining why the odd man had walked away while I had waited politely for backup. The office door opened wider behind us. Mr. Voss stood just inside. "I can wait." His voice was calm, but his right hand was closed now. Not into a fist exactly. More like he was holding something small. Dante saw it too. "Open your hand," Dante said. Mr. Voss looked wounded. "That's impolite. Open your hand." The hallway lights dipped again. This time the flicker lasted longer. Half a second. Maybe 1 full second. The casino sound warped with it, slot music bending down in pitch, HVAC coughing. Somewhere a woman laughing and then saying, "Whoa." Emergency lights came on in little red freckles along the baseboards. When the main light stabilized, Mr. Voss's hand was open. Empty. Dante moved toward him. "Caleb, call Miguel now." I lifted my radio. Before I could speak, a man shouted from the cage corridor. "Dante, now." Dante swore under his breath. Not loud, not performative. 1 sharp word in Spanish. He pointed at me. "Doorway, don't enter. Don't let him out. Miguel is coming." Then he ran. He did not run like a panicked man. He ran like a supervisor who understood liability. Down the corridor, past the rewards desk, toward the cashier cage where the alarms were chirping faster now. I stood in the doorway of hospitality, 1 hand on the radio, the other hovering near the panic button I couldn't reach because it was under the desk inside. Mr. Voss remained in the room. He looked smaller without Dante. Older, tired, even. The little razor nicks along his jaw had dried dark. His eyes had a wet shine that might have been sickness or exhaustion, or the way the overhead fluorescent panels reflected in them. "I'm supposed to wait here," I said. "I heard." "So wait." "I am." Neither of us moved. Through the door window, the casino floor carried on in fragments. A guest in a cowboy hat pressed a ticket against a redemption machine and cursed softly when it rejected. A cocktail server bent to pick up a lime wedge. Marcy stood at roulette 7, arms crossed now, no longer dealing. Her table was empty except for stacks of chips and the white ball resting in its track. My radio crackled. Not B, not Dante. A burst of static, then a faint voice saying, 3 minutes. I pressed the side button. "Say again." Static. Mr. Voss's smile returned. "Who was that?" I asked. "You're asking the wrong person. You said 3 earlier. What happens at 3? His gaze went past me, toward the main floor. "Your casino inhales." I tried not to react. He continued, conversationally, like we were sharing a bench at a bus stop. "Every system has a rhythm. Shift change. Drop team. Count room prep. Cash drawers moving. Doors opening for people who are too tired to notice who walks behind them." That was grounded enough to be worse than any impossible explanation. "You know our schedule. Everyone knows schedules. They're just promises people make by repeating themselves." A sound came from the service corridor behind me. A rolling metal clatter. I turned my head, just a little. At the far end of the hall, beyond the rewards desk, a chip cart sat half out of a secure doorway, one wheel trembling against the tile. A woman in a red cage vest was trying to push it backward, while Dante and another man worked at a steel gate that had jammed open at an angle. The man had to be Rafe Chen, 39, male, the cage shift manager. I had seen him once in the employee dining room, eating soup without looking up from his phone. Now his face was shiny with sweat, and his tie had been yanked loose. Dante shouted something I couldn't hear. The cart shifted. A white plastic chip tray slid off the top. It hit the floor and cracked open. Chips scattered across the tile in a hard, expensive rain. Every gambler within 30 feet heard it. Heads turned. A man near the rewards kiosk took one step toward the sound, then another. That was the concrete problem right there, bright and ugly. Loose chips on the floor, a cage gate faulting, guests watching, staff spread thin, and a possible thief or cheat in the hospitality office with me between him and the exit. Time sensitive did not feel like a phrase anymore. It felt like a fuse. I spoke into the radio. "Base, we have loose chips outside the cage. Guests are noticing. Be answered immediately." "Miguel is 10 seconds out. Hold position." Mr. Voss said, 10 seconds is a story people tell frightened boys." I turned back toward him. "Sit down," he blinked. The words surprised both of us. I felt my pulse in my throat, but I said it again. "Sit down, Mr. Voss." He took one step toward me. I did not move, not because I was brave. I want to be clear about that. I did not move because, for one strange second, my fear had nowhere to go. Behind me, the casino had become a spill of money and opportunity. In front of me stood a man who knew too much about timing. If I stepped aside, I would be doing exactly what I had practiced for years, being absent. Mr. Voss leaned close enough that I could smell him. Not rot, not sulfur, nothing dramatic. Just hair tonic, old wool, and a sour medicinal smell like aspirin chewed dry. "You don't know Rule 9, he said. "No, but you're following it anyway." "I'm following Dante. That may be worse." A heavy hand landed on my shoulder from behind. I nearly swung. "Easy," a man said. Miguel Aranda had arrived. He was shorter than I expected, thick through the middle, with close cropped gray hair and a face that looked carved around permanent suspicion. His limp made one foot drag slightly on the carpet, but his grip on my shoulder was steady. He took in the office, Mr. Voss, my position, the hallway, all of it in one glance. Miguel Aranda, 48 male, is not how people introduce themselves in real life, but that is how I remember him now. Security lead, ex-deputy, gravel voice, bad hip. Eyes like he was always reading the fine print on danger. "Caleb," he said quietly. "Good. Step left." I stepped left. Miguel filled the doorway without seeming to try. "Mr. Voss," he said, so he knew the name already. Mr. Voss looked delighted. "Deputy Aranda. Not deputy anymore." "No, of course." Miguel's face did not change, but the air did. "You've met?" I asked. Miguel ignored me. "Hands where I can see them." "They are where anyone can see them." "Then we agree." From the cage corridor came another shout, then a rising murmur from guests. The kind of murmur a crowd makes when it has smelled weakness in a system designed to feel invincible. B's voice came over the radio. "Miguel, we need bodies at cage. Guests are clustering. Surveillance says at least 2 unknown males moved toward the spill." Miguel pressed his radio. "Send west entrance. They're handling a medical at slots. Possible seizure." Miguel looked at me. There it was again. The splitting of people into pieces. He needed to secure Voss. He needed to protect the cage. Needed to keep guests away from loose chips. He had one rookie and a hallway full of bad timing. Mr. Voss made a soft, sympathetic sound. "Your casino is exhaling now," he said. Miguel took one step into the office. At the same moment, the lights went out. Not a flicker this time. Out. The whole casino dropped into emergency red and slot machine backup glow. Screams jumped up from the floor, mostly startled, some delighted, a few genuinely scared. Machines began beeping in error tones. Somewhere glass broke. The air conditioning cut off, leaving behind the sudden exposed hum of people breathing, shifting, swearing. The hospitality office went dark, except for the red line under the door and the tiny green power light on the ceiling camera. Miguel said, "Caleb, door." I reached for it. Mr. Voss moved, not impossibly fast, not like a monster, like a man who had waited for darkness and rehearsed the distance. His shoulder hit mine. Pain flashed through my collarbone. I grabbed fabric, caught the back of his suit jacket, and heard stitching tear. Miguel lunged, his bad leg knocking the chair sideways. The office door slammed into the wall. Mr. Voss slipped through. I held on for half a breath. Then his jacket came apart in my hand. He was in the hallway. Red light cut him into pieces. "Stop," Miguel shouted. The man did not run toward the casino floor. He ran toward the service corridor and the unsecured cage. Behind him, through the red emergency glow, I saw something fall from the torn jacket lining and bounce once on the carpet near my shoe. A black and gold $500 chip spun flat, rattled in a tight circle, and stopped with the casino logo facing up. The same chip. Maybe. Miguel shoved past me into the hall, but he slipped on the fallen chair leg and caught himself hard against the wall, pain wrenching across his face. "Caleb," he barked. The command froze me for one clean, horrible second. Then Dante shouted from the cage, "He's coming this way." And the emergency lights began to strobe. The first thing I did was not heroic. I bent down and picked up the chip. Even with the emergency lights strobing red across the hallway, even with Miguel shouting and Dante yelling from the cage, some stupid trained part of my brain saw casino property on the floor and thought, evidence. My fingers closed around the black and gold edge. It was warm, not body warm, machine warm, like it had been sitting on top of a printer or under a lamp. Miguel grabbed my blazer and hauled me upright. His face had gone gray under the red lights, and one hand was pressed to his bad hip. "Pocket," he snapped. "What?" "Pocket the chip and move." I shoved it into my blazer pocket. The weight of it hit my ribs with every breath. Ahead of us, the corridor split the casino in half. To the left was the main floor. Roulette, blackjack, banks of slot machines, the rewards desk, the bar beyond it glowing blue under backup power. To the right, past a short stretch of patterned carpet and a staff-only sign, was the cashier cage corridor. Tile floor, steel mesh, badge doors, the count room entrance, and a service hall that eventually led to loading docks, employee lockers, and the dumpsters outside. Elias Voss had gone right, toward the money, toward the places guests weren't supposed to know existed. Dante stood 20 yards down the tile corridor near the half-open cage gate, one arm out to keep a cluster of guests back. Loose chips glittered around his shoes. Rafe Chen crouched by the jammed gate, trying to guide the lower track back into place. A red-vested cashier had both hands up like she was stopping traffic, her mouth moving fast, probably telling people to step away in the calmest possible voice, while her eyes said she wanted to scream. The emergency lights pulsed again. Each flash broke everything into still pictures. Dante turning, Rafe sweating, guests craning their necks, and Voss, brown suit torn at the shoulder, walking not running now past the cage corridor like he belonged behind every locked door in the building. "Voss," Miguel barked. Voss did not turn. Miguel keyed his radio. "Base, subject, is moving eastbound from hospitality toward service corridor. Lockdown count room and east hall." B's answer came under static. "Count room is locked. East hall door shows open." Miguel stopped limping forward for half a beat. "Say again." "East hall door shows open. Badge log says maintenance override at 2:08. Rafe looked up from the gate. "That's impossible. Maintenance left at midnight." Voss reached the staff-only door at the end of the cage corridor. It should have required a badge. It opened before his hand touched the handle. Not by magic. A green access light blinked on the reader, and the lock gave a clean electric click. Someone had opened it for him, or something in the system had. He stepped through. The door began to swing shut. "Caleb," Miguel said. I knew what he meant before he said it. "Go." My shoulder throbbed where Voss had slammed into me. My collarbone felt loose and hot. Every part of me wanted to stay near the public floor, where there were witnesses and light and people whose worst decisions were probably financial. Dante looked at me from the cage. "Don't lose him." That helped. And hurt. I ran. The staff-only door closed just as I reached it. I caught the handle, yanked, and for half a second it didn't open. My badge. I fumbled at my belt clip with fingers that had gone thick and clumsy. The radio cord snagged under my lapel. Behind me, a guest shouted, "Hey, is the casino closing?" And somebody else laughed too loudly. I slapped my badge against the reader. Red light. Access denied. "Come on," I said, and tried again. Red. Miguel reached me, breathing hard. "Use mine." Pressed his badge over the reader. Green. The door clicked open. That was our first attempt to solve it. Contain Voss in the service corridor before he reached anywhere important. Simple. 2 security guards, 1 fleeing subject, doors we controlled. It failed in the first 10 seconds. The service corridor behind the cage was a long, windowless artery painted a shade of beige chosen to hide handprints. To the immediate left were 2 locked rooms, surveillance equipment storage, and the key control office. To the right was the count room wall, solid and unmarked, except for a steel door with a camera above it. Straight ahead, the corridor ran about 60 feet to a T-junction. Left at the T went to employee lockers and the break room. Right went toward the loading dock and trash compactor. Fluorescent fixtures overhead were dead, leaving only red emergency strips low on the walls and the green dots of exit signs. Voss was halfway to the T. "Stop where you are," Miguel shouted. Voss stopped. That was the part that made my feet stumble. He turned slowly, hands visible, expression almost regretful. "I'd like to," he said. "I really would." Miguel kept moving toward him with one hand out, palm low, the way cops approach dogs and armed men. "Then do it." The count room door behind us buzzed. Once, then again. Rafe's voice came over the radio, high with panic. "Miguel, why is count room getting an open signal?" Miguel did not look back. "No one opens that door." "I'm not touching it," Rafe said. The steel door to the count room made a heavy internal thunk. Miguel froze. Voss smiled at me over Miguel's shoulder. "You're all looking the wrong way." The count room door did not open. It had not opened. Later, B would confirm it never cleared the lock. But in that moment, the sound did exactly what it was supposed to do. Miguel turned his head. I turned mine too. Voss ran, not toward the loading dock, left, toward employee lockers. Miguel cursed and lunged after him. His bad hip betrayed him almost immediately. His right foot dragged, caught the rubber baseboard, and he hit the wall with his shoulder. I kept going past him, not because I wanted to be first, but because momentum had become easier than thought. The T-junction opened into another hallway with lower ceilings and worse air. On the left, men's locker room, women's locker room, employee restrooms. On the right, break room, vending machines, staff bulletin board, time clock. Straight ahead, a door marked Hotel Connector, authorized staff only, leading to the attached 4-story casino hotel. Voss was already at the Hotel Connector. The door should have been locked too. This time it did not open for him. He slapped the crash bar once. "Nothing," I shouted. "He's blocked." That was the first time all night I sounded useful. Voss turned. For 1 second, he looked like an old man cornered in a workplace hallway. Torn jacket, damp hair, no shadow visible under red emergency light, because under red emergency light, nobody had a proper shadow. That thought arrived late and unpleasant. Maybe that had always been part of it. Maybe the table lights, the polished carpet, the glass, the angles, maybe we had built a ghost out of bad lighting and fear. Then he reached into the wall-mounted first aid box beside the break room door. He must have opened it earlier. The latch was already loose. He pulled out a pair of trauma shears, not a knife, not a weapon from nowhere. A cheap pair of blunt-nosed medical scissors with black handles, and a hooked blade meant for cutting clothing. He held them backward, blade against his wrist, like someone who knew they were bad for stabbing, but good for making people hesitate. I stopped hard enough that pain shot through my shins. "Drop it," I said, my voice cracked. Voss looked past me. Miguel was still limping down the corridor. Too far, too slow. "I don't want to hurt you, Caleb." My name in his mouth felt worse than the shears. "How do you know my name? Everyone has a badge." He nodded at my chest. I hated that this was reasonable. He stepped sideways toward the employee lockers. A door opened behind him. I flinched so hard my shoulder hit the wall. A woman screamed. For half a second, I thought someone had been waiting inside the locker room. Someone else involved. Someone with a weapon. Someone stepping into the red light with no face. Then the figure stumbled out holding a phone flashlight and a half-eaten granola bar. It was Tanya Bell, 29, female, a cocktail server from Boise, who worked the casino floor in black slacks and a red vest, now barefoot with one shoe in her hand. She had been on break when the power went out. Her mascara had smudged under one eye, and her phone flashlight shook so badly it made the hallway jump. "What the hell is happening?" she said. Voss used the scream. He shoved through the men's locker room door. I went after him. Second attempt, block his access at the hotel connector and pin him in the employee hallway until Miguel arrived. It also failed. The men's locker room smelled like deodorant, damp towels, and floor drain. Rows of dented blue lockers made 3 narrow aisles. Benches ran between them. Emergency light from the hall reached only the first few feet, so Tanya's phone beam became the only clean white light in the room as she stood in the doorway behind me, breathing fast. "Tanya, get out," I said. "I'm not staying in the hall with him." "He's in here. That's worse." Voss moved somewhere deeper in the lockers. A metal door clanged, then another. He was opening them, not hiding carefully, but making noise on purpose, scattering the room into echoes. I could hear my own breath inside my ears. Miguel reached the doorway. "Caleb, back out. We hold the exits. There's another exit. Shower door to laundry chute hall." Of course there was. Casinos were all exits until you needed one, and then they were all locked. I moved down the center aisle, phone in one hand now, radio in the other. My light caught uniforms hanging from open lockers, a pair of work boots, somebody's family photo taped inside a door, a gym bag spilling socks. Every object seemed briefly human. Dark figure shifted at the end of the aisle. I raised the radio like it was useful. "Stop," the figure swayed. Then a mop bucket rolled into the light. It had a black jacket draped over the handle and a towel tied around the top, which made, in the bad light and through my panic, a hunched person. It bumped gently against a bench and stopped. Tanya made a small broken sound. Miguel said from behind me, "Cleaning crew uses them to move uniforms." "Easy," he said it for me. I appreciated that later. At the time, I hated him for making me feel foolish. A locker slammed near the showers. Voss had doubled back. We ran toward the sound, but he had already gone through the shower area. The tile was wet from the automatic floor sprayer, and I slipped immediately, both feet skidding out. My hip hit the tile. My elbow cracked against the wall. Pain flashed white, clean and nauseating. Miguel grabbed the back of my blazer again and kept me from going fully down. "Up," he said. "I'm up. You're not." "I'm getting there." Voss's voice floated from beyond the shower exit. "You're wasting time." We pushed through into the laundry chute hall, a narrow passage behind the locker rooms where towels and uniforms were bagged for pickup. The air was hotter there. The emergency lights did not work at all, but a green exit sign at the far end gave the walls a sick aquarium glow. To the left was laundry storage. To the right, a service elevator. Straight ahead, a door to the hotel back hallway. The service elevator doors were closing. I saw Voss inside, not his face, just one brown sleeve and the edge of his hand withdrawing from the button panel. Miguel shoved his arm between the doors. They bounced back open. For one bright second, we had him. Then the elevator dropped, not with the doors shut, with them open 6 inches, as if the system had accepted a command before completing safety checks. The floor of the car slid downward out of alignment, revealing darkness and greasy metal behind the gap. Miguel yanked his arm back just in time. The doors slammed closed. The elevator continued down, cables whining. Miguel stared at the doors. That elevator should be locked out during power fault. Could he override it? Not alone. There it was. New fact. New trap. Not alone. My radio clicked. B's voice was distorted now, thinner under interference. "Miguel Caleb, I've got Voss on service elevator 2 heading basement. Also, I've got a bigger problem." Miguel pressed the button. "Bigger than what?" "Basement camera grid is down. Not flickered, down, the basement." I had been in it once during orientation, and only the part's new hires were allowed to see. Under Black Mesa, beneath the casino floor and hotel lobby, ran a concrete maze of loading bays, storage cages, electrical rooms, surveillance cables, old plumbing, and employee routes. It connected to the parking garage through a secured stairwell, and to the count room through a money elevator that only cage management could use. It was colder than the main building, and always smelled faintly of wet cardboard and ozone. "Lock stairwells," Miguel said. "Trying," B replied. "System is slow. Generator is cycling." Dante cut in, breathless. "Cage gate is seated. Spill contained. We're moving guests back. Do you have him?" Miguel looked at the elevator doors. "No." A pause. Then Dante said, "Miguel, I know. No, listen to me." Marcy just checked the wheel. I leaned against the wall, elbow throbbing. Dante continued, "The ball from roulette 7 is gone." Miguel looked at me then. I did not understand the importance until I saw his face. First a chip, then access failures, then the cage. Now the roulette ball. Small things, portable things, objects nobody would miss immediately unless they knew exactly when to look. The kind of things you could use to test timing, cameras, procedures, and people. Or the kind of things that meant something inside Rule 9. What does that mean? I asked. Miguel ignored the question again, which was becoming an answer by itself. He pressed the elevator call button. Nothing, again, nothing. It's locked below us, he said. B came back. Stairwell C is still open from basement to parking garage. Badge reader isn't responding. Miguel swore. That stairwell comes up where? I knew this one from orientation because I had gotten lost there. East side, I said, by the employee smoking area, then out to the side lot. And if he gets outside, B asked. Miguel did not answer. He turned to me. We take the stairs. My badge didn't work on cage. Mine will. Your hip. My hip is not the subject. But it was. He had sweat at his temples now. His face had tightened with every step. The limp was no longer subtle. He could move, but not fast, and the building had become a race between a man who knew its weak points and the people responsible for pretending there weren't any. We headed for the stairwell off the laundry chute hall. Tanya followed for 3 steps, still barefoot, still holding her shoe. Miguel turned. No, I'm not staying here. You're going to the break room, you're closing the door, and you're calling B from the wall phone. The wall phone's dead. Then scream until someone useful hears you. Tanya looked at me. I wanted to tell her something reassuring. What came out was, don't go into the locker room. She gave a short, hysterical laugh. Great, wonderful. Then she went back. We badged into the stairwell. Green. The stairwell was concrete, unpainted except for yellow stripes along the step edges. Emergency lights worked there, but barely. They hummed overhead, each one throwing a weak cone downward. The air smelled like dust, metal railings, and old cigarette smoke pulled in from the side exit over years. We descended. 1 floor, then another. My elbow pulsed. My shoulder hurt. The chip in my pocket knocked against my ribs with each step, a small, hard reminder that I had become part of the evidence whether I wanted to or not. Miguel took the stairs sideways to protect his hip. Halfway down, he said, Rule 9 is not about ghosts. I didn't say ghosts. You were thinking it. Everyone keeps saying he doesn't cast a shadow. People say lots of things when they don't understand lighting. Then what is it? Miguel stopped on the landing between floors. His breath came rough. Rule 9 is an old internal flag. It means a patron is using environmental blind spots. Glare, reflective surfaces, dead camera cones, backlit areas. They look wrong on the floor because they've chosen places where your eyes and the cameras disagree. I stared at him. So it's a cheat code. It's a person who knows the room better than staff. That was worse in its own way. Why call it shadows? Because casino people love stupid names. Below us, a metal door slammed. Miguel lifted a hand. We froze. Footsteps echoed from the basement landing. Slow, coming up. Miguel pulled me back against the wall beside the stairwell bend. He put 1 finger to his lips. His other hand hovered near the radio. The footsteps rose. 1 step, 2, 3. A shape appeared below, stretched tall by the emergency light. Brown. I tightened around the radio. Then the shape coughed. "Security," a voice called. "Please don't shoot me." A man came into view wearing a brown maintenance coverall, not a suit. He was carrying a toolbox and had a flashlight clenched between his teeth. His name, patch read Lenny. Lenny Walsh, 61, male, night maintenance contractor, had a bald head shiny with sweat and the baffled expression of someone who had been blamed for machines his whole adult life. He removed the flashlight from his mouth. "Generator panels throwing faults," he said. "I got called from home. Why is everyone running? Misdirection. Explainable, terrifying anyway." Miguel lowered his hand. "You used a maintenance override at 2:08, Lenny frowned. "I wasn't here at 2:08. Who has your override code?" "Nobody." "Think harder." Lenny looked offended, then frightened. "My tablet went missing last week. I reported it." Miguel's face closed. "Who took the report? Dante, I think. Or maybe Rafe. I don't know. I filled out a form." The trap tightened another notch. A stolen maintenance tablet could explain the doors, the elevator, maybe even parts of the power cycling if someone knew enough to interfere with panels or trigger faults remotely. Not supernatural. Not impossible. Worse. Planned. B's voice broke across the radio. "Miguel, Voss just appeared on basement camera B6 for 2 seconds near electrical. Then camera dropped again. He's moving towards stairwell C, the one leading to the parking garage." Miguel started down again. "Lenny, get upstairs and find Dante. Tell him maintenance tablet is compromised." "My tablet. Move." Lenny moved. We hit the basement door hard. Miguel badged us through, and the point of the building changed completely. The basement was not red carpet and gold trim. It was concrete, pipes, metal shelving, and noises with no decoration. Fans thudded behind walls. Water ticked somewhere steadily. A forklift sat parked beside stacked boxes of bar napkins. The corridor ran straight ahead toward electrical, left toward loading dock, right toward stairwell C and the parking garage access. The ceiling was low enough that pipes made me duck. A camera dome above us hung dark. No little red recording light. Miguel noticed it too. "We don't chase blind," he said, then immediately started chasing blind. We went right. At the far end of the corridor, the stairwell C door stood open. Beyond it came cooler air and the faint smell of exhaust. Parking garage. Retreat was still possible then. We could have stopped at the basement junction. Called Reno police. Locked what doors still responded. Let Voss run into the lot with a stolen chip and whatever else he had taken. No heroics. No basement chase. No rookie proving anything. Then B's voice came through, small and strained. "Caleb, Miguel, I've got Marcy on the floor saying a kid is missing." Miguel stopped. "What kid?" "A boy from the bowling shirt family. 7 or 8. Last seen near Reward's desk during the blackout." The hallway seemed to narrow around the words. Dante came on, voice urgent. "We're checking bathrooms and floor. Mother says he followed the man with the funny ring because the man said he dropped a ball. The roulette ball." My hand went to my pocket where the chip pressed against my ribs. At the open stairwell door, something small rolled out of the darkness. White, smooth, clicking lightly over the concrete. It curved once, hit the toe of Miguel's shoe, and stopped. A roulette ball. From inside stairwell C, below the level of the parking garage landing, a child began to cry. Not loud, not theatrical. A thin, frightened sound swallowed by concrete. Miguel looked at me, and for the first time all night, he did not give an order. He didn't have to. Once a child was in the stairwell, this was no longer a casino loss prevention problem. It was no longer a strange patron, a missing chip, a camera failure, or Rule 9. The door behind us clicked. I turned. The basement fire door we had come through had just shut, and the access reader beside it went dark. No green, no red, nothing. Behind the stairwell C door, the boy cried again. Miguel drew one hard breath through his teeth, shoved the roulette ball into my free hand, and stepped into the stairwell. I followed him. There was no hallway left to retreat to. Stairwell C smelled like wet concrete, exhaust, and old cigarette smoke baked into paint. Miguel went first because he was Miguel, because he had spent the whole night acting like pain was a scheduling issue, and because the crying was coming from below us. He held the railing with his left hand and his radio with his right. I followed 2 steps behind with the roulette ball in one hand and the chip in my blazer pocket knocking against my ribs. The door shut behind us. The sound was final. No casino music now. No slot chimes. No drunk laughter rising from the floor. Just the buzzing emergency light above the landing, the distant thump of building machinery, and a child trying not to sob too loudly. "Hey," Miguel called down, voice steady. "Security. Coming to you. Stay where you are." The crying stopped. That was worse. We descended 1 flight toward the basement level, then another half flight toward the parking garage landing. The stairwell was narrow, with a switchback halfway down and a metal handrail that had gone slick from humidity or too many palms. Emergency lighting blinked weakly on every other landing. The shadows it made were ugly and practical, stretched by angles, broken by railing bars. For the first time all night, everyone had shadows. Mine shook against the wall. Miguel's was hunched and uneven. At the next landing, we found the boy. He was crouched against the corner where the stairwell wall met the parking garage door, knees pulled up, one sneaker untied. White male, 7 or 8, wearing a blue bowling shirt with the name Tyler stitched in red thread over the pocket. His cheeks were wet. His hands were gray with dust. In front of him, on the concrete, lay 3 casino chips in a crooked little line. Bait. Bill stopped 3 steps above him. "Tyler," he said. The boy nodded so hard his chin bumped his knees. "I'm Miguel. This is Caleb. We work here. Are you hurt?" Tyler shook his head. "Did the man bring you down here?" He said my dad dropped a ball. Tyler's voice was tiny and rough. He said I could help. Miguel's face didn't change, but something in his shoulders did. He looked past Tyler at the parking garage door. It was propped open by a black rubber wedge. Cool garage air moved through the gap. Beyond it, I could hear the faint beep of a truck backing somewhere outside, maybe at the loading dock, maybe farther away. The smell of exhaust was stronger there. "Caleb," Miguel said. "Yeah, take him up." The instruction hit the stairwell and came back wrong. I looked up at the dead access reader beside the basement door above us. The way back had locked behind us. The only way up was the same route, through doors we weren't sure would open, past hallways where cameras were dead. Only way out was through the parking garage door beside Tyler. "You take him," I said. Miguel looked at me. Not angry, not yet. "I'll hold Voss," I said, and even as I said it, I knew it sounded like a boy playing brave in front of a mirror. Miguel lowered his voice. "No, you can barely move." His jaw tightened. "I can move enough, Miguel." The radio spat static. B's voice came through in strips. "Hear me, Miguel. Caleb, we lost basement repeater Dante is police en route, police en route." Good words. Useless words. Reno police could be 10 minutes away, 15:3:20. Inside a concrete stairwell with a child and a man who knew every weak point in the building. En route meant nothing you could hold. Miguel pressed his radio. "B, we have the boy. Stairwell C, garage landing. Voss unknown. Need door access restored now. Static." Then Voss spoke from beyond the parking garage door. "Not unknown." Tyler clapped both hands over his mouth. Miguel shifted immediately, putting his body between the boy and the door. I moved down to the landing, shoulder burning, as I turned sideways against the wall. The door opened wider. Elias Voss stood in the gap between stairwell and garage. The red emergency light from behind us cut across one side of his face. The garage light behind him was white and fluorescent, buzzing hard enough to make the air feel gritty. In that lighting, his shadow fell long across the concrete at last, thin and broken by the doorframe. There he was, real, a tired older man in a torn brown suit, holding Lenny's missing maintenance tablet in one hand and a short metal tool in the other. Not trauma shears now. A flathead screwdriver with a worn yellow handle. That was almost worse too. A screwdriver belonged to the world. You could buy one in a gas station. "Step away from the kid," Miguel said. Voss sighed. "I never touched him. Lured him. I asked for help. He's 7, old enough to follow rules." Miguel's face hardened. "Put the tablet down." Voss glanced at it as if he'd forgotten he was carrying it. "This old thing has caused your friends a lot of embarrassment. You used it to open doors. I used what your casino left lying around. Put it down." Voss looked at me then. His gaze dropped to my blazer pocket. "You kept the chip." I didn't answer. "And the ball." My fingers tightened around it. Miguel noticed. So did Voss. "There's a reason these things are small," Voss said. "Small things pass through systems. People don't notice them until they need to explain where they went." "You're done," Miguel said. Voss smiled sadly. "I was done 12 years ago, Deputy." The word landed heavily. Miguel's radio hissed. B's voice broke in and out. "Caleb, if you can hear, parking garage east camera shows 2 vehicles by employee exit, 1 white van. 1. Voss moved his thumb across the tablet screen. The stairwell light flickered. Tyler whimpered. Miguel stepped forward. "Don't." Voss raised the screwdriver, not high, not dramatic, just enough to show he could make a bad decision quickly. "I don't want the boy," he said. "I want the way open." "To where?" Miguel asked. "The count room. You're in the wrong direction." "Am I?" That was when I understood the map wrong. Stairwell C went to the parking garage. Yes. Employee smoking area, side lot, outside. But the garage also connected to the hotel service elevator bank. The same bank that ran down to the basement and up near the hotel office. If Voss had the tablet and someone waiting in the garage. He could bypass the main floor, get into another secured route, circle back behind the count room while everyone chased him outward. He wasn't escaping. He was looping. Miguel understood at the same time. His eyes flicked to the garage behind Voss. A white van sat idling 20 yards beyond the door, half hidden behind a concrete pillar marked E2. Its headlights were off. Its side door was cracked open. Exhaust curled low along the floor. I could not see the driver. A second vehicle, a dark sedan, sat farther back near the ramp. Coordinated, not alone. Voss had not been the whole threat. He was the part we were meant to look at. Miguel said, "Caleb, when I say, take Tyler through the door behind me and run up. There's no access." "I'll make access." "How?" He didn't answer. Voss watched us exchange this with mild interest. "You're still doing it," he said to Miguel, "putting boys between you and the hard part." Miguel's face changed then, only a little, but enough. "What happened 12 years ago?" I asked before I could stop myself. Voss's smile thinned. Miguel said, "Caleb." "No," Voss said. "Let him ask. He likes explanations. They calm him." I did not like how well he had me. Voss tapped the screwdriver against the tablet's edge. Tick, tick, tick. Deputy Aranda here chased a man through a casino once. Different casino. Smaller, worse carpets. Man was stealing chips and using camera gaps. Deputy thought he had him boxed in. Sent a young security guard to cover a service door alone. Miguel's breathing had gone loud. Voss continued. The guard got stabbed. The thief got out. Your deputy retired soon after. Your brother stabbed him, Miguel said. The stairwell shrank around that. Voss's pleasant mask twitched. My brother died in prison. He put a kid in a coma before he went there. He was a thief, not a monster. You brought Tyler down here. Voss looked at the boy, and for the first time something like shame crossed his face. Quick, almost useful. I needed noise, he said. Miguel moved. It was not a tackle. His hip wouldn't allow it. It was a hard, ugly lunge from 3 feet away, shoulder first, one hand grabbing Voss's wrist with the screwdriver. Voss reacted fast. Too fast for his age, but not impossibly. He twisted, and the screwdriver scraped down Miguel's forearm, opening a red line from wrist to elbow. Miguel grunted. Tyler screamed. The tablet hit the concrete and skidded toward me. I moved without thinking. Not toward Voss, toward the tablet. Voss kicked at it. His shoe clipped my fingers instead. Pain cracked across my knuckles. I grabbed the tablet case with my left hand and rolled onto my side as Miguel drove Voss into the doorframe. The garage beyond erupted. A horn blared once from the white van. The side door slid open. A man stepped out in a black hoodie and blue nitrile gloves. Adult male, maybe 30. Mask over his lower face. He had a small crowbar in one hand. Not a gun. Thank God, not a gun. Still enough. Eli, he shouted. Move, Eli. Not Mr. Voss. Not Elias. The man in the hoodie started toward the stairwell. I looked at Miguel. He had Voss pinned awkwardly against the doorframe, but Voss still had the screwdriver. Miguel's forearm was bleeding freely now, dripping onto the concrete. Tyler was curled against the wall, hands over his ears. The tablet screen glowed in my hand. I knew nothing about maintenance systems. Nothing. barely badge into the right doors, but Lenny's tablet was still on an access panel screen. Big blocky buttons. East Hall. Cage Outer. Service Elevator 2. Stair C Hotel Connector. Some buttons were green, some red. One yellow. Stage door hold. No, not stage. Stair C door hold, I jabbed it. A prompt appeared. Confirm release. Release what? The man in the hoodie crossed the garage, crowbar low. Voss saw the tablet in my hand and shouted, no. That was enough. I hit confirm. The parking garage door slammed. It was a heavy fire-rated door, spring-loaded, and it swung with a metallic crash between us and the hoodie man. The crowbar struck the other side a split second later, hard enough to dent the panel inward. Miguel lost his hold when the door hit Voss's shoulder. Voss fell into the stairwell. The screwdriver skittered across the landing and bounced down 3 steps. I kicked it farther without aiming. It clanged into darkness. For one breath, we had him down. Then Voss drove his elbow into Miguel's bad hip. Miguel made a sound I had not heard from him all night. A real one. He folded sideways, gripping the railing, face gone slack with pain. Voss crawled toward the dropped tablet. I still had it. He came at me on his hands and knees, and there was nothing ghostly about him. His breath smelled sour. His eyes were wet with panic. His torn jacket dragged behind him. The college ring on his hand flashed under red light. Tyler screamed. He has the funny ring, the ring, turned inward, all night. I looked at Voss's palm. The ring stone was not a stone. It was a small black rectangle set inside the band. A chip, a magnet, a key fob, something electronic maybe. Something he had been hiding against his skin, pressing near readers, turning outward only when needed. The green access lights, the doors opening before his hand touched. The tablet was part of it, but not all. He lunged. I swung the roulette ball. That sounds ridiculous, because it was ridiculous. A little white ball in a fist is not a weapon in any respectable sense. But desperation has no respect. I drove my hand forward with the ball trapped between my fingers and hit him across the cheekbone. The ball cracked against bone. Voss recoiled, more surprised than injured, but it gave Miguel enough time to grab his ankle. Ring, I shouted. It's the ring. Miguel understood immediately. He twisted Voss's wrist. Voss fought like a man fighting not to be arrested, but erased. He clawed at Miguel's injured forearm. Miguel hissed and held on. I dropped onto Voss's shoulders, knee slipping on concrete, bad elbow exploding with pain as I tried to pin his arm. The garage door shook under another crowbar hit. Boom. Tyler sobbed. Boom. The door's latch rattled. Voss bucked. My chin hit the concrete. My teeth clicked together hard enough that sparks went through my jaw. Warm blood filled my mouth from a bitten tongue. Miguel shouted, Caleb, take it. I grabbed Voss's ring. It would not come off. His finger had swollen around it, or the ring was sized tight on purpose. I pulled. He screamed. I pulled again and felt skin shift under metal. I can't turn it. I twisted the ring outward. Voss went still, not completely, but enough. The black rectangle inside the band faced up now. Embedded against the underside was a tiny RFID module, cracked at one corner, taped into the setting. A homemade access trigger, maybe cloned from the missing tablet's credentials. maybe paired to it. I didn't know. Miguel ripped his radio off his shoulder with his bloody hand and smashed it down on the ring. Once, twice, the plastic face cracked. Voss screamed on the second hit, not because of the device, because Miguel's strike had broken or dislocated his finger. The ring bent sideways, ugly, trapped half on him and half broken. The garage door stopped rattling. On the other side, the hoodie man shouted, "Eli." Distant now, B's voice came through the fallen radio, thin but clearer. Door lock restored. Police 2 minutes. Dante moving to East Garage with officers. Hold if you can, hold if you can. Miguel laughed once, breathless and bitter. Voss lay pinned under us, sobbing through clenched teeth. Blood ran from his cheek, where the roulette ball had split the skin. His finger jutted at the wrong angle. Miguel's forearm dripped onto Voss's sleeve. My shoulder burned so badly I thought I might throw up. But Tyler was alive. The garage door held. Then the dark sedan engine revved outside. Tires squealed somewhere beyond the door, echoing up through concrete. A crash followed. Not huge, not cinematic. A blunt vehicle impact, metal into metal, then a grinding scrape. The hoodie man cursed. Footsteps ran away. The white van peeled out a second later, engine whining up the garage ramp. No sudden saviors. No perfect arrest. The accomplices were leaving. Miguel tried to push himself upright and failed. "Stay," I said, then realized I was talking to everyone. Voss gave a wet little laugh from the floor. "You think this is the crew?" he whispered. I looked at him. His face had changed. The old pleasantness was gone, and underneath was exhaustion so deep it almost looked honest. "What?" he swallowed. "I told you. Small things pass through systems." Miguel pressed his knee harder into Voss's back. "Shut up." Voss turned his head enough to look at Tyler. "I'm sorry," he said. Tyler cried harder. That was the worst thing he could have done. Not threaten, not laugh. Apologize. It made him human in a way I did not want. Above us, a door opened. Voices flooded into the stairwell. "Security, police, Kid S down here," boots thundered from above and below. Blue-white flashlight beams cut across the red emergency light. Dante came first from the basement side with 2 officers behind him. His face went slack when he saw Tyler, then tightened when he saw the blood. "Caleb," he said, "move off him." I didn't realize I was still pinning Voss's shoulder. I rolled back and nearly fell down the stairs. An officer took my place, knee down, cuffs out. Voss did not resist. He had spent everything. Miguel slid down against the wall, holding his forearm, his bad leg stretched stiffly in front of him. Dante scooped Tyler under the arms, but did not lift him too fast. "Hey, buddy," he said, voice soft in a way I had not heard before. "Your mom is upstairs. We're taking you to her. You did good." Tyler clung to him. I sat on the landing with blood in my mouth, the cracked maintenance tablet beside my knee, and the roulette ball still somehow in my hand. The ball had a red smear on it. Voss's blood, mine too, maybe. A Reno officer, female, 30s, asked me if I could stand. I nodded, then didn't. My body had voted differently. Miguel looked across at me. For a second, neither of us said anything. Then he tapped 2 fingers against the concrete. Not approval exactly. Acknowledgement. I leaned my head back against the wall and listened to the stairwell fill with people. police radios, Dante murmuring to Tyler, an officer calling for medics, B's voice still trying to reach us through static, the garage door rattling once more in the wind from the open ramp. The conflict was over in the obvious way. Voss was cuffed. Tyler was alive. The door was locked. The accomplices had fled, but they had fled empty-handed or close to it. No count room breach. No child taken into a van. No new body in the basement. Still, as the officers lifted Voss to his feet, his broken ring caught the emergency light. The little black module inside had cracked open. There was no magic in it, just wires, tape, and planning. That should have comforted me. It didn't, because someone had built it. Someone had tested it. Someone had known our doors, our cameras, our shift change, our blind spots, our habits, our fear. And as they walked Voss past me, he leaned just close enough to speak without the officers hearing. Rule 9 was never for me, he whispered. Then he smiled with blood on his teeth and let them take him upstairs. The first ordinary sound I heard after they took Elias Voss upstairs was a printer. Not sirens, not crying, not the clatter of handcuffs. A printer. Somewhere beyond the stairwell, in an office or security room or cashier station, an old laser printer woke up and started chewing paper with a dry, stubborn rhythm. CHK, CHK, CHK. Like the building had decided that if it could still print incident reports, then maybe nothing truly serious had happened. I sat on the stairwell seat, landing with my back against the wall and my knees bent wrong, holding a paper towel against my mouth, while a paramedic named Nora Klein, 36, female, looked into my eyes with a penlight and asked me to follow her finger. "Don't move your head," she said. "I'm trying not to. You keep moving your head. I'm following your finger. With your eyes, hun." Nora had a calm, flat Nevada voice and black hair tucked under a blue knit cap. She smelled like antiseptic and coffee. She did not seem impressed by casinos, injured security guards, or men who hid electronics in jewelry. That steadiness helped. It made the landing feel less like the place where I had almost let a child get taken, and more like a place where people filled out forms, checked pupils, wrapped wounds, and complained about access doors. My tongue had stopped bleeding unless I talked too much. My elbow had swollen into an ugly lump under the sleeve of my blazer. My shoulder felt like someone had wedged a hot coin under the joint and twisted it. Nora pressed 2 fingers along my collarbone, and I made a noise I would have denied later. "Not broken," she said. "Feels broken. Lots of things feel broken at 3 in the morning." That sounded true enough that I shut up. Miguel sat one landing below me, refusing the stretcher with the weary politeness of a man who had refused medical care professionally for decades. His forearm was wrapped in thick gauze, already showing a pink stain through the first layer. A paramedic was trying to convince him to go to the hospital for stitches. Miguel kept saying, "In a minute," which meant no in every language. Dante stood near the open basement door, talking to 2 Reno police officers and 1 Nevada gaming control investigator who had arrived in a gray windbreaker over a dress shirt. The investigator was Laura Penn, 44, female, compact and severe, with a notebook small enough to fit in her palm and eyes that moved like cameras. She had already taken the broken ring from an evidence bag, photographed it, sealed it again, and asked 3 questions that made Rafe Chen look like he wanted to crawl into the nearest trash compactor. Rafe was upstairs now, escorted by another officer, not arrested, but not free either. That was the phrase I heard Dante use. Not free either. Tyler had gone up before all of us. His mother came down as far as the basement door and was stopped there by police, which was wise, because she looked ready to run through anyone between her and her son. When Dante carried Tyler up, she made a sound I had never heard from an adult before, a cracked animal sound that rose out of her before words could. Tyler buried his face in her neck. Father, a red-eyed man in the matching bowling shirt, kept saying, "I was right there, I was right there," as if repetition could close the gap in time. No one blamed them out loud. No one had to. A casino is built to steal attention in legal increments. Lights, bells, free drinks, cards, tickets, screens. The little false almost of a machine stopping one symbol short. A child could disappear in that kind of noise, even without a man like Voss guiding him by the shoulder with a story about a dropped ball. Later, I learned Tyler had not gone quietly at first. He had hesitated near the rewards desk. Voss had shown him the roulette ball in his palm, then dropped it, then let it roll just far enough into the staff corridor that a helpful kid would chase it. The missing chips placed in the stairwell had been for me and Miguel as much as for Tyler. Breadcrumbs, distraction, proof of movement, a way to make us believe the action was always one step ahead of where it really was. Small things pass through systems. I hated that the line kept being useful. By 4:20 a.m., the casino floor had mostly reopened. Not fully, not the cage, not the East Service hallway, not stairwell C, but blackjack resumed, and so did slots, because casinos recover faster than people do. Guests who had screamed during the blackout were now telling the story with bigger gestures over comped coffee. A woman complained that her machine had been about to hit when the power dipped. A man asked whether emergency evacuation meant his buffet voucher was still valid. The carpets looked the same. That bothered me most. No matter what happened, the carpets looked the same. I gave my first statement in security base with an ice pack on my elbow and dried blood at the corner of my mouth. Security base was smaller than I expected after hearing B's voice come out of it all night. 3 monitor walls, 2 desks, a coffee machine with a hand-lettered sign that said "Clean your own crimes," and a corkboard covered with old memos, staff photos, and a printed emergency contact list curling at the edges. B. Nolan sat at the main console with a headset pushed around her neck, cardigan sleeves rolled to her elbows. Her face was pale under the monitor glow. She was 41, female, and for the first time since I had met her, she looked her age. "You look like hammered rubbish," she said. "You sound worried." "I'm furious. It's adjacent." I sat beside her while Laura Penn asked me to walk through the night from the upright chip onward. She did not interrupt much. She let silence sit after my answers, and I found myself filling it with details I had not meant to say. My badge failing at the first service door, the warmth of the chip, Voss asking Dante for his real name, Miguel telling me Rule 9 was about blind spots, the way the elevator dropped with the doors not fully closed. At that, Laura's pen stopped. Repeat that. I did. She looked at B. B pulled up service elevator logs. The screen showed timestamps, access pings, fault codes, and maintenance overrides that meant nothing to me, but made both women go still. That should not be possible, B said. Laura's mouth tightened. I'm getting tired of hearing that. The legal part unfolded in pieces. Elias Voss was taken to renowned regional medical center first, under police guard, for his broken finger and facial cut. After that, charges would include burglary, kidnapping, or child endangerment, depending on the district attorney's language. Assault with a deadly weapon for the screwdriver, conspiracy, and a list of gaming-related offenses long enough that Laura Penn sighed before reciting them. His accomplices were not caught that night. The white van had false plates. The dark sedan was found abandoned 2 miles east near a self-storage lot, wiped clean enough that the officer describing it sounded personally offended. The broken ring device turned out to be ugly, but clever. Not magic, not even especially high-tech. A cloned RFID module mounted under a college ring setting, connected to credentials lifted from the missing maintenance tablet. The tablet had been stolen from Lenny's truck 8 days earlier. Lenny had reported it, but the report went into the general maintenance queue instead of security escalation, because the employee who entered it chose the wrong category in the system. Lost equipment, B said, staring at the screen. Not access compromise. Laura wrote that down. Rafe had seen the ticket and assumed maintenance would deactivate it. Maintenance assumed security had. Security never saw it. Dante had signed one form during a rush and did not remember it. That was how a casino with cameras on every inch of felt ended up blind in the places that mattered. No single villain there, just fatigue, software, habit, and everybody trusting the next person in line. That felt almost worse. Voss had a past, of course. People like him usually do. His real name was Elias Voss, 62, male, formerly barred from 2 casinos in Nevada and 1 in California, under different exclusion lists that did not talk to each other well enough. His brother, Martin Voss, had been arrested 12 years earlier after a botched casino theft in Sparks, the one Miguel had mentioned in the stairwell. A 19-year-old security guard named Adam Price had been stabbed near a service door and survived with brain damage after losing too much blood before medics reached him. Miguel had been the deputy on that case. He had not sent Adam alone, not exactly. That was what Dante told me later in the employee dining room while we both held coffee. We did not drink. Miguel had told him to hold a door. Martin Voss had doubled back. Those are different things on paper. They probably feel the same at 3 in the morning if you're Miguel. He quit 6 months after, Dante said. He said retired. People pick the word they can live with. Dante Dante's shirt had dried sweat at the collar. There was a smear of someone else's blood on his cuff. He kept looking toward the dining room entrance, as if expecting another alarm to come through it wearing shoes. "You okay?" I asked. He gave me the kind of look supervisors give when employees ask questions above their pay grade. Then he rubbed both hands over his face. "No," he said. "You? No. Good. Normal response." We sat with that. After a minute, he said, "You did good." I laughed, and it hurt my tongue. I hit a man with a roulette ball. Improvised use of available equipment. That going in the report? Absolutely not. Across the room, Marcy Quill sat alone with a paper cup of tea, still in her dealer vest, hands folded around the cup, though she did not drink. When I went over, she looked up at me as if she had been expecting me eventually. "You still have your fingers?" she asked. "Most of them." "Then you did better than some." I sat across from her. For a while, we listened to the vending machine hum. "I thought it was real," I said. "What was?" "The shadow thing." Marcy's eyes shifted toward the ceiling light, then back to me. "It was real enough, but not like that." "No," she said, "not like that." She told me Rule 9 had started as a joke among old dealers, a shorthand for people who stood where cameras hated them, directly under chandelier glare, beside reflective slot banks, in the narrow strips between light pools. Some cheats learned a floor the way card counters learned true count. They knew where surveillance lagged, where staff sightlines crossed badly, where shadows broke up on patterned carpet. "Patrons who don't cast shadows," she said, "are usually patrons who know exactly where to stand." "Usually," Marcy did not smile. "Caleb, I am too old and too tired to pretend people don't make things stranger by talking about them." That was the most comfort she offered. I took it. Miguel finally went to the hospital at 5:10 a.m. after B threatened to call his daughter. He passed me near the employee entrance with his arm wrapped, his limp worse now that adrenaline had drained away. Morning had started to lighten the desert outside. Not sunrise exactly, just the black sky thinning to charcoal behind the casino sign. "You should get checked properly," he said. "So should you." "I am. Because B made you." "Correct." He looked past me toward the main floor. The slot machines reflected in the glass doors, bright and busy, making the dawn outside look fake. "You froze in the stairwell," he said. I swallowed. "For a second. Everybody freezes for a second. That's not what they said at the academy. The academy likes clean stories." He adjusted the sling the paramedic had forced on him. "You moved after," he said. "That's what counts." I didn't know what to do with that, so I nodded. Miguel started toward the waiting ambulance, then stopped. "And Caleb, yeah, don't let them make you feel better too fast." That stayed with me. By noon, Black Mesa had issued a statement about a security incident involving unauthorized access attempts, and praised the swift response of staff and law enforcement. There was no mention of Rule 9, no mention of a child lured into a stairwell, no mention of an old man in a brown suit who had walked through the casino's confidence like it was an unlocked door. Tyler and his family left before breakfast, escorted through a side exit to avoid the guests filming near the lobby. I saw them from the security office monitor. Tyler had a blanket around his shoulders. His mother held one of his hands, his father the other. He looked smaller than he had in the stairwell. Voss was in custody. The tablet was evidence. The ring was evidence. The chip was evidence too. Laura Penn took it from me in a plastic bag, and when it left my hand, I felt lighter and not better. I went home at 1:30 p.m. after giving 3 statements and signing 2 forms I barely read. My sister was at work, but she had left soup in the fridge with a note that said, "Don't be proud, microwave IT." I stood in her kitchen for a long time, still wearing my torn blazer, and watched the microwave plate turn in slow circles. When I slept, I dreamed of small sounds: a chip rattling flat, a roulette ball clicking downstairs, a printer waking up. 3 days later, Black Mesa reopened Stairwell C. They replaced the access readers, added cameras, changed every maintenance credential, fired nobody officially, though Rafe resigned 2 weeks later, and Lenny stopped leaving tools in his truck. Dante got quieter. B became even more unpleasant on the radio, which I understood as care. Marcy kept dealing roulette 7 and told every new dealer to stand half a step left of the chandelier glare. I kept the job. That surprises people when I tell it. It surprised me too. I did not stay because I became brave. I stayed because leaving would have made the story simpler than it was. I had frozen. I had moved. Both were true. The casino had failed. The casino had held. Both were true too. The first time I walked the main floor after returning from medical leave, I stopped at roulette 7. The new 500 chips sat stacked in the rack, clean and flat. Marcy saw me looking and tapped the felt once with her fingertip. "No upright nonsense tonight," she said. "Good. You checking shadows now? Trying not to. Try harder. You'll drive yourself mad." I almost laughed. Then I looked down anyway. My shadow fell across the carpet, broken by the red and copper pattern, cut into pieces by the table light. Marcy's did too. So did the cocktail server S. So did the tired man in the Raiders hoodie pushing $20 across the felt. All normal. Almost. Across the aisle, near the reflective side of a slot machine bank, a woman paused under a bright ceiling fixture to adjust her purse strap. For a second, her shadow vanished into glare and carpet pattern, and the polished brass trim of the machine beside her. Nothing supernatural, nothing impossible, just angle and light and a human eye hungry for meaning. Still, my hand went to my radio. I did not press the button. The woman moved on. Her shadow returned. Behind me, Marcy said, "Caleb." "Yeah," eyes open. I turned away from the slot bank. "Not my mouth," I said. She smiled faintly. Casino kept breathing around us. Cards sliding, chips clicking, ice dropping into glasses, guests laughing too loudly because money makes people perform. Above it all, the lights hummed, steady, indifferent, bright enough to hide things. And somewhere in the updated Rule 9 binder, printed fresh and placed behind the security desk, someone had added a line in black ink beneath the official procedure. "Do not assume the person without a shadow is the one you are meant to watch." No one admitted writing it. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I clean up after crime scenes, but this one cleaned itself. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The wall was wet where it should have been dry. Not soaked, not dripping, just damp in a hand-sized smear above the baseboard, pale and clean against the nicotine yellow paint of the bedroom. Like someone had scrubbed that one spot harder than the rest and left before the surface finished drying. I noticed it because the beam of my flashlight caught the shine when I stepped over the evidence tape and into the apartment. It reflected back at me for half a second, a dull little wink. "Fresh cleaner," I said. Behind me, my partner Vince made a noise through his respirator. "In here, whole place smells like a dead freezer." He wasn't wrong. My name is Mara Ellison, 37, female, and I clean up after the worst days people leave behind. Not metaphorically. I own a small biohazard remediation company in western Pennsylvania, the kind of business people don't know exists until they need it, and then wish they still didn't. We handle unattended deaths, suicides, hoarding situations, meth residue, and crime scenes after the detectives are done taking photographs and putting little numbered markers next to what used to be private life. I'm 5'6", bad left knee from a ladder fall, hair always tied in a knot so tight it gives me headaches by noon, and I have a habit I hate. When I'm nervous, I count exits. That night, there were 2. The bedroom door behind me, the window beside the bed painted shut from the look of it, with a rusted AC bracket beneath it, and 3 floors of brick wall outside. So, 1.5 exits, really. The apartment was in McKees Rocks, just outside Pittsburgh, in one of those narrow old buildings with a ground floor vape shop and 2 stories of rentals above it. Island Avenue had gone quiet, except for a Port Authority bus wheezing at the curb, and the far-off buzz of tires crossing the bridge over the Ohio. The building's hallway smelled like fried onions, damp carpet, and something metallic under the cheap lavender plug in somebody had jammed into the outlet by the mailboxes. Inside apartment 3B, the plug and smell vanished. There was only old food, bleach, stale cigarettes, and the sweet spoiled meat odor that gets into the soft part of your throat if you let yourself breathe through your mouth. We didn't. We knew better. Vince Palumbo, 42, male, was behind me with the rolling bin, his gloved hands wrapped around the handle, shoulders hunched under his Tyvek suit like he was trying to make himself smaller. He'd been a volunteer firefighter in Coriopolis before his back gave out, and before his wife told him he needed a job that didn't involve sprinting into burning things for free. Vince was steady, practical, and allergic to drama, unless he was the one making it over lunch. Had 2 daughters, a fantasy football problem, and an ability to stand in rooms most people ran from without ever losing that mild, tired expression. He pushed the bin over a ridge in the carpet and stopped. "Careful," he said. "Something under there." I lowered my flashlight. A bottle cap, blue, twisted halfway into the carpet fibers. "Good eye," I said. "Yeah, well, last time it was a tooth. Don't start. Just saying, blue cap's an upgrade. The jokes were part of it, not disrespect. Not really. More like tapping the walls of a tunnel as you walk through it, making sure the world is still solid around you. Some cleaners pray, some whistle. Vince made bad jokes. I let him. We had been called in by the property manager after the police released the unit, which meant the official work was done. The detective had called it a homicide over the phone, but gave me only the minimum because that's how it goes. Male tenant, deceased in bedroom, heavy blood presence, possible struggle in hallway. No active hazards beyond biological contamination. Wear full PPE. Coordinate with landlord for access. Invoice through estate if available, otherwise property owner. Routine on paper. I had a manila work order folded in the cargo pocket of my suit, signed release forms clipped to my board, and a list in my head. Photograph before disturbing anything. Map contaminated areas. Remove porous materials. Treat hard surfaces. Document disposal weight. Keep Vince hydrated. Don't let the landlord hover. Don't touch anything that looks like missed evidence. Especially that last part. Because police miss things. People don't like hearing that, but they do. They are human. They are tired. They work under fluorescent light at 3 a.m, while a neighbor cries in the hallway, and somebody's dog keeps barking from another unit. They look for weapons, blood patterns, shell casings, obvious fibers, fingerprints if the surface cooperates. They are not looking at every inch the way cleaners do. We crawl. We peel carpet. We move mattresses swollen with fluids. We find earrings in vents and notes taped under drawers. And once, a steak knife inside a boot that had somehow been missed by everyone. That memory stayed with me because the victim's sister had been there when I found it. She made a small sound, not a scream. Worse, so I notice things. Maybe too much. Maybe because missing something feels like a moral failure, even when I know it is. Private fear is simple and embarrassing. I'm terrified of being the last person in a room to understand what kind of danger I'm standing in. It's why I count exits. It's why I read shadows like they owe me money. It's why my ex-husband used to tell me I never knew how to sit with my back to door. He was right. The bedroom in 3B was small enough that the bed almost touched both walls. A queen mattress sat crooked on a metal frame, bare except for a fitted sheet bunched at the foot. The closet door was open. 2 work shirts hung inside, both with embroidered patches from a machine shop in Neville Island. A half-collapsed cardboard box sat beneath them, full of extension cords and old Christmas lights. The window blinds were bent. One slat snapped at an angle that made the streetlight outside stripe the room in dirty orange lines. There should have been more blood. That was the second thing I noticed. The case notes said heavy blood presence. The officer who called me had used that exact phrase, and officers don't say that for a nosebleed. But the carpet beside the bed was only dark in a patch about the size of a dinner plate. There was dried spatter across the lower wall near the headboard, yes, but not the cast-off I'd expected. Not the soaked mattress. Not the pooled, tacky shine that tells you someone bled there long enough for gravity to do its work. Instead, The room looked half-finished, as if a cleanup had begun, as if someone had lost interest. Vince leaned around me, his flashlight beam moving from the carpet to the wall to the plastic bag lying open near the dresser. "That ours?" he asked. No, it was a white drawstring trash bag, the kind sold in boxes of 50 at Giant Eagle. It sat slumped on the floor, mouth open, empty, except for what looked like a wadded paper towel stuck to the inside. "Police leave it. Maybe. They don't usually." "No," he went quiet. From the hallway, a floorboard clicked. We both turned. The apartment door stood open behind the plastic zipper barrier we'd taped across the entrance. Through it, I could see the dim shared hallway, yellow bulb in a ceiling fixture, peeling gray paint, the edge of a radiator. Nobody there. Then a man coughed. "Hello," I called. "Just me," someone said, too quickly. A face appeared around the doorframe. Carl Betty's, 59, male, the property manager, had met us downstairs with the keys and a styrofoam cup of coffee that smelled like gas station hazelnut. He was a narrow man in a penguin's jacket, beard trimmed close, except for one stubborn gray curl under his chin. He had the cautious, offended manner of a person who dealt with tenants for a living and believed every problem was either a scam or a leak. He had been told twice not to enter the scene and seemed to interpret that as a negotiation. "I'm not coming in," he said, raising both hands. "No gloves, no mask, just checking you got power." "We have power," I said. "Please stay behind the tape." "I am behind it. You're leaning over it." He looked down as if surprised to find his shoe across the threshold, then pulled it back. "Sorry. It's just, I've got the plumber coming tomorrow for 2A, and if you people are still..." "Mr. Betty's," I said, "this is not a carpet shampoo job." His mouth flattened. Vince snorted softly behind his respirator. Carl glanced toward the bedroom, his eyes snagging on the trash bag before sliding away. "Yeah, I know, terrible thing. Did anyone come in after police released it?" "No, cleaners, maintenance, family." "No, I had the key. Cops gave it back to me yesterday afternoon, and I locked up." "You sure?" he bristled. "You think I came in and mopped?" "I'm asking because something looks disturbed." That softened him a little, not guilt, worry. His hand went to his jacket zipper and tugged it up an inch, down an inch. Cheap metal teeth rasped in the hallway. "What kind of disturbed?" "I don't know yet." Carl looked past me again. Tenant was named Owen. Owen Lark, quiet guy. Paid late, but paid. Worked nights mostly. His sister called for a wellness check when he missed Sunday dinner. He swallowed. She came by yesterday. Wouldn't go inside. Just stood in the hall and cried. I don't think she could have. "I'm not accusing anyone," I said. But I wrote sister in the margin of the work order. Not because sisters are suspicious. Because grief makes people do things they can't explain later. Carl rubbed his forehead. "Look, I don't want any trouble. The police said you could clean. Got tenants threatening to break lease because of the smell. The lady in 2B has a newborn. We'll document everything. That mean it costs more. It means it gets done correctly." He gave a short laugh with no humor in it. "Everything costs more when it's correct." He disappeared from the doorway, his footsteps retreating down the hall. A moment later, we heard his knees crack on the stairs. Vince waited until the building settled again. You think he came in? I think everyone says no. That's not an answer. It's the only answer people give. We started with photographs. I took wide shots from each corner, then close-ups of the damp smear, the bag, the carpet patch, the bed frame, the closet, the hall outside the bedroom. The camera flash made the room look flatter and worse, reducing a man's last place on Earth into surfaces and angles. Each click sounded sharp inside my hood. While I worked, Vince set up the negative air scrubber near the living room window and ran the hose out through the cracked glass panel we'd taped open. The machine kicked on with a low, steady roar, and for a while the apartment felt almost normal in the way job sites feel normal. Equipment hum, plastic rustle, boots on old flooring. Two people working around each other without needing to speak. The living room had a sagging couch covered in dog hair, but no dog. A TV paused on a streaming menu asking, "Are you still watching?" There were 3 empty Rolling Rock bottles on the coffee table, a pile of mail, a cracked phone charger plugged into the wall. Owen Lark's life, or what was left visible of it, seemed plain in the way most lives do when strangers see them without context. Work boots by the door, a Steelers magnet holding a pizza coupon to the fridge, a birthday card on the kitchen counter that said brother in silver letters. The ordinary stuff always got me more than the blood. Blood is the emergency. The ordinary stuff is the proof that the emergency interrupted someone who had laundry to fold and leftovers to throw away. In the bathroom, I found the third thing. The sink was clean, not a bachelor wiped toothpaste with his thumb clean. Actually clean. The porcelain basin shone. The faucet had been polished badly, streaks left in arcs where a cloth had moved too fast. Mirror above it still had old specks of shaving cream near the top, but the lower half was wiped clear from edge to edge. On the rim of the tub sat a gray dish sponge. I stared at it for a while. Vince came up beside me. "That belong in here?" "No, kitchen, maybe." He pointed with his flashlight. "It's wet." A drop had gathered at one corner of the sponge and fallen onto the tub. I heard it hit, small, precise, loud in the cramped bathroom despite the scrubber growling in the other room. Tick. We both listened. Tick. "Could be from the shower," Vince said. "The tub's dry." He crouched carefully, knees popping. "You want me to bag it?" "Not yet." I took photos first. Then more, the sponge from 3 angles, the drain, the faucet, the trash can empty except for a floss pick and a crumpled tissue. No paper towels, no cleaning bottle, no gloves. I checked under the sink. There was a bottle of generic bleach, a nearly empty spray cleaner, a toilet brush, a pack of disposable razors, and a brown paper bag folded flat. Nothing weird. Nothing that explained the damp sponge unless someone had used it. Vince stood, slow. Maybe cops washed up. They wouldn't. Paramedics. They wouldn't either. Family. Carl said no one came in. Vince gave me a look through the clear shield of his respirator. Right. Everyone says no. My phone buzzed in the chest pocket under my suit. I stepped into the living room, stripped one outer glove, and pulled it free with 2 fingers. The screen showed a text from Detective Helen Ruiz. Detective Helen Ruiz, 45, female, had worked Pittsburgh-adjacent homicides for long enough to develop a voice like gravel in a coffee tin. I'd met her 3 years earlier on a double death in Crafton, and since then, she had become one of the few cops who would call me back when I said something felt wrong, was careful, blunt, and had the permanent exhaustion of someone who trusted procedure, but not people. Her message said, "You on Lark scene?" I typed, "Yes, some areas appear cleaned. Did your team do any wet processing / washdown?" 3 dots appeared, vanished, appeared again. Then, "Do not clean yet." I looked toward the bathroom. The sponge ticked once more. Vince watched my face. "What?" I turned the phone so he could read it. He stared, then exhaled hard enough to fog the inside edge of his mask. Well, that's not comforting. No. Another text came in, "Ruiz, stay in unit. Don't touch anything else. I'm calling you." The phone rang before I could answer the text. I stepped closer to the window, where the scrubber's hose rattled against the frame and cold air slipped through the taped gap. Outside, a car rolled by slow, bass thumping so low it made the glass vibrate. I answered on speaker because my hands were still half-gloved. "Ruiz, you alone? With my tech. Property manager is in the building." "Where in the unit are you?" "Living room. We've documented only. No remediation started." "Good. Listen carefully. Our scene log says the bathroom sink was contaminated." I looked down the narrow hall toward the bathroom door. The light above the mirror flickered once. "Contaminated how?" I asked. "Blood transfer on the basin and faucet. Partial palm on mirror. We photographed it Monday morning. It's clean now." A pause. Not long, but long enough that I heard the bus outside pull away from the curb, brakes sighing, engine grinding toward the bridge. Ruiz said, "What do you mean clean?" "I mean wiped. Sponge on tub. Damp. Bedroom wall has a scrubbed area. White trash bag near dresser. Carpet looks reduced compared to your notes. Door was sealed when you arrived. Exterior tape on the jamb was intact. Carl unlocked it in front of us. Windows. Living room window was locked until we opened it for equipment. Bedroom painted shut. Bathroom window." I moved without thinking, then stopped myself 2 steps down the hall. Vince put a hand out. "Mara, right. Don't touch anything else." "I haven't checked," I said. "Don't. I'm 10 minutes out, maybe 15. I want you and your tech to step into the hallway and keep eyes on the apartment door until I get there. You told us to stay in the unit." I changed my mind. Something in her voice had tightened. That was when the building lights blinked. Once. The scrubber coughed, dropped pitch, then steadied. The refrigerator in the kitchen clicked off and on. Somewhere below us, a tenant shouted, "Come on, man," like the electricity had personally insulted him. The bathroom light stayed on. Vince and I looked at each other. From the hall came Carl's voice, raised and annoyed. "Breaker's fine. It does that." Then another sound. Not from the hall, from inside the apartment. A soft drag. Cloth over wood. Bedroom side. I held still, phone in hand, Ruiz's voice small and sharp through the speaker. "Mara, what was that?" Vince whispered. "Tell me that was the hose." The hose was in the living room window. The drag came again, shorter this time, like something being nudged by a careful foot. I counted the exits before I could stop myself. Door behind us, 15 feet. Window to my left, taped around equipment. Bedroom ahead, half dark. Bathroom beyond, 1.5. Ruiz said, "Leave now." Vince already had his hand on the bin handle. His eyes were wide behind the mask, but he moved slow because training does that to you. Panic wastes steps. Panic tears suits. Panic makes you grab the wrong surface and carry someone else's blood home under your fingernails. I backed toward the apartment door. Then Carl appeared in the hallway, right outside the plastic barrier, holding his phone with the flashlight on. "Everything okay?" "Step back," I said. "What happened?" "Step back, Carl." He looked past me into the unit, and his face changed. The annoyance went slack. His mouth opened. "What is that?" he said. I didn't turn around. That was another rule I had made for myself years before. When someone looks behind you and asks what something is, you do not whip around like a teenager in a movie. You move first. You create distance. Then you look. I took 2 more steps toward the hall. Vince did the same. The plastic barrier brushed my shoulder with a dry whisper. Ruiz was still on the phone. "Mara, talk to me." Carl lifted his flashlight higher. The beam cut past my hood and landed somewhere behind us, wobbling badly in his hand. In the bedroom, something tapped against the metal bed frame. Once, twice, not loud, not dramatic, just the plain little sound of an object settling after being moved. Vince said, very softly, "We can leave." He meant it as a choice, not because we were cowards, not because we didn't understand contamination protocols, or scene integrity, or the fact that a detective was on her way. We could leave the apartment door open, stand in the hall with Carl, and wait for Ruiz and uniforms, and whatever came next. Or we could take 3 steps back in, just enough to see the bedroom from the hall, to confirm whether a draft had shifted the trash bag, whether the scrubber vibration had knocked something loose, whether the old building was playing tricks through walls and pipes and settling wood. A normal explanation. There is almost always a normal explanation. That is the sentence people use right before they decide how much risk they are willing to spend to prove it. I stood with 1 boot in the apartment and 1 in the hallway, smelling bleach under rot, hearing the scrubber strain against the taped window, watching Carl's flashlight shake across the plastic like pale water. Ruiz said, "Do not be curious." And that was the choice in front of us. Step out and preserve ourselves, or look once more and maybe preserve whatever had been missed. I hated that I already knew which way my body wanted to turn. Ruiz told me not to be curious, which is the kind of instruction that sounds simple only to people who have never stood at the edge of a ruined room with a question breathing behind them. I had 1 boot in the hall, 1 still inside apartment 3. B. Vince had already slipped through the plastic barrier and was standing beside Carl, gripping the rolling bin with both hands like it might float away. Carl's flashlight shook enough to make the beam jump from the living room wall to my shoulder to the strip of carpet behind me. "Mara," Vince said. "Out." He didn't bark it. Vince didn't bark much unless something was on fire. That made it worse. On the phone, Detective Ruiz said, "Ellison, I need you in the hallway now." "I am," I said. "You're not. I can hear the room." That was an absurd thing to say. It should have annoyed me. Instead, I looked down and realized she was right. My right boot was still planted on Owen Lark's stained carpet, and through the sole, I could feel the scrubber's vibration traveling through the floorboards. A dull, mechanical tremor. Like the apartment had a pulse it didn't deserve. I stepped fully into the hallway. Vince pulled the plastic sheet closed across the doorway. It didn't seal anymore, not with us standing there and the zipper gaping, but it made a boundary. Boundaries matter at scenes, even cheap plastic ones. Especially cheap plastic ones. Carl backed into the opposite wall, bumping the old radiator. "You're saying somebody S in there?" "No one said that," I told him. "You heard something. Buildings make noise." "You don't believe that, Carl," I said. "Stop talking for 10 seconds. His mouth snapped shut, but his breathing didn't. Fast little pulls through his nose. Vince looked at my phone. "Tell her we're out." "We're out," I said to Ruiz. "Good. Lock the apartment door without entering. Keep the key. Do not let the property manager touch it." Carl's eyes widened. "Hey," I ignored him. "We can't lock it without reaching past the barrier. Then hold the door closed until uniforms arrive." "How far?" 7 minutes if traffic doesn't fight them. 7 minutes. A whole lifetime in a bad hallway. The bulb over us gave off a yellow, greasy light. It hummed in a way I hadn't noticed before, the sound sliding in and out under the scrubber's lower growl from inside the unit. Somewhere below, a TV laugh track fired off in bright little bursts. A baby started crying, muffled through the floor. The ordinary building kept going around us, careless and warm and alive. Vince leaned close to me. "We should kill the scrubber." "No, if somebody's in there, that machine's covering noise. If somebody's in there, I don't want to step back in to unplug it. It's our equipment. It's rented equipment." "Mara," I looked at him. The private part of Vince, the part he usually kept buried under jokes about sports and bad gas station sandwiches, was right there in his eyes. He had spent years running toward emergencies because somebody shouted and he had the training. He was not afraid of gore. He was afraid of uselessness, of standing outside while a thing got worse on the other side of a door. He told me that once after too many beers at a Christmas party, when his wife was picking him up, and he kept apologizing to her for no reason. His back injury had taken the firehouse from him, and he still carried that loss like a tool he didn't know where to put. Now there was a noise inside, maybe nothing, maybe someone, and he wanted to act. I wanted to look. Those are not the same impulse, but they can get you killed the same way. Ruiz came back on the line. "Who else is in the building?" "Tenants," Carl said too loud, like he had been waiting for a question he could answer. "2 on the second, 1 vacant on first rear, vape shop closed. Mrs. DeLuca in 2B, the baby. Guy in 2A, name's Jamal. He works from home. First floor front is commercial." Ruiz said, "Sir, do not speak unless Mara repeats my question." Carl's face tightened, insulted even now. I said, "She wants to know who has keys." "Me, owner, maintenance, technically. But he's in Beaver Falls tonight." Police had a set. Owen had his. "And family?" "No, copies." "How would I know if someone copied a key?" Vince said, "That's a yes-shaped no." Carl pointed at him. "Don't start with me, hazmat guy." "Biohazard," Vince said automatically. "Vince," I warned. Ruiz cut in. "Mara, did you see any sign of forced entry?" "No, but I wasn't looking for that." "Look now from where you are, door frame." strike plate, lock. I angled Carl's flashlight down and studied the apartment door without touching it. Old wood painted landlord beige, deadbolt above a knob lock. The door sat slightly warped in its frame, but old apartment doors do that. Around the strike plate, the paint had chipped in layered crescents where years of tenants had missed with keys or kicked it shut with groceries in their arms. Nothing fresh that I could swear to. No obvious pry marks, I said, deadbolt intact. What about the police seal? I looked at the torn strip of red evidence tape curled on the jamb where Carl had opened the door for us. It had split properly across the seam. I'd watched it break. I'd even photographed it before we entered, because I'm obsessive in boring ways that sometimes save me later. It was intact when we arrived, I said. I have photos. Send them when safe. When safe, Carl repeated under his breath. Jesus. The baby downstairs wailed harder for 3 seconds, then stopped suddenly, comforted or exhausted. In the silence after, we all heard it. A phone vibrating, not mine. Mine was in my hand, not Vince's. I could see the outline of his clip to his chest under the suit. Not Carl's, his flashlight was still on, and his other hand was empty. The vibration came from inside 3BBZZT. A pause. BZZT. Long, flat, insectal against wood. Carl whispered, Owen's phone. Ruiz said, his phone was recovered. The vibration continued. BZZT. Vince moved before I could stop him. Not into the apartment, just closer to the plastic, head tilted, listening through the respirator. Kitchen counter, he said. I pictured the counter. Pizza coupon. Birthday card, mail. Cracked charger plugged into the wall. No phone. I would have noticed. Maybe. That was the problem with scenes. You saw everything, but you couldn't know what mattered until later, and later always punished you. Ruiz said, do not enter for a phone. It might identify whoever was in there, I said. You are not entering for a phone. I'm saying if it stops before you arrive. I heard you, BZZT. Then nothing. The hallway seemed to lean toward the apartment door. Carl swallowed. Maybe it's in the wall, like pipes. Vince gave him a look. Your pipes get text messages. Don't be an ass. Then don't say pipe stuff. I heard myself say, everyone shut up. They did. A soft chime came from inside the unit. Not a ringtone, a notification sound. 3 rising notes, cheerful and clean, completely wrong for that room. Ruiz heard it too. Was that inside? Yes. Uniforms are 5 out. Detective, I said, we have a time-sensitive problem. No, you have a scene security problem. Police are handling it. The scrubber is still running. I understand. No, listen. We set negative air in the living room. If there's loose trace evidence, light debris, paper, hair, anything not already collected, it's pulling air across the apartment and toward the window. If someone tampered with the scene after release and they left something small, that machine could move it, contaminate it, or send it out the hose. Vince turned his head toward me. I could see him processing it, not liking it, knowing I was right. Ruiz went quiet. The machine roared inside, steady and dumb, and professionally useful in exactly the wrong moment. I said, if you want the scene preserved, it needs to be turned off. Vince muttered from inside. Carl looked between us. Can't you unplug it from the hallway? No, breaker, that landed. We all looked at him. Carl raised his chin, suddenly useful and proud of it. Panels in the basement. I can cut power to the unit. Ruiz said, do that. Now, take the phone with you and keep Mara on speaker. Wait, I said. What? Carl snapped. If the apartment loses power, we lose light. The hallway maybe too, depending how this nightmare is wired. And if someone is inside, darkness helps them more than us. Vince nodded once. Also, if the fridge is on that circuit, not a big deal. But our scrubber dies. Good, Ruiz said. Cutting power is safer than entering. It was, on paper. Paper kept failing tonight. Carl wiped his palm on his jeans. Basement door sticks. Might take a minute. Go, Ruiz said. He hesitated. Alone. Nobody answered fast enough. That was enough answer. Carl's face changed again, pinched and pale around the mouth. You think somebody came through the basement? I think we don't know, I said. Basement has rear access, he said. Old delivery door. It's bolted, should be bolted. Should be, Vince said. Carl shot him another look. You really need to stop helping. Ruiz said, Mara, send the property manager downstairs. But keep yourself and your tech at the apartment door. If he sees anything wrong, he comes back up. He does not investigate. Carl didn't like being ordered by a voice coming from my phone, but he liked standing near the apartment even less. He started down the stairs, each step groaning under him. Halfway down, he called back. If Mrs. DeLuca comes out, tell her it's under control. Vince murmured, sure. We'll lie to the lady with the newborn. That'll help. I pressed the phone closer. Ruiz, when officers arrive, they need to check the basement rear access. Already telling them. Also ask if anyone recovered a second phone. I'm checking. The plastic barrier stirred. Not much. A shallow inward suck, then a soft outward billow. Negative air did that sometimes when doors opened elsewhere, when pressure shifted, when old buildings breathed through cracks and vents. I knew the explanations. I had given them to clients, to trainees, to myself. Then it happened again, inward, outward, like someone on the other side had passed close to it. Vince saw it. Mara, I know. He reached slowly for the hall side of the apartment door, fingers finding the edge. I'm pulling it shut. Don't touch the inside surface. I know how doors work. You know what I mean. He did. He used the cleanest outside edge, 2 gloved fingers, careful not to brush the tape or plastic, and drew the apartment door toward him. For a second, it moved smoothly. Then it stopped, not latched, not stuck in the swollen frame, stopped, as if something inside was blocking it. Vince froze. I said, let go. He didn't. Vince. His jaw flexed under the respirator. There's pressure. Let go of the door. If I let go and somebody yanks, let go. He released it. The door stayed where it was, open about 8 inches. No yank, no slam, just that gap black behind the plastic with the scrubber's growl pouring through. Ruiz said, what happened? Door won't close, I said. My voice sounded too even, which meant it was not even at all. Obstruction from inside or warped frame. It closed when you arrived. Yes, Vince whispered. It wasn't warped 5 minutes ago. Did you see what's blocking it? Ruiz asked. No. Can you see through the gap without entering? I crouched before I could think too much about it. My knee complained, hot and sharp. I angled Carl's abandoned flashlight beam through the plastic, and the narrow opening. Carpet, a strip of living room floor, the leg of the rolling scrubber stand, nothing by the door. Then the beam caught something pale at the bottom hinge side. Not a foot, not a hand. For one stupid second, my mind tried to make it into both. It was a towel. A white towel had been wedged low between the door and the frame from the inside, stuffed hard enough to keep the door from closing. I hadn't seen it when we entered. I would have seen it. Maybe. Someone blocked it, I said. Vince backed away half a step. Nope, Ruiz's voice sharpened. Get away from the door. We did. Downstairs, a door banged. Carl shouted something we couldn't make out. The hallway light flickered again. This time it went out. Not the apartment. The hallway. The world snapped down into the weak cone of Carl's dropped flashlight, lying on the floor by my boot, and the spill of light from inside 3B leaking around the plastic barrier. My phone screen glowed blue-white in my hand. Vince's breathing got loud inside his mask. From below, Carl shouted, "Wrong breaker." The scrubber kept running. "Damn it," Vince said. Another breaker clicked somewhere in the bones of the building. The living room light inside 3B died. The scrubber wound down. Its roar lowered into a cough, then a whine, then nothing. The sudden quiet had texture, pipes ticking, a refrigerator compressor dying in another unit, my own suit crinkling at the elbows, Vince's gloves squeaking as he flexed his fingers. And inside the apartment, in the bedroom direction, that phone chimed again. 3 bright notes. Then a man's voice spoke, muffled but clear enough to understand. A voicemail greeting on speaker. "Hey, you've got Owen. Leave it." Carl came pounding back up the stairs in the dark, phone flashlight bobbing wildly. "Basement rear doors open." Ruiz said, "Repeat that." Carl reached the landing, bent over, one hand braced on his thigh. "The bolt's off, doors open. Cold air coming in. I didn't go out, I'm not stupid. But it's open." Vince said, "That's debatable." "Vince," I snapped. Carl pointed down the stairs. "You people brought this here." That was so wildly unfair, I almost laughed. "We brought a vacuum and trash bins." "You come in, now doors are blocked, phones are ringing." "Stop." "No, you stop. This building is my responsibility." "Then act like it," I said. "Go knock on 2B and 2A quietly. Tell them police are coming and they need to stay inside with doors locked." Ruiz said, "No, do not send him away." "Detective, if the rear basement door is open, someone may have access to the stairwell. Tenants need warning. Uniforms are 2 minutes out." 2 minutes. Again, with lifetimes. Door opened below us before anyone could decide. A woman's voice called, "Carl." "What's happening?" Carl closed his eyes. "That's Mrs. DeLuca." The voice came again, frightened now. "Why did the lights go out?" Her baby started crying. Carl turned toward the stairs. Ruiz was talking, telling him to stay put, telling me not to let anyone move, telling all of us things that made sense in a clean command structure, and very little sense in a dark building with an open rear door and civilians waking up. Then there was another sound from inside 3B, not a drag this time. A knock. 3 taps on the inside of the apartment door, right at chest height. Tap, tap, tap. Vince took one step back and hit the radiator with his calf. Carl made a noise that was almost a word. I raised the flashlight. The plastic barrier moved gently with air from the gap. The towel still blocked the bottom of the door. Behind it, nothing showed but darkness and a thin slice of dead living room. Ruiz went quiet. That scared me more than anything she could have said. From below, Mrs. DeLuca called, "Hello." The baby wailed harder. The time-sensitive problem was no longer the scrubber. It was the building, the open basement, the tenants, the blocked door, the possibility that someone had entered a homicide scene, cleaned parts of it, and might now be standing 10 feet away from us in the dark with access to the same stairwell as a mother and her child. Police were close. Close is not here. Vince looked at me. We can't leave her downstairs. There it was, his flaw, his old wound, the part of him that could not stand outside and wait. I wanted to say Ruiz had it handled. I wanted to say uniforms were coming. I wanted to say nobody moves, nobody touches, nobody becomes a headline because they tried to help in the 90 seconds before help arrived. But I could hear the baby, and I could hear movement below. Not Mrs. DeLuca, not Carl. Something heavier at the bottom of the stairs, near the basement door. A scrape, a pause, another scrape, like a shoe dragging grit across concrete. Carl whispered, "Someone's down there." Ruiz said, "Mara, where are the tenants?" "Second floor," I said, "below us." "Can you get them into an apartment and close the door without passing the basement stairs?" I looked over the railing. The stairs ran down in one narrow switchback. Second floor, landing halfway. Mrs. DeLuca's door stood open there, warm light from a battery lantern, or phone glowing inside. A young woman in sweatpants stood in the doorway, clutching a bundled baby against her chest. Alina DeLuca, 28, female, looked exactly like someone dragged out of sleep into a nightmare she had not agreed to join. Her hair was in a loose braid, one cheek creased from a pillow, bare feet planted on old wood. She stared up at us, then past us toward the open mouth of 3B, and pulled the baby closer. The baby's name, I would learn later, was Nico. But in that moment, he was just a red-faced bundle making small animal sounds into his mother's shoulder. Across from her, another door cracked open. Jamal Porter, 31, male, leaned out from 2A in a hoodie and glasses, holding a kitchen knife in one hand and his phone in the other. He was tall and narrow, with the stunned, irritated look of a man whose work from home life had not prepared him for homicide scene spillover. He looked up at me and said, "Is there a gas leak?" "No," I said. "Go back inside and lock your doors." "What? Inside, lock your doors?" A noise rose from below, a metallic clatter. Then the unmistakable creak of the basement door at the bottom of the stairwell opening wider. Alina heard it. So did Jamal. So did Vince, who was already moving. "Vince, no," I said. "I'm getting them up here." "That brings them past 3B, then down, basement door." "Pick one, Mara." He was right, and I hated him for half a second because there are moments when being right is just another way to remove the last safe option. Ruiz was shouting now. "Do not engage. Get behind a locked door if possible." Which door? 3B was compromised. The second floor apartments were closer to the basement. Street exit was below, past whoever had opened that door. The third floor landing had nowhere to go except the roof hatch, and I didn't know if it opened, didn't know if Carl had a key, Didn't know if Alina could climb with a baby in her arms. My fear opened inside me, familiar and ugly. Being last to understand. Standing in the wrong place because I had mistaken a hallway for neutral ground. I forced myself to count. Not exits this time, but facts. Basement, rear door open. Homicide scene altered. Unknown phone active. Door blocked from inside. Tenants exposed. Uniforms close. Power unstable. Carl, I said, roof access. He blinked. What? Is there a roof door on this stairwell? Yeah, but it's chained. Fire code thing from before I took over. That is not a fire code thing, Vince said. Key. Carl patted his pockets. On the ring, in the apartment door. We all looked. The key ring hung from the lock of 3B, on the inside edge of the open door where Carl had left it after letting us in. Beyond the plastic, above the towel, inside the gap, the ring held every key to the building. Basement, roof, tenant deadbolts, maybe the rear alley gate, maybe the only clean way to move people away from whoever was below. The police siren finally reached us, faint and bending through the streets outside. At the same moment, the apartment door moved. Just an inch. The towel at the bottom compressed. The key ring swung once, catching Carl's flashlight beam with a small silver flash. Then a gloved hand came through the gap from inside 3B and closed around the keys. Not a ghost, not a shadow, a human hand in a blue nitrile glove. Vince lunged without thinking. I grabbed the back of his Tyvek suit, my bad knee twisting under me, and felt the seam stretch in my fist. Don't. The hand jerked back, keys chiming bright and frantic against the lock. Carl shouted. Alina screamed from below. Jamal yelled something and dropped his knife. It hit the landing with a wooden clatter. The hand vanished into the apartment with the keys. The door, still blocked by the towel, eased shut as far as it could. Not closed, not open, just held. A decision made on the other side. And then, from below, someone started running up the stairs. The running footsteps came from below, but they didn't sound like what I expected. Not heavy boots charging up. Not some faceless intruder taking the stairs two at a time. They were uneven, fast, then stumbling. A shoulder hit the wall on the lower flight with a hollow thump, and someone cursed in a breathless, terrified voice. Police, Jamal shouted, even though none of us believed it. The siren outside was still distant, warping between buildings, not yet at the curb. Alina backed into her doorway with Nico clutched to her chest. Her phone light trembled against the ceiling, throwing shadows from the stair rail across her face like bars. Jamal bent for the kitchen knife he'd dropped, missed it once, then grabbed it by the handle and pointed it down the stairs with no idea what he was doing. Vince moved toward the landing, and I moved with him because grabbing his suit once had not cured him of being Vince. Everybody inside, I said. No, Alina said. No, I'm not locking myself in there if someone has keys. She was right. The intruder had Carl's master ring now. Any apartment door in the building could become a suggestion instead of a barrier. The footsteps reached the turn between the first and second floor. A young man appeared, bent forward with one hand on the banister. Marcus Reed, 24, male, was not someone any of us had met yet, but he looked enough like Owen Lark in the cheeks, and eyes that the name formed in my mind before anyone said it. Same pale skin, same wide set eyes, same narrow mouth held too tight. He wore a black hoodie under a denim jacket, jeans soaked at the cuffs, and one blue nitrile glove on his left hand. The right hand was bare and red across the knuckles, as if he had scraped it on brick or metal. He had a phone in his gloved hand. For one clean second, everyone stopped moving. Then Carl yelled, "That's him." Marcus flinched so hard he nearly slipped on the step. No, I'm not. He has the glove," Vince said. Marcus looked at his own hand like he had forgotten it. "Listen to me. Don't go upstairs." "You came from the basement," I said. "I came in because I saw somebody leave." "With the keys," Carl shouted. Marcus shook his head too fast. "I don't have keys." From above us, on the third-floor landing, metal chimed. Carl's key ring. One small, unmistakable sound from inside apartment 3B. Marcus stared upward, and whatever color remained in his face drained out. Oh God. That was the first partial answer, and it did not help us. The person with the keys was still inside 3B. Marcus wasn't him. Or he was a good actor. Or fear had made all of us stupid. Detective Ruiz's voice came from my phone, thin and furious. "Who came up the stairs?" "A young man," I said. "Possibly Owen's brother." Marcus snapped his gaze to me. "Cousin, I'm his cousin, Marcus Reed." "Why are you here?" "I got a text from Owen's number," Ruiz said. "Put him on." I held the phone out, but did not get closer. Marcus stayed on the step below the second-floor landing, one hand raised like we were all armed. Jamal actually was, though the knife shook enough to be more dangerous to himself than anyone else. Marcus spoke toward my phone. It said to come to the back door. It said there was something he left for me, Ruiz asked. "When?" 20 minutes ago. "Owen Lark is dead." Marcus made a small sound. "I know. And you came anyway." His eyes filled, but he blinked hard and kept talking. "Because it said something only Owen would say. About the Monongahela spill. I thought maybe he scheduled it before, or maybe someone had his phone. I don't know. I know it was dumb. It was dumb. It was also human." The siren outside grew louder, then cut off abruptly somewhere nearby. Tires hissed over wet pavement. A car door slammed. "Police are here," Vince said. A fist pounded on the street door below. "Pittsburgh police. Open up." Relief moved through the stairwell so quickly it felt physical. Alina sagged against her doorframe. Carl let out a laugh that was almost a sob. Then the key ring chimed again inside 3B, followed by a heavier scrape overhead. The apartment door opened wider. Not much, enough for the towel to drag, and something dropped into the hallway above us. At first it looked like a black lump. Then it unfolded. Alina screamed. Jamal shouted and stumbled back into his own door. Vince shoved me behind him with one arm so hard my bad knee hit the stair rail. It was not a person. It was a contractor bag. One of ours, I thought for one stupid second, except ours were still in the rolling bin. This one was black, heavy duty, tied at the top with yellow drawstrings. It landed on the third-floor hallway floor outside 3B with a thick, soft weight and rolled once toward the stairs. A wet streak followed it. The smell hit a moment later. First, sharp enough to sting through the respirator, then copper, then old rot loosened by liquid. Vince said, back, back. The pounding below continued. Open the door, Carl fumbled in his pockets. Keys. They took my keys. The street door, I said. Is it keyed from inside? No, thumb turn. First floor vestibule. Then why aren't they coming in? Carl looked down the stairwell. From below came another voice, not the officer outside. A man, close to the first floor landing, low and strained. Don't open it, Marcus whispered. That's who I saw. The second attempt came together badly because none of us had enough time to make it better. Police were at the front. Tenants were exposed in the middle. Someone was in the stairwell below us, between us and the exit, and someone was still inside 3B above us. The roof was chained. The keys were gone. The only solid doors were apartment doors the intruder might now be able to unlock. The bag lay on the third floor hallway like a warning nobody wanted to read. Ruiz said, Mara, listen to me. Do not touch the bag. Get everyone into one unit and barricade until officers breach. With what keys? Carl said. Whose unit is strongest? I asked him. He stared at me blankly. Carl, 2A has a newer deadbolt. I installed it last year. Jamal complained about drafts. Jamal said, you installed it crooked. Not the time. We use 2A, I said. Alina, take the baby. Jamal, open your door wide. Vince, Carl, help get something heavy against it once we're inside. Alina's face twisted. And Marcus was still one flight below her, too close to the unknown man's voice at the bottom, and too far from us to feel safe. Vince said, he comes too. Jamal lifted the knife again. He's wearing the glove. Marcus ripped the blue glove off and threw it down the stairs. There. Happy. No, Jamal said. Not even a little. The basement door creaked below. A footstep. Police pounded harder at the street entrance. We moved, not smoothly. Fear turns hallways into narrow throats. Alina tried to cross from 2B to 2A while keeping Nico's face tucked against her shoulder. Jamal backed into his apartment, still holding the knife, nearly tripping over a pile of sneakers. Carl grabbed Alina's elbow, and she snapped. Don't touch me. With such force, he let go as if burned. Vince went down 3 steps, caught Marcus by the sleeve, and hauled him upward. That was when the man below appeared, only partly, a shoulder at the turn, a dark cap, a gray respirator mask covering the lower half of his face. For one terrible second, I thought it was one of ours. Same kind of disposable suit under a dark jacket. Same blue gloves. Then he raised a hand and pointed something up the stairwell. Not a gun. A spray bottle. He squeezed the trigger. A mist burst into the air, catching Alina's phone light in fine droplets. Bleach, Vince shouted. He shoved Marcus up the last steps. The spray hit the wall where Marcus had been, ran in pale streaks through dust, and the smell bit through everything. My eyes watered inside the seal of my mask. Alina coughed. Nico screamed a thin, panicked scream that made every adult move faster. We got into 2A partial success. The door closed, then failed immediately. The deadbolt turned, but the latch didn't catch because Jamal's crooked deadbolt had never been fixed, and the door sat swollen in its frame. He slammed his shoulder into it once, twice. It caught on the third try. Couch, Vince said. Jamal's apartment was long and narrow, running front to back along the building's left side if you faced Island Avenue. Living room at the front, 2 windows overlooking the street. Kitchen in the middle. Bedroom and bath in the rear, above the alley and basement access. Door opened directly into the living room, which smelled like coffee, laundry detergent, and the burnt dust of an overworked space heater. We dragged the couch against the door. My knee gave a bright, ugly jolt when I bent. I nearly went down, caught myself on the armrest, and felt something tear along the outer layer of my suit at the thigh. Suit breach, Vince said. I know, sit down. No, Mara, I said no. My heart was going too fast. My breath sounded loud and wet in the respirator. I checked the tear with my gloved fingers. Outer layer only, I thought. Maybe. My scrubs underneath were dry. No visible contamination. Still, the thought of 3B's carpet, the wet bag, the bleach mist, and whatever it carried, all of it close to my skin, made my body want to crawl out of itself. Ruiz was still on speaker. Status. In 2A, I said. 6 civilians, 2 cleanup. Door barricaded. Unknown male in stairwell sprayed bleach. Another unknown may still be in 3B, possible evidence destruction, possible assault. Officers are at the front entrance. They can't get in. Street door is jammed from inside. Carl said, jammed. A heavy scraping came from below, then a thud against the building's front door. The police were trying to force it. Jamal moved to the front window and yanked the curtain aside. Red and blue light washed across his face. They're right there. Open the window, Vince said. Jamal fumbled with the latch. It didn't move, painted. No, swollen. Move. Vince shoved the heel of his hand up under the lower sash. Nothing. He hit it harder. The old glass rattled in its frame. Outside, 2 officers looked up. Here, Jamal shouted through the glass. 2nd floor. 1 officer pointed at the window, then at the front door, then spoke into a radio. Alina sank onto the floor beside the kitchen opening, bouncing Nico with both arms trembling. Why would someone spray bleach? I answered because talking kept my brain from chewing itself. It destroys blood evidence, damages DNA, makes surfaces harder to process. So this is about Owen. Nobody said yes. Nobody needed to. Marcus stood apart from the rest of us, near the kitchen, staring at his phone. His bare right hand was shaking. His left hand, where the glove had been, was damp with sweat. What did the text say exactly? I asked. He looked up slowly. It's gone. What? The thread. It's gone. Ruiz said, phones don't delete remote texts that fast unless. It wasn't SMS, Marcus said. It was some app, Signal. I don't use it much. Did you screenshot it? No, Jamal laughed once, high and sharp. Of course not, Marcus glared at him. My cousin was murdered, and you followed a ghost text into a basement. Enough, I said. That was the misdirection, though I didn't understand it yet. A noise came from Jamal's bedroom. A soft bump. Everyone turned. Jamal whispered, no. Another bump. Then a scratch against glass. Alina clamped a hand over Nico's back, as if she could muffle him by holding him tighter. Carl grabbed a floor lamp like a spear. Vince moved toward the short hallway leading to the bedroom, one hand out, palm low. He had no weapon, just that same old need to step toward the noise. Window, he said. Jamal's bedroom sat at the rear of the apartment. If the front windows faced Island Avenue and the police lights, the rear window faced the narrow alley, and the rusted metal fire escape bolted to the brick. I pictured it from outside without having seen it clearly. Third-floor landings, a ladder section, trash bins below, the basement delivery door. If someone was climbing the fire escape toward Jamal's bedroom, they could bypass the stairs. The scratch came again. Vince looked back at me. I said, "Don't open it." Wasn't planning to. He edged down the hall anyway. I followed, limping now, one hand on the wall. The plaster felt gritty through my glove. We reached the bedroom doorway and stopped. The room was small, lit only by spill from the living room and the police lights stuttering outside. Mattress on the floor, desk with 2 monitors, clothes basket, rear window covered by cheap blinds. Something hit the glass. Tap, tap, tap. The same rhythm as 3B's door. Carl whispered from behind us, "Nope." Vince lifted the blinds with 2 fingers. A face appeared on the other side of the glass. Alina screamed again. Jamal swore so hard the word cracked. The face slid sideways, pale and distorted, mouth open. Then it flapped. A plastic grocery bag. It was caught on a broken piece of the fire escape railing, inflated and emptied by the wind, tapping the window each time it swung. A cartoon Apple logo grinned in the police lights. Stupid, real, almost funny, except nobody laughed because our bodies had already spent the terror. Vince dropped the blinds and leaned both hands on his knees. "I'm too old for bags." I almost laughed then. It came out as a cough. Then the bedroom doorknob behind us moved, not the apartment door, the bedroom closet, a small twist from inside. Vince straightened. The closet door opened 1 inch. Jamal made a strangled sound. Nobody else in there. The closet door opened another inch. A black shape pushed out. Vince grabbed a desk chair and raised it. A cat shot from the closet like a thrown rag, streaked between his legs, ricocheted off a laundry basket, and vanished under the bed. Jamal put a hand over his face. "That's Beans. Your cat," I said. "He hides when people yell." The misdirection explained itself, but it did not make the room safer. It made the fear more embarrassing, and embarrassed fear turns mean if you let it sit. Carl snapped. "Maybe tell people you have a cat before they die of heart attacks." Jamal snapped back. "Maybe fix the locks in your murder building." "Both of you," Vince said, still holding the chair. At the front of the apartment, glass cracked. Not shattered, cracked. We ran back. One of the officers outside had struck the front door, or the transom below. The sound had traveled up through the building. Jamal's front window still wouldn't open. Police lights strobed across the ceiling. Ruiz was talking to another officer now, her voice muffled by her hand over the receiver. Then the barricaded apartment door shook. The couch jumped half an inch. Alina made a low, broken sound. Someone in the hallway outside 2A inserted a key into the lock. Carl whispered, "My keys." The deadbolt turned halfway, stopped against the pressure of the couch and the warped strike. Vince threw his shoulder into the couch. I joined him, bad knee screaming. Jamal braced beside us. Marcus, after one frozen second, came to. On the other side, the key twisted harder. Wood creaked around the lock. A man's voice said, calm and close, Open it. Not asking, not shouting. A normal voice. That was the worst part. Vince yelled, "Police are outside." I know. The key withdrew. Footsteps moved away from the door. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then smoke began to seep under the threshold. Thin at first, gray-white. It curled around the couch legs and spread low across the floor. Alina coughed. "Fire, bleach and something," I said. My eyes stung worse. Not smoke, fumes. Vince dropped to one knee despite his back and sniffed through the respirator. Chlorine. He mixed bleach with something. The trap tightened so neatly I could almost admire it. The front door jammed. The stairwell compromised. The apartment door barricaded, but not sealed. Windows stuck. Roof access chained. A chemical irritant being pushed under the door to force us out. And outside, help close enough to see but not reach. Ruiz came back loud. "Mara, officers are breaching the front door. Stay low. Cover gaps if you can." With what? Towels, clothes, anything wet. We moved again. Attempt 3, if you counted survival as problem solving. Jamal ran to the kitchen. Marcus followed. They soaked dish towels and shirts in the sink, hands fumbling under the faucet. I stripped the throw blanket from the couch and shoved it down between the floor and the door. Vince used his boot to pack it tight. Alina crawled with Nico toward the bedroom, where the air was clearer, and Carl helped her without being asked this time. Fumes kept coming. My exposed knee area burned where the suit had torn. Not fire, not yet, but a chemical itch that crawled up the skin and made panic feel reasonable. Vince was coughing now even through his mask. His eyes watered. Jamal gagged into his sleeve. Marcus dropped a wet towel twice before getting it to me. From below came a heavy crash. The building shook. Police at the front. Then another crash. The door outside 2A rattled again, but not from the lock this time. Something hit it high. Once. Twice. The person in the hallway was trying to break in before police broke through below. "Bedroom," I said. "Everyone to the rear." "No," Vince said. "Rear window. Fire escape. You said don't. Now I'm saying do." We stumbled into the bedroom, dragging Alina and Nico behind us. Jamal grabbed beans from under the bed by some miracle and shoved the furious cat inside his hoodie. The rear window fought us. Vince and Marcus both got hands under it and lifted. Nothing. Jamal snatched a dumbbell from the floor and looked at me. "Do it," I said. He smashed the lower pane. Glass burst outward onto the fire escape with a bright, delicate crash. Cold air rushed in. Real air. Alley air. Garbage and rain and rust. Vince knocked the remaining shards out with the desk chair. Marcus climbed through first onto the fire escape landing, then turned back to help Alina. That was when the fire escape groaned. Not a dramatic collapse. A deep metal complaint from old bolts under sudden weight. Marcus froze outside. "It's rusted." Police crashed through the front door downstairs at the same moment. Voices flooded the building. "Police. Hands. Hands." The man in the hallway outside 2A slammed into the apartment door one last time. The couch shifted. The chemical fumes thickened behind us. "Move," Vince shouted. Alina passed Nico through the broken window to Marcus, and in that moment, retreat ended. Because the baby was outside on the rusted fire escape, Marcus holding him with both arms, Alina halfway through the frame, glass under her palms, police below, an intruder at the apartment door, and no way to gather everyone back inside without tearing ourselves apart on the broken window and fumes. Then a blue-gloved hand appeared at the bedroom doorway behind us, holding Carl's key ring and a lit road flare that spat red sparks onto Jamal's carpet. The point of no return was not the fire escape. It was the flare. The person had stopped trying to hide the danger and started making one. The flare made the room red, not movie red, not clean, dramatic red, emergency red, industrial red, the kind that turns skin into meat and dust into ash before there is even fire. The blue-gloved hand held it low, just inside Jamal's bedroom doorway. Sparks spat onto the carpet in short, angry bursts. One landed on a t-shirt by the laundry basket and glowed there, eating inward. Another bounced against Vince's boot. The chemical fumes from the living room rolled behind the intruder in pale sheets, and the flare smoke mixed with it, thick and bitter. For 1 second, nobody moved. That second cost us. The carpet caught. A small flame, no bigger than my thumb, lifted from the t-shirt. Then the intruder stepped fully into the bedroom. He was not large. That was the first thing that cut through the panic. Average height, thin through the shoulders, wearing a dark jacket over a disposable coverall and a gray respirator that hid half his face. Clear safety glasses, blue nitrile gloves, hair tucked under a black knit cap. He looked less like a monster than a tired contractor who had shown up with the wrong tools. That made him worse, because he had planned. In his left hand, he had Carl's master keys. In his right, the flare. "Back from the window," he said. His voice was muffled through the respirator, but calm. Jamal stood nearest him, one arm tucked around the frantic lump of beans inside his hoodie. Vince was between the intruder and Alina, who was halfway through the broken window, her hands cut by glass, one knee on the sill. Outside on the rusted fire escape, Marcus held Nico against his chest like the baby was made of porcelain and live wire. I was by the desk, my bad knee barely holding weight, phone still in one hand with Ruiz shouting from somewhere tiny and useless. "Drop it," Vince said. The intruder tilted the flare toward the floor. The little flame on the shirt grew. Jamal made a sound that was half sob, half rage. "This is my apartment." "Move," the intruder said. Police voices echoed from the stairwell. Close, but confused by smoke, darkness, locked doors, and the building's crooked layout. "Second floor," Ruiz yelled from my phone. "Rear unit." The intruder's head snapped toward my voice. I realized then that the phone was a beacon. I threw it, not at him, past him. It hit the wall in the living room with a crack and skittered under the couch we had used as a barricade. Ruiz's voice kept shouting from the floor, drawing his gaze for half a second. Vince used that half second. He grabbed the desk chair and drove it forward, legs first, hard into the intruder's wrist. The flare flew. It struck the closet door, bounced, and landed on the carpet beside the bed, still burning. The intruder slammed backward into the doorframe, but did not fall. He had one hand up fast, spraying blindly. Bleach mist burst across Vince's chest and face shield. Vince shouted and turned away, coughing hard even through the respirator. He dropped the chair. The intruder swung the spray bottle again, catching Jamal across the bare forearm. Jamal screamed. Beans tore free from his hoodie and shot under the bed. Alina was stuck in the window, trying not to drop herself onto the fire escape or fall back into the room. Marcus outside yelled, "Give me your hand." "I can't," she cried. Nico screamed. The flare hissed. Fire licked up the edge of the bedspread, small, growing, real. There was no room left for procedure. Grabbed the first thing my hand found on Jamal's desk, a heavy metal monitor stand. My knee buckled as I turned. Pain flashed white and sharp. I swung anyway, not at the intruder's head. I wasn't strong enough, and he was moving. I swung low. The stand hit his knee with a dull, wet knock. He folded sideways and grabbed the doorframe. The key ring slipped from his fingers, struck the floor, and slid under the desk. Carl lunged for it from the hallway behind him. "Carl, no," I yelled, too late. The intruder caught Carl by the jacket and yanked him into the bedroom. Carl hit the wall shoulder first, hard enough to knock a framed print loose. The frame fell and broke. The intruder pulled something from his pocket, a knife, small, folding, utility style. The kind men carry because they call it a tool. He put it against Carl's throat. Everything stopped again. Fire did not stop. Smoke did not stop. Nico did not stop crying. But people did. The intruder breathed through the respirator, a steady rubber sound. "Out," he said, "all of you. Out the window." Vince wiped at his face shield with both gloves. "You'll burn with us." "No," the intruder said, "I won't." He believed that. That scared me more than the knife. Carl stood with his chin lifted, eyes huge, one hand pressed flat against the wall. A tiny red line opened under his jaw where the blade touched. His bravado was gone. All the cheap landlord defensiveness, all the irritation about invoices and tenants, all of it burned away to a man realizing his keys had become a weapon against everyone in his building. "Okay," I said. Vince turned his head. "Mara, okay," I repeated louder. "We go out." The intruder's safety glasses shifted toward me. I held both hands up. My torn suit stuck to my leg where chemical spray had dampened it. The skin under it burned. "We go out," I said, "but the fire escape won't hold all of us at once. You saw it. Marcus is already out there with the baby. Alina's halfway. If we rush, it tears off the wall and everyone drops into the alley." The intruder glanced toward the window. "Good. Look where I want you to look." "It's old iron," I said. "Bolts are rusted. You force us and you lose whatever you came for." His eyes narrowed behind the safety glasses. "There. Whatever you came for. A twitch. Not much. Enough." "You don't know anything," he said. "Then tell me." "Mara," Vince said quietly, warning in it. But talking was oxygen now. Talking slowed knives. Talking made people show seams. The flare crackled beside the bed. Smoke layered across the ceiling. The room's cheap smoke detector began to chirp, then scream in a high mechanical pulse. The intruder tightened his grip on Carl. "Out. Why clean it?" I asked. "Why not just burn the place first?" His breathing changed. "Because you needed something," I said. "You couldn't find it before police came, so you waited until release. You came back dressed like one of us because nobody questions PPE in a death apartment. You used bleach because you knew enough to ruin evidence, but not enough to do it cleanly. Shut up. Owen had something. The knife pressed deeper. Carl whimpered through clenched teeth. Shut up. That was enough. I stopped. Not because he'd won, because I had what I needed. His eyes had flicked to the closet when I said Owen had something. Bedroom closet in 3, be the work shirts. The cardboard box. Extension cords, Christmas lights. Owen's machine shop shirts from Neville Island. The brown paper bag under the sink. The birthday card marked brother. A message to Marcus about something only Owen would say. Pieces moved, but not into a full picture. Not yet. Still, the closet mattered. And if the closet mattered, the black contractor bag outside 3B mattered too. Maybe he had found something, maybe not. But he was not done. The apartment door boomed behind him. Once, twice. Police at 2A open, an officer shouted. The intruder jerked, dragging Carl with him. The knife slipped. Blood ran down Carl's neck in a thin line. Vince moved. I saw it before he did it and hated him for it. He lowered his head and charged. Not heroic, not graceful. A middle-aged man with a bad back, eyes streaming from bleach, throwing his weight because the alternative was watching Carl's throat open. He hit the intruder at the waist. Carl fell sideways. The knife flashed. Vince grunted. The 2 men crashed into the bed. The flare rolled under the hanging edge of the blanket and vanished. For half a second, there was only struggling. Then the bed caught hard. Flame crawled up the blanket with a hungry, whispering sound. Window, I shouted. Alina finally got through. Marcus pulled her onto the fire escape landing and wrapped one arm around both her and Nico. The metal platform groaned again. One bolt snapped off the brick with a sharp ping and dropped into the alley. Don't move, Marcus shouted. Jamal grabbed Carl under the arms and dragged him toward the window. Carl was bleeding but standing, barely. His legs didn't understand him. The intruder and Vince rolled off the bed onto the floor. Vince's sleeve was cut. Blood spread dark through the white Tyvek over his upper arm. The intruder still had the knife. I could not get to them. Fire was between us now, growing in the bedding, climbing the wall behind the cheap blinds. Smoke thickened fast. The detector shrieked overhead. My lungs worked like I was trying to breathe through wet cloth. Vince, I shouted. He didn't answer. He had both hands on the intruder's knife wrist, holding it away from his face. The intruder drove his knee into Vince's ribs. Vince made a punched-out sound and lost an inch. That inch mattered. The knife angled down toward his neck. I looked around for anything. Desk, monitors, clothes, dumbbell, broken glass, wet towels. We had soaked half of Jamal's apartment trying to block fumes. One towel lay by the bedroom doorway, wet and heavy, dragged there on someone's shoe. I snatched it up. My knee failed. I went down hard on one side. Pain burst up my thigh. For a second, I couldn't see. No time. I crawled 2 feet, grabbed the wet towel in both hands, and flung it over the intruder's head. Not dramatic. Not enough to knock him out. Enough to blind him. He released one hand from the knife to claw at the towel. Vince twisted, brought his forehead forward, and smashed his respirator mask into the intruder's face. Plastic cracked. The intruder yelled, a raw human sound this time. Vince shoved him off. The intruder intruder scrambled backward, towel half over his safety glasses, one knee buckling where I'd hit him. His hand came down on the flare under the blanket. He screamed. The knife fell. Vince kicked it away. "Move," I yelled. Vince tried to stand and couldn't. His right arm hung wrong, blood dripping from the sleeve. His face shield was smeared with bleach and soot. He looked at me, confused for one awful moment, like he had woken up in the wrong room. Then, the front apartment door splintered. Police entered. 2 A2 officers in dark uniforms came through low, weapons drawn, but held tight because smoke had made the room a bad idea. Officer Dana Mitchell, 33, female, reached the bedroom first. I knew her name only because she shouted it into her radio 2 seconds later. Behind her came Officer Grant Hollies, 39, male, coughing into his shoulder, eyes scanning from fire to window to bodies on the floor. "Hands. Let me see hands. The knife's down," I yelled. "Fire, baby, outside." The intruder got up, not toward us, toward the hall. He still had Carl's keys in his other hand. No. I looked under the desk. The key ring I'd seen fall was gone. He had grabbed it during the struggle. Of course he had. He ran, limping, burned, but moving. Officer Hollies went after him. Mitchell stayed with us because she had to choose, and fire makes choices cruel. "Out," Mitchell shouted. "Now, the fire escape won't hold," Marcus yelled from outside. Then, one at a time, Carl went first because he was bleeding and closest to collapse. Jamal helped him through, hands shaking, face gray. The fire escape screamed under the added weight. "No more," Marcus shouted. "No more." Alina clung to the railing with Nico pressed against her chest, crying silently now, which was worse. Carl crouched on the platform, one hand to his throat, blood between his fingers. Marcus braced his back against the railing to keep it from swaying. Vince pushed at my shoulder. No, Mara, you're bleeding." "So are you." He wasn't wrong. My torn suit was wet at the knee now, not all chemical. I'd cut myself on glass or gone down harder than I thought. Mitchell grabbed Vince. "Can you walk?" "Yeah." He took one step and nearly collapsed. "Liar," I said. The bedroom wall above the bed blackened. Flames reached the blinds and ran up them in a fast plastic curl. Heat pushed us backward. From the hall came a crash, a shout. Then Officer Hollies yelled, "Stop." A body slammed into something. The intruder was not escaping quietly, but we had our own problem. The rear window was the only clear air. The fire escape was overloaded. The apartment door led into smoke and chemical fumes. The hall led toward the intruder and officers. The bedroom was burning. Mitchell made the call. "Hallway, crawl, fumes," I said. "Fire's worse." She was right. We went low. Mitchell dragged Vince by the back of his suit. I crawled behind them, one leg refusing to bend right. Jamal came last after shoving Beans somehow into a laundry hamper and covering it with a damp shirt. I remember that detail because terror is rude like that. It preserves ridiculous things. The living room was smoke and pale chemical haze. My phone still shouted under the couch, Ruiz's voice distorted and furious. The barricade couch had been shoved aside by police. The door to 2A hung broken inward. We crawled into the hallway. The air there was worse, but cooler. On the second floor landing, The intruder had reached the stairs going up. Not down. Up. Toward 3B. Holly's was on him, one hand locked in the back of his jacket. The intruder swung Carl's key ring like brass knuckles, catching Holly's across the cheek. Holly staggered. The intruder tore free and climbed, limping but desperate, toward the black contractor bag, toward whatever he still needed. Ruiz came up the stairs from below at that moment, coat thrown over a vest, pistol drawn, but angled down because Holly's was in the line and smoke was everywhere. Detective Ruiz in person looked smaller than her voice, with short dark hair flattened by rain and a face carved by lack of sleep. "Stop," she shouted. The intruder reached the third-floor landing. The contractor bag lay where he had dropped it, wet streak dark beneath it. He grabbed it by the yellow drawstring. Ruiz aimed. "Drop it." He didn't. He hauled the bag toward 3B's open door. Vince, on the floor beside me, coughed and said, "Hose." "What?" "Our scrubber hose." The negative air scrubber was dead inside 3B, but the hose still ran from the living room window across the floor. Long, ribbed, flexible plastic, taped at the window. I pictured it snaking across the living room like a collapsed lung. Seated object. Bad tool. Good trap. I pushed myself up against the wall. "Mara, stay down," Mitchell said. I did not. My knee nearly folded. I grabbed the railing and hauled myself up one stair, then another. The intruder was dragging the contractor bag into 3B. Ruiz moved after him, but he kicked the apartment door hard. It swung, struck the wall, bounced half closed. Not enough to lock, enough to block her line. Smoke from 2A climbed behind us. Fire alarms finally woke in other units, shrieking out of sync. I took the stairs on hands and one working leg. Vince swore behind me. "Be curious, remember." "I'm not curious," I gasped. "I'm pissed." Ruiz reached 3B's doorway first. The towel still jammed the bottom. The plastic barrier hung torn and smeared. She reached for the door, then stopped because she saw what I saw. A wire. Thin, clear. Fishing line maybe, tied from the inside knob to something in the living room. Trap. Not explosive. Not sophisticated. But enough to pull something, spill something, delay someone. The intruder had expected police. "Line," I said. Ruiz's eyes flicked to me. "Can you see where?" I dropped lower, ignoring the pain, and looked through the gap. The line ran from the knob across the floor to the dead scrubber unit. Not to the machine itself, to the hose connection. He had looped it around the clamp holding the hose. If Ruiz yanked the door, the hose would pull free. Why would that matter? Then I saw the bottle. A plastic jug near the scrubber. Clear liquid. Label half peeled. Another chemical. Maybe ammonia. Maybe acid. Maybe just enough to make the air worse if spilled into the hose and room. "Don't open hard," I said. He rigged the hose. Ruiz's jaw tightened. The intruder moved inside, beyond sight. The contractor bag rustled. From below, Mitchell shouted, fire spreading. Time collapsed. Ruiz holstered her gun and pulled a folding knife from her pocket. "Hold the door steady. You're letting me help. You're already here." I gripped the door edge with both hands. My gloves slipped on damp paint. Ruiz leaned in and cut the line with 2 quick sawing motions. Inside 3B, something crashed. The intruder shouted, "No." Ruiz shoved the door open. We entered just far enough to see. Living room first, couch, male, TV screen black, scrubber by the window. Kitchen beyond, bedroom to the right. The black contractor bag had been dragged to the bedroom doorway and split open, spilling contents across the carpet. Not body parts, rags, wet towels, bloody paper, sponge heads, a pair of shoes, cleaning wipes, a cracked phone in a plastic evidence bag that was not police issue, a birthday card envelope, a bundle of work shirts. The intruder knelt beside it, tearing through items, looking for something still. Ruiz raised her weapon. Hands, he turned, respirator cracked, one lens of his safety glasses gone. Face visible now in pieces, sharp nose, stubble, blood at the lip, burn across one palm. Not Owen, not Marcus, a stranger to me. Maybe not to Owen. He held up his hand, but there was something in it. A small metal flash drive. He smiled with half his mouth. Then he swallowed it. Ruiz fired the taser before he could move again. The darts hit his chest. He locked straight, groaned, and fell sideways onto the carpet, limbs rigid, heels drumming once against the floor. The flash drive was gone. Conflict resolved one way. Evidence preserved, maybe. Truth delayed, definitely. Ruiz moved in, kicked his hands apart, and cuffed him while he gasped against the floor. Suspect down. Need EMS. Need fire suppression. Third floor, apartment 3B, I stood in the doorway, swaying. The room smelled of bleach, blood, hot plastic, and something burned from downstairs. The damp smear on the bedroom wall shone in my flashlight beam, exactly where it had started, innocent looking and terrible. From below, Vince shouted my name. I turned and almost fell. Ruiz caught my arm. Don't, she said, I'm fine. No, you're not. For once, I did not argue, because down on the fire escape, a baby was still crying. In the hall, Carl was bleeding from the neck. Vince was bleeding from the arm. Jamal's apartment was burning. And on the floor of 3B, among the wet rags and stolen evidence, the man who had cleaned a murder scene stared at me with red-rimmed eyes and smiled like swallowing. The drive had not been defeat, like it had been the last part of the job. The first clean air I got came through an oxygen mask in the back of an ambulance, and it tasted like plastic. I sat on the rear bumper with my legs hanging out, wrapped in a gray blanket that did nothing about the shaking. Not cold shaking, exactly. My body had waited until the danger had a uniformed perimeter around it, and then decided to spend everything at once. My bad knee had swollen inside my scrub pants until the fabric pulled tight. The tear in my suit had let the chemical spray soak through, leaving an angry red patch along my thigh that the paramedic kept looking at with professional disappointment. Hold still, she said. The paramedic's name was Rachel Kim, 34, female, and she had the calm, clipped patience of someone who had repeated the same instruction to drunk men, scared children, and stubborn adults for a decade. She cut away the outer Tyvek from my leg and rinsed the skin with saline while I tried not to hiss through my teeth. I'm holding still. You're doing a version of holding still. That sounds like holding still. It sounds like paperwork. Across Island Avenue, red and blue lights, washed the brick fronts of closed shops, making the vape store sign blink from purple to black to purple again. The street had filled with people who had heard sirens and smelled smoke, and come outside in slippers, hoodies, work pants, whatever they had grabbed. They stood behind tapes strung between a parking meter and a utility pole, speaking in low voices, filming until officers told them to put phones away, then filming again when the officers turned. Firefighters dragged hose up through the front door and down through the alley. Smoke pushed from the second-floor rear window in dirty pulses. Not much flame anymore. Mostly steam and chemical stink and wet carpet. Jamal's apartment would not be livable again soon. Maybe never, depending on what the insurance company decided and what Carl's policy covered, if it covered any of this. Jamal sat on the curb with beans zipped inside his hoodie, the cat's furious face poking out under his chin like a second, angrier head. His right forearm had been rinsed and wrapped where the bleach hit him. He kept looking up at his broken rear window and then down at the cat, as if one of them might explain the other. Alina was in another ambulance with Nico. The baby had stopped screaming and fallen into those hiccuping little after cries that make adults around them feel both relieved and guilty. Alina's hands were bandaged where glass had sliced her palms during the climb through the window. She kept asking if the fire escape had fallen. It had not. Not all the way. Firefighters had shored it from below and taken them down one at a time, slow and careful. Marcus first handing Nico to a firefighter at the ladder like he was passing off a live grenade. Marcus sat beside her ambulance, now handcuffed but not shoved, a blanket around his shoulders. He had given a statement twice already and would give more. Ruiz had told the officers to keep him detained as a material witness, not treat him like an arrestee unless he did something stupid. Marcus looked too tired to do anything stupid. His bare hand shook every time he tried to drink water. Carl refused the first ambulance ride until Rachel asked him if he wanted to bleed on a police officer's shoes. That worked. He sat 2 bumpers down from me while another paramedic taped gauze under his jaw. The cut was shallow, ugly, but not life-threatening. His pride seemed worse. He kept touching his empty belt loop where his key ring had been, though Ruiz had taken the keys into evidence the moment she pried them out of the suspect's burned glove. Vince was the only one who made me afraid after the immediate danger was over. They loaded him before I could argue. He had a deep cut in his upper arm from the utility knife, a possible cracked rib, and chemical irritation around both eyes where bleach had seeped past his face shield after the intruder sprayed him. He kept telling the paramedics he could walk. Then he stood and nearly folded in half. His face had gone waxy under the soot. His last words to me before they shut the ambulance doors were, "Don't let them bill me for the chair." I said, "Which chair?" "The one I hit him with." "That was Jamal's." "Oh, then don't let him bill me." Then the doors closed and the ambulance pulled away without siren, which somehow scared me more. Ruiz found me 10 minutes later. She had soot on her cheek and a streak of dried blood across one sleeve that probably belonged to somebody else. Detective Helen Ruiz looked older in streetlight than she had sounded on the phone. Not weak, never that. Just human in a way voices sometimes hide. She stood in front of me with a notebook in one hand and a paper cup of water in the other. "Drink," she said. I took it. "Are you ordering me or helping me?" "Yes." I drank. The water tasted like cardboard and smoke. Ruiz looked toward the building. Fire S contained 2A bedroom and part of the living room. Smoke and chemicals spread to hall and 3B hazmats coming. I gave a small laugh and it hurt my ribs. "We are hazmat. You're witnesses now. I hate being promoted." She did not smile, but her face moved like it considered it. "What about him?" I asked. "The suspect, the guy who swallowed the drive. Alive, angry, burned hand. Taser worked. He's on his way to Mercy with an officer in the ambulance and another following. They'll image him. Can they recover it? Probably. Eventually." That word did a lot of work. Eventually meant doctors, warrants, digestive timing, evidence containers, chain of custody, a whole humiliating legal choreography because a desperate man had chosen his stomach over a pocket. "Do you know who he is?" Ruiz glanced at the tape line, then back at me. "Prelim ID says Adrian Kroll, 38. Worked contract maintenance at the Neville Island machine shop where Owen worked." The work shirts in Owen's closet came back to me. The embroidered patches, the cardboard box beneath them, extension cords, Christmas lights. "Machine shop," I said. "Yeah, what was on the drive?" "We don't know yet, but you have a guess." Ruiz was quiet long enough that I heard water dripping from the buildings, awning onto the sidewalk. A firefighter walked past carrying a smoke-stained baby blanket sealed in a clear bag. Alina saw it and covered her mouth. Ruiz said Owen's supervisor reported theft of scrap carbide and specialty tooling 3 weeks ago. Small stuff, high value, easy to move if you know buyers. Internal investigation went nowhere. Owen apparently told his sister he was worried about something at work, but didn't want to talk over the phone. His sister, Ruiz nodded. Lena Hart, 34. She's Owen's sister. She did come to the building yesterday, like Carl said. She never entered the apartment. Hallway camera across the street confirms she stood downstairs, spoke to Carl, left. So she's clear. Of entering the scene, yes. That was a cop's answer, and I knew better than to ask it twice. What about Marcus? Kroll used Owen's Signal account after getting into the phone. I thought Owen's phone was recovered. It was. Owen had 2. We recovered the everyday phone Monday. Kroll had the second one, or found it in the apartment before we did. The cheerful chime in 3B Owen's voice. Leave it. I rubbed my eyes, forgot my gloves were gone, and stopped before I touched my face. Rachel would have slapped my hand if she saw. Ruiz continued. Best theory for now. Owen had evidence on Kroll or someone connected to him. Kroll killed him, missed the drive, came back after release because he figured police had already processed what they were going to process. He dressed like cleanup, used bleach, tried to erase where he'd searched. Then your company arrived earlier than he expected. We were late, I said, not late enough for him. I looked back at the 3rd floor window of 3B. The bedroom light was still on, weak behind bent blinds. Firefighters had vented part of the hall, so smoke no longer poured from the building. The place looked almost normal from outside. Old brick, bad wiring. A few people displaced for the night. A landlord talking to police. A business owner on the sidewalk complaining that smoke would get into his vape inventory. Almost normal is a cruel disguise. What was in the black bag? I asked. Mostly what you saw: towels, wipes, shoes, a few clothing items from Owen's closet, sponge heads, paper soaked in bleach, the second phone in a cheap plastic sandwich bag. We also found the birthday card envelope. Empty. No, Ruiz looked down at her notebook. Inside was a handwritten note from Owen to Marcus. Nothing dramatic, just cousin stuff. He wrote that if anything happened, Marcus should look in the old Christmas lights box. The closet, I said. Yeah. Did Kroll find it there? No, you found him before he could finish tearing the place apart. We found a loose false bottom in the Christmas lights box. Empty by the time we opened it. Empty. She nodded once. That sat between us. If the flash drive had been in the box, Kroll had found it. If it had been moved before Kroll came back, then what he swallowed could be something else. If Owen had hidden more than one thing, then the apartment had kept at least one secret past all of us. I thought of the damp smear on the bedroom wall, the wiped sink, the sponge on the tub, places cleaned because someone knew where to erase. Did he get all of it? I asked. Ruiz's expression did not change, but her eyes sharpened. We'll know more after search. That means no. That means I'm not guessing in front of a witness. Fair. Rachel came back and checked my blood pressure again. The cuff squeezed my arm until my fingers tingled. She read the numbers, frowned, and told me I was going to the hospital after all. I don't need, Mara, Ruiz said. I looked at her. You are covered in chemical residue, your suit breached, you inhaled smoke, and you can barely stand. I can stand. Not well. Rachel smiled without warmth. Detective's right. I hated both of them for about 4 seconds. Then I tried to shift my knee and nearly gagged from the pain. Fine, I said. Ruiz closed her notebook. Before you go, one question. Only one, for now. She nodded toward the apartment. When you first entered 3B, before you knew it was wrong, what was the first thing that felt wrong? The wall, bedroom, above the baseboard, damp scrub mark, hand-sized. I photographed it. We found diluted blood there. I figured. Anything else? I hesitated, not because I wanted to protect anyone, because the next detail sounded small. The sink was too clean, I said. People clean mirrors badly. They clean faucets badly. But he overcleaned the basin, like he cared about that more than the rest. Ruiz wrote it down. And the sponge was wet, I added. Bagged. Good. She looked at me for a second. You know, you probably kept him from destroying the scene. I also brought in the scrubber that could have blown Trace out a window. You didn't know? That sentence never helps as much as people hope. Rachel helped me into the ambulance. I sat sideways on the stretcher while she checked my oxygen again. Through the open doors, I watched Ruiz walk back toward the building, shoulders squared, notebook in hand. Carl was arguing with an officer about whether he could call a locksmith. Alina was being guided into a waiting ambulance with Nico wrapped against her chest. Jamal followed firefighters around the sidewalk holding beans in a plastic carrier someone had produced from somewhere, talking too fast about renters' insurance. Ordinary life trying to restart while still coughing up smoke. At Mercy, they put me in a curtained bay 2 doors down from Vince. I knew because I heard him arguing with a nurse. "I'm telling you, it's a scratch." The nurse said, "Sir, I can see tissue. That's normal tissue. That is not how tissue works." I closed my eyes. They flushed my leg until the burning faded into a deep ache. They cleaned the cut near my knee and taped it instead of stitching it, which felt like a small mercy until they gave me a tetanus shot. Chest X-ray was clear. Mild smoke inhalation, chemical irritation. Knee sprain aggravated into something worse, but not a break. Follow up with orthopedics, they said, like follow-up appointments were things that appeared naturally in a person's life instead of being hunted through phone menus. Vince needed stitches. 7, maybe 8. He told me later the doctor said 7.5, which is not a medical number, so I assumed he had made it up. His ribs were bruised, not cracked. His eyes would be raw for a few days. He called his wife from the bed and said, "Before you get mad, I'm mostly fine," which was maybe the worst possible opening sentence. I slept for 20 minutes in a vinyl chair beside his bed while we waited for discharge papers. Not real sleep. The shallow kind where every rolling cart becomes a door opening and every overhead announcement becomes your name. Near dawn, Ruiz came by the hospital. She did not have to. That meant she needed something. Kroll was alive. The swallowed drive had shown up on imaging. Doctors would retrieve it when they could. He had asked for a lawyer and said nothing else. His burns were painful, but not critical. Officer Hollies had 6 stitches across his cheek. Carl would be fine. Alina and Nico were released to stay with her sister in Robinson. Jamal had smoke damage, no apartment, and 1 traumatized cat. And Owen's sister, I asked, notified that someone is in custody. In custody for murder. In custody for attempted murder, arson-related charges, evidence tampering, assault. Homicide charge is coming. You sound careful. I am careful. She shifted her weight, and for the first time I saw fatigue break through her face. "We searched 3B again," she said. "Properly this time. That hurts. It should. We missed the second phone. Scenes are awful. That doesn't make me feel better." "No." She looked at Vince's curtained bay, where he was loudly asking if the hospital validated parking. "You were right about the closet. False bottom in the Christmas lights box. There was residue from adhesive foam. Something small had been mounted there, probably the drive. So Kroll got it. Maybe." I waited. Ruiz reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a clear evidence photo, not the thing itself. In the picture was the birthday card from Owen's kitchen counter, the one with brother in silver letters. The card lay open. Beneath the printed message, in handwriting pressed hard enough to dent the paper, were 3 words, "Not the lights." I stared at it. What does that mean? We don't know. Marcus says Owen gave him that card years ago as a joke after they lived together one summer and told people they were brothers to split a gym membership discount. He didn't remember seeing that note inside before. Could Kroll have written it? Handwriting comparison pending. Not the lights. My mind went back to Owen's apartment, tired and unwilling. The Christmas lights box, the extension cords, the machine shop shirts, the bathroom sink, the wet sponge, the wall, the old painted shut bedroom window. What else was in the closet? I asked. Work shirts, cords, Old holiday junk, shoes, some boots by the door. Yes, the work boots had been by the apartment entrance. Ordinary. Mud dried along the soles. I had photographed them in the living room without thinking much of it. "Did you check the boots?" I asked. Ruiz's eyes changed. Not alarm. Not surprise exactly. Recognition that a tired cleaner might still see rooms differently than a detective. "We will," she said. That was all. She put the photo away. Vince's curtains slid back then. He stood there with his arm bandaged, eyes red, hospital socks on his feet, and his dignity somewhere far behind him. "They took my pants," he said. Ruiz looked at him. "For evidence?" "No, because they cut them." Mara of a previous night might have laughed. I managed a breath through my nose. Vince looked at Ruiz. "Did you catch the guy?" "Yes." "Good." He nodded once, then looked at me. "We retiring?" "No." "Taking a week off?" "Maybe 3 days." "Vince." "Fine. 1 day and no bowling alley jobs." That almost made me smile. 2 weeks later, Jamal texted me a picture of Beans sitting inside an open, moving box like a furious landlord. Alina sent a message through Carl, thanking Vince for helping Marcus get up the stairs and asking whether she could send baby clothes to be professionally cleaned. Carl stopped texting me after I told him, in writing, to hire a lawyer before calling any displaced tenant. Marcus gave a full statement once his attorney arrived and was cleared of involvement, though not of bad judgment. Owen's sister claimed his remains and asked Ruiz for my company's number, not because she wanted us to clean anything, but because she wanted to know who had noticed the room was wrong. I did not call her right away. Some conversations need more courage than entering a crime scene. Kroll survived. The flash drive was recovered. I never saw what was on it, but Ruiz told me enough months later, after charges were filed, to understand the shape of it. Photos, shipping records, a spreadsheet, evidence of stolen industrial tooling, yes, but also payments routed through a small vendor connected to Kroll's brother-in-law. Owen had stumbled into it, copied files, and panicked. Kroll had confronted him. The murder had not been elegant. Murders rarely are. Cleanup afterward had been colder than the killing. The second thing Owen hid was in his right work boot, under the insole. A microSD card in a folded scrap of plastic. Ruiz did not tell me what was on that one. She only said, "Enough." That should have satisfied me. It didn't, because there was still the birthday card, not the lights. Ruiz never confirmed whether Owen wrote those words before he died, whether Marcus had forgotten them, or whether someone else placed them there after the fact. The card had sat in plain sight on the kitchen counter, while Kroll searched the closet and bathroom and wall. It had survived bleach, smoke, fire, and all of us stepping around it, because ordinary things become invisible at scenes. That part stayed with me. Not the blood, not the flare, the card. I went back to work after 11 days, which was stupid, but financially predictable. Vince came back after 16, which his wife called an act of hostile idiocy. We bought better door wedges, chemical cartridges for our respirators, and a small policy that said, if anything at a scene appeared altered from law enforcement notes, we backed out immediately and called the detective. A policy is not courage. It is memory written down, because people are bad at remembering pain once the swelling goes down. The first job back was an unattended death in Dormont. Natural causes. Elderly man. No police drama, no hidden drives, no cousins lured through apps. Just heat, time, grief, and laminate flooring that had to come up in strips. Vince made one joke about charging extra for cursed apartments, then apologized without me asking. Near lunch, I found myself standing in the man's hallway, counting exits. Front door, kitchen door to back porch, window in the bedroom if the paint gave, 2.5. Vince saw me doing it. He didn't tease me. He just said, "We're good." I nodded. We were mostly. That evening when I got home, my apartment smelled like laundry detergent and rain through the cracked window. Ordinary, safe, the kind of place where nothing had been photographed before being touched. I put my keys in the bowl by the door, washed my hands twice, and sat at the kitchen table without turning on the light. My phone buzzed once. Unknown number. For a second, I didn't move. Then I picked it up. No text, no voicemail. Just a missed call from a number that, when I searched it, belonged to no business, no person I could find, and no exchange I recognized. Probably spam. Almost certainly spam. There is almost always a normal explanation. I blocked the number and set the phone face down. Then I got up, checked the lock, checked the window, and stood in my clean little kitchen, listening to the refrigerator cycle on, ordinary and low, while the dark screen on the table reflected my face like a room I had not finished searching. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. At 7:42 p.m., the camera over the crib blinked red, then green, then red again, even though no one had touched the monitor. That was the first thing I noticed. Not the size of the house, though it was the kind of house that made you lower your voice without knowing why. Not the way the driveway curved through black winter trees before delivering you to a glass and stone box above the Hudson River. All sharp angles and warm windows, the kind of place that probably had heated bathroom floors and a wine fridge bigger than my closet. Not even the fact that the babysitting job paid $400 for one night, cash, with another $100 if I stayed past midnight. It was that little red light. On, off, on, like the camera was waking up. My name is Mara Voss, 24, female, and at the time I was living in Tarrytown, New York, in a second-floor apartment that smelled permanently like radiator dust and my downstairs neighbor's onion soup. I worked part-time at a children's art studio in White Plains and took babysitting jobs whenever rent came too close to my throat. I told people I was between things, which sounded breezy and adult, but really meant I had dropped out of grad school after one semester, owed my older sister money, and had started saying yes to anything that made the numbers in my banking app look less like a dare. I was good with kids. That was true. Patient, firm when I had to be, not squeamish about vomit or tantrums or the weird sticky film that appears on every toddler's hand by dinner. But I also had this private defect I tried not to show. I hated saying no to adults. Kids were easy. Adults had disappointment in their faces. They could make you feel 12 years old with one pause. So when Evelyn March, 38, female, opened the door that evening wearing wool trousers, a cream sweater, and the calm smile of someone who had never had to check if her card would decline, I smiled back too hard. "You must be Mara," she said. "That's me. Hi." She gave my hand a soft, cool squeeze and stepped aside. "Come in before you freeze." The air inside smelled like cedar, lemon cleaner, and something faintly medicinal, like the first aid aisle at CVS. The foyer was 2 stories high, with slate floors and a narrow black chandelier dangling overhead. My boots made little tacky sounds on the mat because outside it had been sleeting, that ugly January mix that coated everything without becoming pretty. Behind Evelyn, somewhere deeper in the house, a child laughed once, then stopped. Evelyn turned her head slightly, as if measuring the sound. "That's Theo," she said. Theodore Theo March 7 male appeared at the top of the staircase a moment later in striped pajamas, one hand on the railing, one hand holding a plastic dinosaur by its tail. He had dark blonde hair cut neatly around his ears, and the stillness of a kid who had been taught not to interrupt. Not shy exactly. Watching. "Hi, Theo," I called up. He didn't answer at first. The dinosaur swung gently from his fingers. Then he said, "Are you the new one?" Evelyn's smile tightened so briefly I wondered if I'd imagined it. "Mara is here to watch you while Dad and I are at the benefit," she said. "Remember, we talked about being polite." Theo came down one step. The last one didn't do it right. A door opened somewhere off the hall before Evelyn could reply, and Daniel March, 41 male, came out fastening a silver watch around his wrist. He was tall and broad-shouldered in a navy suit, with the slightly distracted expression of a man who made money in rooms where other people took notes. He glanced at me, smiled, and said, "Mara, thanks for helping us on short notice." "Of course." He crossed the foyer and leaned toward Theo. "Hey, bud, give Mara a chance, okay?" Theo stared at his father's watch. "Is she going to do bedtime?" Daniel's fingers paused on the clasp. Evelyn answered, "Yes." Theo's mouth pressed flat. That was the first little snap of unease, sharp as a twig underfoot. Not because a kid didn't want a sitter putting him to bed. Plenty of kids didn't. Bedtime was where all their control got taken away. No more snacks, no more screens, no more bargaining. But both parents looked at him like he had said something heavier than that. Daniel recovered first. "It's very simple," he told me. "There's a routine. We'll walk you through it." "Sure," I said. I should have asked then. Walk me through what exactly? But the number 400 had lodged itself in my head. 400 meant I could pay Con Ed and buy groceries that weren't pasta, eggs, or whatever was yellow stickered near the deli counter. Another 100 meant I could send my sister 50 back and maybe stop dodging her texts. So I set my tote by the entry bench and followed Evelyn into the kitchen. The house opened in layers: foyer to living room to dining area to kitchen with a black marble island under soft recessed lights. Beyond the windows, the Hudson was a flat, dark smear. Across it, the lights from Nyack trembled in the wet glass. The place was beautiful, but in a way that didn't invite you to touch anything. Even the fruit bowl looked arranged. Evelyn handed me a printed sheet from the counter. Emergency numbers are here. Ours, the pediatrician, poison control, neighbors, Wi-Fi password at the bottom. Theo has no allergies except shellfish, and there's no shellfish in the house. Dinner is already done. He ate at 6. Daniel opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of sparkling water, then put it back without drinking any. He can have one small snack before bed if he asks. Not chocolate, not anything red. Not red, I asked before I could stop myself. Evelyn's fingers smoothed the edge of the paper. Red dye keeps him up. That was plausible. Parents had theories. Some were true, some were superstition dressed up as wellness. I nodded like I had heard it 100 times. Theo had followed us halfway and now stood in the opening between kitchen and dining room. He leaned his shoulder against the frame. The dinosaur hung against his pajama leg. "What kind of dinosaur is that?" I asked. "A Parasaurolophus," he said. "Nice. Good choice. It makes a sound from its head. Like a trumpet." He looked at me more directly. "Not like a trumpet." Daniel gave a small laugh that didn't quite land. "Theo's very into prehistoric animals." "I work with kids," I said. "Half my life is glitter and dinosaur facts." Theo's expression changed, not into a smile exactly, but toward one. Then the crib monitor on the counter blinked red. I noticed because the kitchen had settled into one of those pauses where a refrigerator hum becomes a full participant in the room. The monitor sat beside a stack of mail and a ceramic bowl full of key fobs. It was a white tablet-shaped screen propped on a stand. The video feed showed a dim nursery with a crib, a rocking chair, and a mobile hanging still above the mattress. No baby, just the empty crib. Red light, green light, red light. I looked from the screen to Evelyn. She reached over and pressed the power button with one clean, practiced motion. The screen went black. "That old thing," she said lightly. "We keep meaning to replace it." "You have a baby?" I asked. The question came out before I could soften it. Daniel turned his watch around his wrist once. Evelyn did not look at him. "No," she said. "That's from when Theo was small. The camera is still mounted in the nursery. We use the room for storage now." Theo whispered, "No, you don't." It was so quiet I almost missed it. Evelyn heard, her head turned. "Theo," she said. He lowered his eyes to the dinosaur. The sleet ticked against the windows in a faint, nervous pattern. Somewhere in the walls, heat clicked through pipes. I remember those sounds clearly because my mind was doing what minds do when something doesn't fit, gathering ordinary explanations and stacking them quickly. Old baby monitor. Kid with imagination. Parents embarrassed by clutter. Rich people weirdness. Daniel checked his phone and exhaled. Cars here in 10. Right. Evelyn gave me a brighter smile. "Let me show you upstairs." Theo stepped back from the doorway to let us pass, and as I went by him, he said, "Don't let him trick you." I looked down. "Who?" his mother answered from the stairs. "Theo has been testing boundaries this week." That phrase, testing boundaries, it can mean a kid wants extra iPad time. It can mean he bit someone at school. It can mean the adults are tired of explaining. Theo did not look like a kid testing anything. He looked like a kid counting exits. Upstairs, the hallway was carpeted in pale gray, so thick my footsteps disappeared. Family photos lined the wall. Evelyn and Daniel on a sailboat. Theo at maybe 4, holding a pumpkin. Theo missing 2 front teeth. Theo in a tiny blazer between his parents at what looked like a wedding in Newport. Everyone clean, composed, expensive. At the end of the hall, Evelyn pointed to a closed door. "That's our room. You won't need to go in there. Guest bath is here. Theo's room is this one." Theo's bedroom was larger than my apartment living room. Navy walls, a low bed shaped vaguely like a cabin, bookshelves arranged by height, a small desk with colored pencils and cups. The room smelled like laundry detergent and pencil shavings. On the bed, a gray stuffed rabbit sat upright against the pillow. Theo moved quickly past us and picked it up. "This is Nestor," he said to me. "Nestor looks responsible." He is. Evelyn gave me the look parents give when they want you to admire the charming thing their child said, even if they weren't listening. Then she opened the closet, pointed to pajamas that were already irrelevant because he was wearing them, showed me the bathroom, the hamper, the nightlight shaped like the moon. "Bedtime starts at 8:30, she said, "not later." Daniel had come up behind us. He stood in the hall, phone in one hand, black overcoat folded over the other arm. Evelyn continued, "The steps are on the sheet, but we'll go over them now. Snack, bathroom, teeth, story. Then the checklist." "The checklist?" I asked. Theo hugged the rabbit so tightly its fabric face dented. Daniel said, "It helps with his anxiety." That made sense too. Kids with anxiety liked routines. I'd babysat for a boy in Scarsdale who needed every closet door shut exactly 3 inches, no more, no less, before he could sleep. Another girl in Dobbs Ferry made me say goodnight to her fish in alphabetical order. Children build little fences against the dark. Evelyn took a laminated card from Theo's nightstand and handed it to me. The card was titled, "Bedtime Rules for the House, Not Theo's Bedtime Rules. The House." I read the first lines while Evelyn watched my face. "Check that all windows in Theo's room are locked. Check under bed. Check closet. Turn on moon nightlight. Read one story from approved, stack only. Place Nestor facing door. Say, it is bedtime. Theo is not available, close door fully. Do not reopen unless Theo uses the safe phrase." The paper was laminated, but the edges were worn soft, as if handled often. I gave a small laugh, because people laugh when they need a second. "Safe phrase," Theo answered, "Maple Street." Evelyn said, "If he needs something legitimate, he'll say Maple Street. Otherwise, he may call out repeatedly. He may say unusual things. He may ask you to come back in." "Don't engage." I looked at Theo. He stared at the carpet. "Unusual things like what?" I asked. Daniel rubbed his thumb against the side of his phone. "He gets worked up, says he hears noises. Sometimes he claims someone is in the room. Someone. It's anxiety, Evelyn said. The speed of that answer bothered me. Not the content. The speed. Like she had been waiting at a locked door with the word ready in her hand. I thought of the empty crib on the baby monitor. I thought of Theo saying, "Don't let him trick you." Then I thought of my rent. "Okay," I said, "I can follow a routine." Evelyn's shoulders eased by half an inch. Downstairs, the car horn gave one discreet beep from outside. Daniel checked the window, then kissed Theo on the top of his head. Theo did not lean into it. "Be good," Daniel said. Theo asked, "What time are you coming back?" "Late," Evelyn said, "but you'll be asleep." "What time?" Daniel looked at me, not Theo. "Around midnight. Maybe 1. Evelyn crouched in front of Theo. Her earrings swung slightly, catching the hall light. "You know what to do. Mara is in charge. You listen to her." Theo's voice went thin. "But she doesn't know him." Evelyn's face changed. For 1 second, the polished calm lifted, and something raw showed underneath it. Fear, maybe, anger, maybe. Exhaustion wearing both masks. Then she kissed his cheek. "Yes," she said softly. "She does." I was sure I had heard wrong. Before I could ask, Daniel was already guiding her toward the stairs, his hand at the small of her back. The front door opened below. Cold air pushed through the house, carrying the smell of wet stone and car exhaust. Evelyn called up, "Text if you need anything." Then the door shut. The lock clicked. The house seemed to expand around us. For a few seconds, neither Theo nor I moved. A car door thumped outside. Tires hissed down the wet driveway, fading through the trees. I turned to him. "Well," he looked up at me with those solemn eyes. "I'm not supposed to scare you," he said. "That's nice of you. I mean it. I believe you. You shouldn't," he said. The refrigerator hummed below us. The heat clicked in the wall again, 3 little knocks, evenly spaced. I forced myself to smile, not because I felt relaxed, but because children borrow the shape of your face when they don't know what to do with theirs. "How about we start easy?" I said. "You show me where the approved stories are, and I'll make sure I don't accidentally pick dinosaur tax law or whatever." That almost got him. One corner of his mouth twitched. He carried Nestor to the bookshelf and pointed to a small stack separated from the others. 5 books, all harmless looking. A frog and toad collection. A picture book about a bear. Something with a rabbit in a garden. No horror, no weird old fairy tales. Nothing that looked capable of creating a household policy. While he did that, I glanced again at the laminated card in my hand. "Do not reopen unless Theo uses the safe phrase." I tried to imagine the conversation that had produced that sentence. A therapist, maybe. A behavioral plan. Parents at the end of their patience. A child learning that the more dramatic he got, the more attention he received. That explanation fit, mostly. Theo sat on the edge of the bed and swung his feet. His socks had tiny rockets on them. "Do you babysit a lot?" he asked. "Pretty often. Do kids lie to you?" "Sometimes." "How do you know?" I leaned against the desk. "You don't always. You listen and you check what you can check, and you don't panic." He looked disappointed by that answer. "What?" I asked. "That's what Dad says." "Your dad sounds practical." Theo's eyes moved to the bedroom door. "Dad doesn't check good." The house made another sound below us then. Not pipes. A soft bump. I felt my attention narrow. Theo heard it too, his shoulders rose. It's probably the wind, I said automatically. There isn't wind, there's sleet, branches, houses make sounds. He nodded like he was trying to let me have it. Then from downstairs came a tiny electronic chirp. Once, a device powering on. Theo slid off the bed. I stepped into the hall before he could. Stay here, Mara, stay where I can see you. That firmness surprised both of us. It was my teacher voice, borrowed from the art studio when 8 kids had scissors, and only 3 remembered what scissors were for. I went downstairs slowly, one hand on the banister, listening to my own socks whisper over the carpet until I reached the slate foyer. The kitchen lights were still warm and low. Nothing looked moved. The mail sat in its stack. The sparkling water in the fridge gave off its faint mechanical buzz through the door. The baby monitor screen on the counter was on again. The empty crib glowed gray-green in night vision. The red light blinked. I stood there with my fingers curled around the laminated bedtime card and told myself, very deliberately, that old electronics do this. They glitch, batteries swell, buttons stick, signals cross. Somewhere in a house like this, there were routers and smart panels and cameras and motion sensors all talking over each other in little invisible bursts. Then the monitor speaker made a breathy sound. Not a voice. Not yet. Just the wet click of static finding shape. From the top of the stairs, Theo whispered, "Don't answer it." The screen flickered. On the video feed, the nursery door was open. I hadn't seen it open before. I looked toward the dark hallway off the kitchen, where the downstairs guest rooms were. One of those doors, maybe, led to the old nursery, or storage room, or whatever Evelyn had decided to call it. My phone buzzed in my back pocket so hard I flinched. A text from Evelyn. Forgot to mention one thing. If Theo asks to skip the checklist, say no. No matter what he tells you. 3 dots appeared. Then another message came through. And don't let him go into the nursery. Upstairs, Theo said, "Mara." His voice was smaller now. Not theatrical, not testing. The baby monitor crackled again. The house waited, full of ordinary explanations, and one locked-looking hallway I had not been shown. I could turn the monitor off, take Theo back upstairs, and follow the card exactly. That was what I had been paid to do. Or I could walk down the hall and check the nursery door before bedtime began. Theo stood at the top of the stairs clutching Nestor, watching me decide. I didn't go down the hallway right away. That sounds braver than it was. It wasn't bravery. It was calculation, cheap and immediate. I had a 7-year-old at the top of the stairs, 2 parents in formal clothes somewhere on Route 9 or the Tappan Zee Bridge, and a house full of expensive objects that would all become my fault if I started opening doors I had specifically not been shown. So I turned the baby monitor off. The screen went black under my thumb, leaving a pale rectangle burned in my vision. The kitchen returned to itself. Marble island, fruit bowl, low lights, sleet worrying at the glass. Nothing moved in the hallway beyond the kitchen. No footsteps, no breathing, no door easing open inch by inch, just a house. "Come on," I called up to Theo. "We're going to do bedtime exactly the boring way." He didn't move. I climbed the stairs, trying not to hurry, because hurrying tells a kid there's a reason to hurry. Theo stood barefoot on the carpet with Nestor clamped under one arm, staring past me toward the dark lower floor. "You didn't check," he said. "No. Your mom told me not to let you go in there, and I'm guessing she wouldn't love me poking around either." "That's different." "How?" "He doesn't like grown-ups going in." There it was again, him. I crouched one step below Theo so my eyes were level with his. "Theo, I'm not going to pretend I don't hear what you're saying, but I need you to help me understand without making it bigger than it is." His face did something strange then. It tightened, not in fear exactly, but frustration. Like he'd tried this before, and every word had been sanded down by adults until it fit into the shape they preferred. "You won't believe me," he said. "I might believe parts. That's worse." He turned and walked back into his room. I followed. The ordinary part of bedtime happened almost well enough to fool me. Theo brushed his teeth with a blue electric toothbrush that played a little tune every 30 seconds. He spat neatly. He asked if he could have a snack, and when I offered crackers or banana slices, he chose crackers and counted them into his palm like pills. Downstairs, the house ticked and settled. Upstairs, the moon nightlight washed his room in a faint, milky glow. His navy walls looked almost black at the corners. I kept the laminated card in my hand and made a show of treating it lightly. "Windows," I said. "Let's satisfy the house bureaucracy." Theo watched me check the locks. The windows were large and modern, black-framed, slick with icy rain. I tugged each latch. Locked. Outside, bare branches scratched each other in the yard. The river was gone behind the weather. Under bed, I read. Theo backed away. I paused. "You want to do it with me?" "No, you want me to just look," he nodded. I got down on one knee, then the other, and lifted the striped bed skirt. A few books, one lonely sock, a flattened cardboard sword. No person, no animal, no hidden door to a nightmare kingdom. I let the skirt fall. "Clear. Say it right," Theo whispered. I looked at the card. "It doesn't say what to say. Dad says clear. Mom says clear. Clear," I repeated. His shoulders eased a little. "Closet," I said. That was where it stopped being routine. The closet door was one of those sliding types with mirrored panels. I could see us doubled in it, me in my thrift store black sweater and jeans, Theo small and rigid beside the bed, Nestor's stitched ears crushed under his hand. I slid the panel open. A smell came out, not rot, not anything dramatic. It was sharper than that. Chemical and damp. Bleach, maybe, under cedar blocks and clean laundry. The closet itself was tidy. Shirts hung by color, shoes in little cubbies, winter coats pushed to one side. On the floor near the back wall, a towel had been rolled tight and wedged along the baseboard. A white towel, stained faintly brown at one end. I stared at it a second too long. Theo said, "Don't touch that." "Why is there a towel in your closet?" "For the water." "What water?" He didn't answer. I reached in and touched the wall behind the hanging shirts. Cool, dry. Then I crouched and pressed my fingers to the carpet near the towel. Wet, not soaked, but damp enough that my fingertips came away darkened. "There a leak?" I asked. Theo's mouth went flat. "Sometimes." "From where?" He pointed up. The ceiling above the closet looked normal, except for a pale crescent stain near the corner. Old water damage, maybe. Or new. The sort of thing rich houses still got because rain didn't care what your kitchen counters cost. The time-sensitive problem arrived with a sound so boring I almost missed its seriousness. Drip. A single drop landed inside the closet. Drip. Theo's eyes filled instantly. "No," he said. I pulled the shirts aside. Another drop struck the carpet near my knee, then another closer to the back wall. The ceiling stain darkened as I watched, spreading through the paint in a slow gray bloom. "It's a roof leak," I said, but mostly to myself. "Okay, that's fixable." Theo grabbed my sleeve. "We have to do bedtime. We can't ignore water coming through the ceiling. We have to." "Theo, water and electricity are not friends. Is there a light in the closet?" He pointed to a small recessed fixture overhead. I looked at the switch plate by the closet door, then at the damp ceiling, then at the light. Bad. Not horror movie bad. Home inspection bad. Insurance claim bad. Fire department if you're stupid bad. I pulled out my phone and called Evelyn. It rang until voicemail. I called Daniel. Straight to voicemail. Outside, sleet ticked harder against the windows. No longer a nervous patter, but a steady rattle. The storm had thickened, while I'd been pretending this was a normal job. I texted both of them. "There's water leaking into Theo's closet near a light fixture. Calling to ask what you want me to do. Please call back ASAP." 3 dots did not appear. Theo shook his head. "They don't answer during the speeches." "What speeches? The benefit." "Right." I opened the emergency sheet. It was printed on expensive paper, which annoyed me for reasons that were not fair. Parents' cell numbers. Pediatrician. Poison control. Police. Fire. A neighbor named Lydia Klein, 66, female, listed as next door emergency key, with a phone number and an address on the same private road. Good, I called Lydia. She answered on the 4th ring with a husky, older voice and a television murmuring behind her. "Hello. Hi, Mrs. Klein. My name is Mara. I'm babysitting for the marches tonight. I'm sorry to bother you, but there's a leak in Theo's bedroom closet, and it's near a light fixture. Can't reach Evelyn or Daniel." The television muted. "A leak where?" "In Theo's closet, the ceiling." There was a pause. "Are you upstairs with him?" "Yes, take him downstairs." My throat tightened. "Okay, should I turn off power to that room?" Another pause, shorter. "Do not touch their breaker panel unless Daniel tells you. The panels in the utility room and the alarm sensors are tied into half that system. I've seen it trip before. Just keep him away from the closet." "I'm worried about the light." "Don't turn the light on. It's already off. Keep it off." Theo was watching me with the still, miserable focus of someone listening for a verdict. Lydia lowered her voice. "Is Evelyn answering?" "No." "Daniel, no." "Of course not," she muttered. That word, of course, sat wrong. "Do you know if they've had this leak before?" I asked. "I know they've had problems in that house. With the roof. With judgment," she said, then seemed to regret it. "Listen, I can come over. It'll take me 10 minutes. My driveway's a sheet of ice, and I don't move fast." "That would be great, thank you. Keep your phone on." "And Mara, yes, if Theo tells you something is unsafe, don't dismiss it just because he's little." She hung up. I stood there holding the phone, my pulse tapping hard in my neck. Theo said, "She believes me." "She said you know the house." "That's not what she meant. maybe not. But I had something practical now. A leak, a neighbor coming, a child to move away from a possible electrical hazard. It should have made the night simpler. Instead, Theo looked at the clock on his nightstand and made a small sound through his teeth. "What?" I asked. "It's 8:27. Bedtime started at 8:30. We'll do it downstairs tonight," I said. He stared at me. "Routine can adapt," I said, hearing the art studio brightness in my own voice and hating it. "We'll take the books, Nestor, the nightlight if it unplugs." "No, Theo, no, it has to be here. There's water coming through your ceiling. It has to be here before 8:30. "Why?" "Because if I'm not in bed, he comes looking." I took a breath, in through the nose, out through the mouth. The kind of breath childcare blogs tell you to take before you say something you'll regret. "Who is he?" Theo's eyes flicked to the closet. "Not in there," he said. "Not yet." The closet gave another drip. Then two. The damp spot had widened around the towel. I could smell it now beneath the bleach. Wet drywall, old wood, the mineral stink of a roof giving up. "I'm moving you downstairs," I said. Theo backed away so fast his shoulder hit the bookshelf. A plastic cup of colored pencils tipped and scattered across the carpet with a brittle clatter. "No, no, no, no. Theo, listen to me. You can't make me." "I can, actually, because your ceiling is leaking near electricity." He started crying then, but quietly, angrily, wiping his face with the sleeve of his pajama top like tears were something I had done to embarrass him. That got under my ribs. My private flaw, the thing I hated admitting even to myself, was not just that I couldn't say no to adults. It was that I could be bribed by being needed. A frightened kid looking at me like I was the only grown-up available could make me stupid faster than money ever could. I softened. "Okay," I said. "Tell me what happens if we do bedtime downstairs." "He won't stay upstairs." "Who?" Theo shook his head hard. "You have to use names with me." "I don't know his name." "Is it someone who comes into the house?" "Sometimes." "A person?" He looked at me as if I'd finally asked the right question, and he hated me for it. "I think so." The house seemed to shrink around that sentence. A person, not a monster, not a ghost. A person was worse in every useful way. A person had hands, tools, reasons. A person could know alarm codes, schedules, which doors were usually locked, and which parents were at a benefit not answering their phones. I stood and went to the bedroom door. The upstairs hall was empty. Pale carpet, family photographs, dark stairwell. From downstairs came a soft electronic chirp. The baby monitor again. Theo whispered, "He knows it's bedtime." I pulled the bedroom door almost closed, leaving a gap wide enough to see the hall. Then I dialed Evelyn again. Voicemail, Daniel, voicemail. I texted, "Theo says someone may be entering the house. Neighbor Lydia is coming. Please call me now." I hesitated before sending the next one because once you write a thing, you have to live in the world where it is possible. "I may call police if I can't verify the house is secure." I sent it. Theo had stopped crying. He stood in the middle of the room, breathing through his mouth. "Does anyone else have a key?" I asked. "Lydia. Grandma used to, the old nanny, the cleaner, the man for the furnace." "What old nanny?" "Bridget. A new name." I filed it away. "When did Bridget stop working here?" Theo twisted one of Nestor's ears. "After she did it wrong." "Did what wrong?" Before he could answer, my phone buzzed. Not a call, a text from Daniel. At event, bad reception. Leak is old, put towel down. Follow bedtime routine. Do not involve neighbors unless necessary. My face grew hot. I typed back. Water is actively dripping near closet light. Lydia already called and is coming. Theo is very upset. Daniel responded faster this time. Keep him calm. Do not let him leave his room during routine. Evelyn will call when she can. The capital letters did it. They flipped something in me from uncertain to annoyed. A child's ceiling was leaking. A neighbor had told me to take him downstairs. A father at a benefit wanted me to keep him in the room like the laminated card mattered more than water and wiring. I looked at Theo. We're going downstairs, I said. His face crumpled. Please don't. I know you're scared. I believe that you're scared. But my job is to keep you physically safe. And physically safe means not staying under a leak near a light fixture. What if I say Maple Street? That means I come in. I'm already in. No, he said. It means it's real. What's real? He opened his mouth. The lights went out, not all at once with a dramatic bang. They dipped first, as if the house inhaled. The moon nightlight flickered. The hall bulbs dimmed to amber threads. Somewhere below, a machine clicked off. Then the room went dark, except for the gray weather glow from the windows and the green charging dot on my phone. Theo made a thin animal sound and grabbed my wrist. A second later, the security system began to beep downstairs. Not a siren, not yet. A countdown, beep, beep, beep. I knew that sound. My sister had a cheap apartment alarm in Yonkers that gave you 30 seconds to enter the code before it screamed. The Marches system was counting down. Someone had opened a door. Yo whispered. He came in. I pulled him close without thinking. The beeping continued, even and patient. Beep, beep, beep. My phone screen showed 8:31 p.m. I opened the emergency sheet with one hand and scanned for the alarm code. Nothing. Of course nothing. Rich people wrote down poison control, but not the numbers that stopped their house from calling the cops. Downstairs, the baby monitor crackled through its tiny speaker. This time, a voice came out. Not a clear sentence. Not enough to identify. A low murmur threaded with static. Then the alarm system stopped beeping. No siren, no police dispatch. Someone had entered the code. Theo's fingers dug into my wrist hard enough to hurt. From somewhere below us, near the kitchen or the hallway I hadn't checked, a man coughed once. A real cough. Wet, restrained, human. For one suspended second, my brain tried to make him into Daniel. Maybe the parents came back. Maybe Lydia had a key and a smoker's cough. Maybe the furnace guy. Maybe anyone with a legitimate reason to know the code and be inside a house where a child was supposed to be starting bedtime. Then my phone buzzed again. A message from Lydia. I'm outside. There's a dark SUV in their drive that isn't theirs. Don't open the front door. I'm calling 911. Below us, floorboards creaked. Slow steps crossed the kitchen. Theo's room was dark. His closet was dripping steadily now. The laminated bedtime card lay on the carpet where I had dropped it, its white surface catching the faint light from my phone. Close door fully. Do not reopen unless Theo uses the safe phrase. I looked at the hallway. I looked at the closet. I looked at the window, slick with ice 2 stories above the ground. The The steps below stopped. A man's voice called softly from the bottom of the stairs. "Bedtime, Theo." Theo pressed his face into my sweater and whispered, "Don't say I'm available." Theo did not scream. That scared me more than if he had. He folded inward against my sweater, both hands gripping the fabric at my waist, and made himself small with a kind of practiced efficiency. Like this wasn't panic. Like this was a skill. The man at the bottom of the stairs called again, softer this time. "Bedtime, Theo." Door closed. His voice came from the foyer, just below the bend in the staircase. The stairs in that house rose from the slate entry, turned at a landing, and then opened into the upstairs hall. Theo's room was the second door on the right. His parents' room was at the far end. The guest bath sat between them, and the closed nursery door was downstairs off the hallway behind the kitchen, beyond the island and the pantry wall. I mapped it in my head because fear makes you practical when it doesn't make you stupid. Or maybe it makes you both. I put my mouth close to Theo's ear. "Stay behind me." His breath hitched. "Don't talk to him. I'm not going to give him information. You always give him something." I didn't have time to ask what that meant. The closet dripped steadily behind us now, a soft, irregular tapping on wet carpet. The power hadn't fully failed, something in the walls still hummed, and the security panel downstairs gave off a faint electronic glow that painted the bottom of the stairwell a weak blue. My phone had 2 bars, then 1, then 2 again. I texted Lydia, "We are upstairs in Theo's room. Man inside at bottom of stairs. Do police know?" The message hung unsent for 3 seconds, then went through. No reply. Attempt 1 was the cleanest idea. Lock ourselves in and wait. I moved to Theo's bedroom door and eased it shut. The latch clicked too loudly. Theo grabbed my wrist. "No, not closed unless you say it." The card lay at my feet. "Close door fully. Say, it is bedtime." Theo is not available. The absurdity of it made my skin prickle. A sentence as a lock. A ritual that wasn't supernatural, no matter what my nerves wanted to dress it as, but maybe practical in a way I didn't yet understand. A signal. A script. Something the adults had developed because a man downstairs responded to patterns. The man started up the stairs. 1 step, then another, slow, careful, not sneaking. That was worse. Sneaking would mean he feared being caught. I turned the thumb lock on Theo's door. It was a privacy lock. Useless. The kind you could open with a fingernail or a coin. I dragged Theo's desk chair under the knob anyway, wedging the back tight beneath it. Then I pushed his low bookshelf halfway across the carpet. Books slid and thumped. My shoulder burned from the effort. "Mara," Theo whispered, "help me with the toy chest. He'll hear. He already knows where we are." Theo's face twisted, but he helped. The toy chest was wooden and heavier than it looked. We shoved it in front of the door, my socks slipping on the carpet, his small hands white-knuckled on the lid. The footsteps reached the landing, then stopped. A phone buzzed in my hand. "Lydia, 911 connected. Troopers dispatched. Weather bad. Stay put if safe. I am at edge of driveway. SUV empty. If safe." The door handle turned. The chair groaned against the pressure. Theo clapped both hands over his mouth. I held held the toy chest with my knee and said, louder than I meant to, "Whoever you are, police are on the way." The pressure on the handle stopped. For a second, nothing happened. Then the man laughed once under his breath. Not amused, winded. "Mara," he said. He knew my name. The floor seemed to tip. "How do you know my name?" I asked before I could stop myself. Theo squeezed his eyes shut like I had just dropped a glass. The man's voice stayed close to the door. "Evelyn told me. I'm here to help with bedtime." "No, you're not. You don't know what you're dealing with." That line should have sounded theatrical. It didn't. It sounded tired, almost annoyed. He pressed the handle again. The chair shifted a quarter inch. The bookshelf scraped. The privacy lock popped. The chair held, not enough. The second attempt formed while the door trembled. Get out through the parents' bedroom and down another way. Rich houses often had more than one staircase. A back stair near the kitchen. A balcony. A roof over a porch. Something. We couldn't stay in Theo's room with water leaking near wiring and a man pushing at the door. The window dropped 2 stories to ice-black landscaping stones. Not an option for a 7-year-old unless the room caught fire. I scanned the walls. Closet, bed, desk, bookshelf, window. No connecting bath. No second door. But his parents' room at the end of the hall might have a balcony over the back patio. I had seen glass railings outside when I came up the driveway. I grabbed Theo's hand and pointed to the closet. "Is there a way through?" "No, your parents' room." He hesitated. "Theo, there's a door to Mom's office. Then the back stairs." "Good." The man shoved the door harder. The chair legs screamed against carpet. I pulled the moon nightlight from the wall and the room went darker. "When I move the chest, we run left, straight to your parents' room. Do not stop. Do not look downstairs. Understand?" Theo shook his head. "He's in the hall. He's at the door. Move fast." "So can we." I picked up the gray stuffed rabbit and shoved it against his chest. "Hold Nestor. Hold my shirt with your other hand." The next shove pushed the chair sideways. The door opened an inch before the toy chest caught. "Mara," the man said, breathing hard now. "You need to listen. If he isn't in bed, if the door isn't closed," I threw the desk lamp at the door. It wasn't a plan. It was a reflex. The lamp hit the edge of the opening, shattered its shade, and made him curse. A real curse, sharp and adult. Pain. Good. I yanked the toy chest back just enough and pulled Theo through the gap. We ran. The upstairs hall was pale and dim, lit only by my phone screen and the faint blue glow rising from downstairs. To our left, guest bath. Then family photos. Then the parents' bedroom at the end. Behind us, the door banged open and the man hit the toy chest with his shin or knee. He swore again. Theo slipped on the carpet, went down on one knee, and I nearly wrenched his arm out of the socket, pulling him up. "Sorry," I gasped. He made no sound. His face had gone waxy. We reached the parents' bedroom. I turned the knob, locked, of course. I slammed my palm against the door once, stupidly, as if the house might reconsider. The man came into the hall behind us. My phone light caught him in pieces. Black rain jacket, dark pants, gray hair plastered at the temples. One hand pressed to his cheek, where the lamp must have clipped him. He was older than I expected. Maybe late 50s, not Daniel, not a masked intruder. A man with a wet coat and a bleeding line under one eye. "Martin," Martin Hale, 58 male, appeared in the story as a stranger in Theo's upstairs hall, though at that moment I only knew him as the man who had entered the house and knew my name. He moved with stiff determination, not like someone drunk or wild, but like someone following an instruction he believed mattered more than our fear. "Theo," he said, "back to bed." Theo hid behind me. I tried the parents' door again. Locked, solid. Martin took a step. I held up my phone like it was a weapon. "Stay back." He stopped, but not because he feared the phone. His eyes had moved past me to Theo. "You're making this worse," he said. "Who are you?" "House manager." "Then call Evelyn. She won't answer during the gala." "That's convenient." His jaw tightened. "I don't want to hurt anyone. You broke in. I have the code." "That isn't better." From downstairs came a crash so violent Theo screamed. For one wild second, I thought someone else was in the house. A second intruder. A door kicked open. Police. The nursery. Martin turned his head toward the stairs. I used that half second. I shoved Theo into the guest bathroom, followed him in, and locked the door. This lock was no better than the bedroom S, but the bathroom was narrow and tiled, with a window over the toilet. I flipped on the flashlight on my phone. White light bounced off marble, chrome, glass. Theo climbed into the bathtub without being told, knees to chest, Nestor in his lap. The crash came again downstairs. Then a scraping, metallic and uneven. My mind filled the gaps with something dragging itself across the kitchen floor. Martin knocked once on the bathroom door. "Mara, listen to me." I didn't answer. I climbed onto the toilet lid and cracked the frosted window. Freezing air came in, carrying sleet that stung my face. Outside was the side yard, 2 stories down, sloping toward a line of dark pines. No porch roof beneath, no trellis, no safe drop. A black metal downspout ran near the window, slick with ice. Not usable. Attempt 2 failed. I called 911 myself. The call connected, but the dispatcher's voice clipped in and out under storm interference. "Emergency. I'm at the March House off Riverstone Lane near Terrytown. There's a man inside. Child with me, possible electrical leak. Repeat address. Riverstone Lane. I don't know the number. Private road." Lydia Klein called too. Theo shook his head violently at the mention of the address, though I didn't understand why. The dispatcher said, "Units whether stay in a locked room if the line crackled." Then went dead. My phone showed 1% less battery than it should have, because fear makes you notice useless things. Martin's voice came through the door. "You called police? Good. They'll sort it out. Now open the door before the schedule gets too far off." "What schedule?" "The bedtime window." I laughed once. It sounded awful in the small bathroom. "Do you hear yourself? You think this is about ghosts or monsters because that's what kids make people think. It is. This is about keeping him contained until his parents get back." Theo lifted his face. Contained. There was a bruise-colored shadow on his knee where he'd fallen. His lower lip trembled, but he wasn't crying anymore. He was listening. "What does that mean?" I asked. Martin lowered his voice. "Theo wanders, he hides, he has episodes. He knows how to manipulate new sitters. He's been found outside before." Theo whispered, "Liar," Martin heard. "You were in the road, Theo, because of Bridget. You ran from Bridget." "No, the name hung between the three of us, heavy and newly edged. I looked at Theo. What happened to Bridget? He stared at the shower curtain. She opened the nursery. Martin struck the door with the flat of his hand. Not hard enough to break it, hard enough to shut Theo up. Enough. That was when the terrifying misdirection resolved into something almost embarrassing. The crash downstairs happened a third time, followed by a bright clatter and a thin, frantic yowling. A cat, a real cat, furious and trapped, shot across the lower floor with its claws skidding on slate. I heard it hit something metal, probably a trash can or decorative bowl. Its collar bell jingled madly. Theo exhaled so hard his whole body sagged. Mrs. Klein's cat, he whispered. Walter gets into the garage. Walter the cat had turned my spine to ice. A realistic explanation. A stupid one. A relieving one that didn't actually solve anything. Martin muttered something outside the door. Then his footsteps retreated down the hall toward Theo's room. I waited until they faded, then whispered, "We need to move." Theo's head jerked up. "No, he's away from the stairs. We can get down. He'll hear. We can't stay in here. Police may be delayed. Lydia's outside but can't come in. We need a door, a phone charger, something." The third attempt was to reach the kitchen and get out through the side door. I opened the bathroom door slowly. The hall was empty. Theo's bedroom door stood open. Inside, in the darkness, the closet drip had become a patter. Water had spread into the carpet and reflected my phone light in dull patches. The smell of wet drywall was stronger, and under it came a faint, hot plastic odor that made the decision for me. We went right toward the stairs. I kept Theo tucked behind me. Every step down felt too loud. The foyer below was dim. The front door was visible at the base of the stairs, with two vertical windows on either side showing the wet darkness outside. The security keypad glowed green. No siren, no help. The kitchen lay to the left through the open living room. The hallway to the nursery and utility rooms stretched behind it. The side door, I remembered, was past the mudroom near the garage. Halfway down, my sock found water. Not much. A thin trail running along the edge of a stair tread. I caught the railing before I fell, but my foot slid and my hip hit the banister hard enough to send pain up my ribs. Theo clutched my sleeve. "Are you hurt?" "No." I was, not badly, but sharply. My hip throbbed. My palm had scraped on the rail bracket, and when I lifted it, the skin near my thumb was split. We reached the foyer. A shadow moved beyond the front windows. I froze. Then Lydia appeared outside, hood up, face pale behind rain-specked glass. She held a phone to one ear and shook her head hard. "Don't open it." Behind her, down the curved driveway, red-blue light flickered faintly through the trees. Far away. Stuck or approaching, I couldn't tell. Then Martin spoke from the kitchen. "You shouldn't be down here." He stood by the island, holding the baby monitor in one hand. The screen lit his face from below. Blood had dried under his eye. In his other hand, he held the laminated bedtime card. Not a weapon. Somehow worse. He looked at Theo, and for the first time his expression cracked. Fear showed through. Not of us. "For God's sake," he said. "It's 8:43. The baby monitor crackled. On its screen, the empty nursery was no longer empty. I saw movement in night vision. A pale blur crossing near the crib. Theo made a choking sound. Martin turned the monitor toward himself and swore. For one breath, all three of us stared at it. Then the hallway behind the kitchen thumped. A door down there had opened. Not the front door, not the garage. The nursery. Martin dropped the bedtime card and ran toward the sound. That was our chance, but my body didn't take it. My feet stayed planted because the monitor had shown motion in a room that was supposed to be empty, and because the man who had terrified us now looked terrified himself. Lydia pounded on the front glass from outside. "Mara," her voice came muffled through the door. "Get out." I grabbed Theo and pulled him toward the front entrance. He dug his heels into the slate. "Nestor," he said. "What?" Nestor fell. The rabbit was gone from his arms. "Leave it." "I can't." "We are leaving." "I can't." The force in his voice stopped me. Not childish stubbornness. Terror attached to an object. Behind the kitchen, Martin shouted, "Stay back." Something slammed. A shelf maybe. A door against a wall. The police lights flickered closer through the trees, then stopped. A horn blared once outside, frustrated and distant. The driveway was probably iced over, maybe blocked by the dark SUV. Help was nearby, but not here. I hauled Theo to the front door anyway. The deadbolt would not turn. For a stupid second, I thought my injured hand was too slippery. I wiped blood on my jeans and tried again. The lock was electronic, no power, or locked down by the security system. The thumb turn gave a 1/4 inch and stuck. Lydia shouted something I couldn't make out. Then a new sound rose above the storm and the cat and Martin's shouting. The fire alarm upstairs began to shriek. Not the security alarm. Fire. High, piercing, impossible to ignore. Smoke, faint but real, threaded down from the upstairs hall. That hot plastic smell had become sharper, bitter enough to scratch the back of my throat. The leak in Theo's closet had found something electrical after all. Now the house had 2 emergencies: a possible intruder or house manager, or worse, near the nursery. A child who wouldn't leave without a stuffed rabbit, an exit that wouldn't open, and fire beginning above us. I looked toward the stairs. Nestor lay halfway down, gray body twisted against the runner where Theo must have dropped him after my slip. 10 steps up. Reachable. "Mara," Lydia screamed from outside. Theo whispered, "Please." I could still choose the front door. Kick glass, maybe. Cut us both badly, maybe. Risk the alarm wiring, the deadbolt, the iced porch, whatever waited near the SUV. Or I could go up 10 steps for the rabbit and bring Theo with me because he refused to move without it. Then the security shutters came down over the front windows. Metal panels slid from hidden tracks with a grinding mechanical roar, sealing Lydia's face behind darkness. The house locked itself shut. Retreat was no longer a choice. The shutters finished with a metal slam that shook dust from the ceiling. Theo screamed then, not loud, not long, just one broken sound, swallowed by the fire alarm shrieking overhead. I had been around kids in emergencies before. Bloody noses, split chins, a 6-year-old at the art studio who put a bead up his nose and turned purple from screaming. The rule was always the same: make your voice the floor. Give them somewhere solid to stand. But my own voice came out scraped thin. "Theo, look at me." He did not. His eyes were fixed on the stairs, on Nestor lying halfway up like a body. The smoke had thickened at the top landing. It slid along the ceiling first, gray and stringy, then curled downward in slow fingers. The fire alarm screamed from upstairs. Another alarm answered from the kitchen. The house became nothing but noise. I grabbed Theo by both shoulders. "Theo, look at me." This time he did. "We are going to get Nestor. Then we are going through your parents' room, through the office, and down the back stairs. You said there's a back way. Is that true?" His mouth trembled. "Yes." "Then you lead me." "I can't." "You can. He'll see. Martin is downstairs." Theo shook his head so hard spit flashed at the corner of his mouth. Not Martin. That was when the central lie cracked. Not all at once. Not cleanly. Just enough to show me the shape of it. The man I had been afraid of was not the only threat in the house. Maybe not even the worst one. From the hallway behind the kitchen, Martin shouted, "Mara, get him upstairs." Now, I turned toward his voice. "The upstairs is on fire. It's not fire yet. It's smoke. Get him behind a closed door." "You insane," the baby monitor shrieked with feedback from somewhere near the kitchen. Then came a small voice through it. A child's voice, not Theo's. "Bedtime." Theo went rigid. I felt it through my hands. The monitor crackled again. Door closed. My mouth went dry. A recording. That was what my brain reached for first, and once it arrived, the pieces began to fit in a horrible human way. The empty nursery, the old crib, the rules, the sentence, the voice, not a ghost, not a thing from a wall, a device, a speaker, a baby monitor someone had rigged or left active, a memory turned into a weapon. Martin appeared at the kitchen entrance, one hand clamped around the wrist of a woman I hadn't seen before. She was smaller than him, maybe mid-30s, soaked through in a dark parka, hair plastered to her cheeks. Her face was pale, except for 2 red patches high on her cheekbones. She held the baby monitor's camera unit in her other hand, its cord dangling like a cut nerve. Bridget Cal, 34, female, entered the story not as the vanished nanny, but as a living, frantic woman inside the March house, wet from the storm, armed with knowledge of the family's routines and the old nursery equipment. Her eyes found Theo through the dim foyer, and her whole face changed into something hungry and wounded. "There you are," she said. Theo backed into me. Martin tightened his grip. "Bridget, stop." She laughed once, breathless. "Don't say my name like you're in charge." The alarms screamed. Smoke crawled lower. Lydia pounded uselessly behind the shuttered front windows. Muffled, distant, alive but unreachable. I pulled Theo up the first stair. Bridget jerked against Martin. No, he has to be in bed." Martin said. "That was to keep him from opening doors, not this. You changed it after you ruined it. I stopped you. You let them erase him." Theo made a small sound, him. Not an imaginary man, not Martin. A dead child, maybe. A recorded voice. A grief someone had sharpened until it could cut other people. I did not have time to understand it. I ran, up the stairs, 1 step, 2, 3. Smoke scratched my throat. My injured palm slipped on the railing and left a smear of blood on the polished wood. I scooped Nestor with my good hand and shoved him into Theo's arms. "Go." Theo led me through the smoke toward the end of the hall. He was small and fast when terror finally pointed him in a direction. Behind us, Bridget screamed his name. Not Theo, another name. Mabel, I stumbled. Mabel Street. Safe phrase, not a nonsense phrase, a person or a place, or both. Theo reached his parents' bedroom door and dropped to his knees. He shoved one hand under the runner rug in the hall and pulled up a small brass key taped beneath the edge. A payoff so simple it hurt. You knew, Mom said, only for a real emergency. This qualifies. He jammed the key into the lock. His hands shook too hard. I took over. The lock turned. We fell into the bedroom and slammed the door behind us. For half a second, the quiet inside felt fake. The alarms were muffled. The air was cleaner. The room smelled like perfume, wool, and closed windows. A king bed sat under a wide, upholstered headboard. Glass doors looked out over a dark balcony slick with ice. To the right, a narrow door stood open into Evelyn's office. Theo pointed. There. A crash sounded in the hall. Bridget had reached the top of the stairs. Martin shouted behind her, "Bridget, the wiring is burning." She hit the bedroom door. Once, the wood jumped in its frame. Theo flinched so hard he dropped Nestor. I grabbed the rabbit and shoved it back at him. Office. Now, Evelyn's office was small, all built in shelves, and a white desk arranged with impossible neatness. Framed degrees, a printer, a locked filing cabinet. A second door at the far side, narrow, and painted the same color as the wall. Theo pushed it open. Backstairs. Steep. Dark. Servants' stairs, almost, though no one called them that anymore. They spiraled down behind the kitchen wall toward the mudroom and garage. Cold air moved up them, a way out. Then the lights flickered once. The whole house groaned. The security shutters motor hummed somewhere below, trying to reset and failing. I got Theo onto the stairs. Then Bridget came through the office behind us. She must have forced the bedroom door or had another key. Her parka sleeve was torn. Her face was streaked with rain and soot. In one hand, she held the baby monitor camera. In the other, she held a long metal fireplace poker from the March's bedroom hearth. Not raised like a movie killer. Held like a tool. That was worse. She thought she was fixing something. "Stop," she said. I put myself between her and Theo on the narrow stair. Bridget looked past me. "Mabel, come here," Theo whispered. "I'm Theo," her mouth twisted. "I know what they told you. I'm Theo. You remember the song." He shook his head. Bridget lifted the monitor camera. "You remember," she pressed a button. Through the tiny speaker came that child's voice again, tinny and warped. Door closed. Theo covered his ears. I understood enough. Not everything enough. The Marches had lost a child. Mabel, maybe a daughter. Maybe before Theo, maybe after. The nursery had stayed wired, preserved, infected by grief and bad decisions. Bridget, the nanny, had cared for both or for one. Somehow she had come to believe Theo carried Mabel, replaced Mabel, owed Mabel, belonged in the routine built after Mabel died. And the parents had hidden it under anxiety and laminated rules instead of saying, "There is a former nanny who may return. There are old security codes. There is trauma in this house. Leave if anything goes wrong." My anger arrived hot and clean. "You are scaring him," I said. Bridget looked at me for the first time as if I were a person. "You don't know what they did." "You're right. I don't, but I know what you're doing." She died in that room. Theo sobbed once behind me. Bridget's eyes filled. They painted over it, put boxes in there, took down her name, told everyone he made things up, told everyone I was unstable. The smoke pushed into the office now, slipping under the bedroom door and gathering in the ceiling corners. My lungs burned. The alarms were no longer separate sounds. They were one endless blade. And appeared behind Bridget, coughing hard, one hand braced against the office doorway. "Bridget," he rasped, "the fire department won't get through the gate if the system stays locked. Give me the override fob." She didn't turn. "I came back because he called me," she said. Theo cried. "I didn't. The monitor came on." "Because you made it," I said. Her eyes flashed. "No, you had the camera in your hand. I found it. Inside the nursery you broke into. I have a key." Martin coughed again. You had a key because Evelyn forgot to change the service lock after they fired you." That landed. Bridget's face sharpened with betrayal. "They fired me because I told the truth. They fired you because you locked Theo in Mabel's nursery and made him answer to her name." Theo made another small sound, and this one broke something in me. Bridget's expression crumpled. He was remembering. "He was 4, Martin said. "Peak moments don't feel dramatic when you're inside them. They feel stupidly physical." My throat hurt. My hip throbbed where I'd hit the banister. Blood from my palm had dried tacky between my fingers. Theo's weight pressed against the back of my legs. Bridget's poker hovered inches from my shoulder. Martin was too far away to reach her without knocking all of us down the stairs. There was no perfect move, only a bad one made fast. I shoved the office chair backward with my foot. It rolled hard across the wood floor and slammed into Bridget's shins. She cursed and swung the poker. Not at my head, at the chair, reflex. The metal struck the chair arm with a crack. I grabbed Theo and lunged down the back stairs. We made it 6 steps. Bridget caught my hair. Pain burst across my scalp, white and immediate. I fell backward against the stair wall, shoulder cracking against plaster. Theo screamed my name. Nestor tumbled down into the dark. Bridget pulled me up by my hair with shocking strength. "You don't take him." I elbowed backward and hit something soft. Her stomach, maybe. She grunted, but didn't let go. Martin pushed past the doorway and grabbed her wrist. The 3 of us jammed together at the top of the narrow stairs. Too many bodies, no space, smoke above us, dark below us. "Run," I shouted at Theo. He didn't. For all his fear, he stayed, one hand gripping the railing, eyes huge. Bridget twisted, and the poker clanged against the stair wall. Martin slipped. His knee buckled. He went down hard on one step, and the sound he made told me something had torn or broken. Bridget's grip loosened. I ripped free. A strip of pain lit my scalp where hair tore out. No time. I grabbed the fireplace poker with both hands. My injured palm screamed. Bridget held on. We struggled silently for half a second, breath and smoke and alarms. Her eyes were inches from mine. Not evil, not empty, ruined. That made no difference to my hands. I let go with one hand and slammed my bleeding palm against the baby monitor camera she still clutched near her chest. It fell. Theo kicked it. The camera bounced down the back stairs, clattering step after step until it smashed somewhere below. The recorded voice cut off mid-word. Bridget's face changed to pure panic. Mabel, she lunged after it. Martin grabbed her coat. The fabric tore. She went down 3 steps on her knees, caught herself, and scrambled lower. That opened a path. I seized Theo and dragged him after me. We climbed over Martin's legs. He was pale, teeth clenched, one hand pressed to his knee. "Gate override," he gasped. "Mudroom, red box. Code is Mabel's birthday. 0612, June 12. Mabel had become a code, a phrase, a lock, a wound hidden in machinery. "Can you move?" I asked. "Go." He coughed hard enough to fold. We went. Down the back stairs. The air grew colder but clearer. Emerged into the mudroom behind the kitchen. Gray tile, hooks with coats, rubber boots lined beneath a bench, a door to the garage on the left, a side door ahead, and a red metal box mounted beside a security panel. Bridget was there. She had beaten us down the last few stairs, or taken them in a fall, and somehow landed upright. The broken camera lay at her feet, cracked plastic, dead light. She stood between us and the red box. Her face had gone slack. "Mabel doesn't answer now," she said. Theo stepped behind me. I picked up the nearest thing on the bench, a heavy black rain boot. "Move," I said. She looked at Theo. "They made you forget me." He shook his head, crying openly now. "I remember you." Bridget froze. Theo's voice shook, but he kept going. "You smelled like vanilla gum. You sang the rabbit song. You squeezed my arm when I said I wasn't her." Bridget's mouth opened. "You hurt me," he said. There it was. The thing he had been trying to say in fragments. Not a haunting. Not a house. A grown woman had hurt a child and wrapped the hurt in grief until adults could call it an episode. Bridget took one step back as if he had struck her. The side door rattled from outside. Lydia, still trying. The smoke alarm kept screaming. I moved. I threw the boot at Bridget's face. It hit her shoulder, not her head, but she flinched. I shoved Theo toward the red box. Code. He knew numbers. Kids always know birthdays adults think they've hidden. 0612, he sobbed. Punched it into the keypad inside the box. Wrong. The panel flashed red. Bridget lunged. I slammed the red box door into her hand. She screamed. I felt bone or fingers catch in the hinge, and the sound made my stomach heave, but I did not let go. "The year," Martin shouted from the stairs, voice shredded. "Add the year." "What year?" I screamed. Theo cried. She was 6. Not enough. The birthday, June 12, Maple Street. A lost child. The photos upstairs, Theo at 4, no baby. The crib old. Mabel older than Theo, or younger. My brain slipped on smoke. Bridget yanked her hand free. 2 fingers hung wrong. She struck me across the face with her good hand. My vision burst black at the edges. I hit the tile on one knee. Pain shot through my hip. Theo shouted. Bridget grabbed him by the pajama sleeve. He bit her, hard. She screamed and let go. Good boy, I thought wildly. Good boy. I saw the framed family photo in the foyer in my head. Theo missing 2 front teeth. Pumpkin. Sailboat. Wedding, no daughter. But the emergency sheet had the Wi-Fi password at the bottom. I had seen it. Mabel 612. Rich people and their dead passwords. I grabbed my phone, cracked screen smeared with blood, and lit the emergency sheet photo I had taken earlier without thinking. The bottom line blurred, then focused. Wi-Fi. Mabel 061214, I punched. 6,122,014. The panel flashed green. The house responded with a heavy mechanical thunk. The side door unlocked. Lydia yanked it open from outside, face wet, eyes huge. Cold air rushed in. Behind her, through the sleet, red and blue lights strobed at the bottom of the drive. Not here yet, but closer. Out, Lydia shouted. I pushed Theo to her. Bridget grabbed my ankle. I went down flat on the tile. My chin hit hard. Teeth clacked. Pain rang through my jaw. Theo screamed, Mara. Lydia pulled him outside, but he fought her, reaching back for me. Bridget crawled up my body with one broken hand and one good one, not strong anymore, but desperate. He has to finish bedtime. No, I gasped. My fingers found the fallen rain boot. I swung it backward into her face. Once, she let go, not unconscious, not neatly defeated. She rolled onto her side, keening, blood coming from her nose. Her broken fingers curled against her chest. I crawled. Lydia grabbed my coat and hauled me over the threshold with a strength that did not match her age. We fell onto the icy side path together. The cold hit like a slap. Sleet stung my face. Theo was sobbing against Lydia's hip. Nestor somehow clutched in one hand. He must have grabbed it from the bottom stair without me seeing. The house behind us shrieked and smoked. Security shutters sealed over the front like eyelids. Martin staggered into the mudroom doorway, dragging one leg. Bridget moved behind him. For 1 second, I thought she would attack him. Instead, she crawled toward the broken baby monitor camera on the tile and gathered it to her chest. Martin looked at us, then at the smoke, then at Bridget. Get clear, he said. He pulled the side door shut from inside. Not locked, just closed. Containing smoke, maybe. Containing Bridget, maybe. Buying time for police, fire, anyone. Theo screamed for him then. Martin, that told me everything complicated at once. Martin had scared him. Martin had also tried to save him. In that house, adults came in pieces. Lydia dragged us along the side path toward the pines, away from the walls. My hip gave out twice. My palm had reopened, blood thinning pink in the sleet. My scalp burned where Bridget had torn my hair. Theo stumbled beside me, coughing and crying so hard he nearly vomited. At the driveway, 2 state troopers were climbing the icy slope on foot because their cruiser couldn't make it past the dark SUV angled near the gate. Behind them, fire trucks wailed somewhere down the private road, still fighting the weather. No sudden rescue, just people arriving late, breathless, boots slipping, radios crackling. One trooper reached us and said, "Who's inside?" I tried to answer, but my jaw hurt too much. Theo did it. "Bridget," he said. And Martin, the trooper, looked at Lydia. Lydia said, "Former nanny, house manager, child's parents aren't home." The trooper's face changed professionally and completely. Behind us, inside the March house, the fire alarm kept screaming. Then, through the closed side door, faint under the alarms and storm, the baby monitor made one last cracked burst of sound from Bridget's arms. A child's recorded voice, damaged now. Not available. Theo heard it. So did I. He pressed Nestor against his mouth and shook so hard Lydia wrapped both arms around him. The conflict was over in the practical sense. We were out. Police were there. The house was no longer only ours to survive. But Theo kept staring at the side door, waiting for it to open again. And I knew, with the sour certainty of smoke in my lungs, that bedtime would never be just bedtime for him again. By the time firefighters got the side door open again, Bridget was sitting on the mudroom floor with the broken baby monitor camera pressed against her chest like a small animal. She didn't fight them. That was what stayed with me later, more than the blood, more than the alarms, more than the hard blue flicker of state trooper lights on ice-glazed trees. Bridget just sat there under a row of expensive coats, soot on her face, 2 fingers bent wrong, rocking slightly while the smoke rolled over her head in gray sheets. A firefighter in a yellow helmet shouted for her to put her hands where he could see them. She looked at him with blank, offended confusion. "It's bedtime," she said. Then she started coughing so hard she folded over the monitor. They carried her out on a stretcher. Not dramatically, not like an ending. 1 firefighter at the head, 1 at the feet, a paramedic walking alongside with an oxygen mask. Bridget's parka sleeve hung open where Martin had torn it. Her shoes were wrong for the weather, thin-soled and soaked through. The kind of shoes someone wears when they are not thinking about how they'll get back. Theo watched from the back of Lydia's Subaru. He had a foil blanket around his shoulders and Nestor tucked under his chin. The rabbit's gray fur was wet from sleet and smeared with something dark from the stairs. Soot, I hoped. Maybe blood. I never asked. When Bridget passed us, Theo lowered his head until his face vanished behind Nestor's ears. She didn't look at him. I was glad. An EMT named Paul Reiser, 46, male, introduced himself while he cleaned my hand with a sting that made my eyes water. He had a square, tired face and the calm impatience of someone who had done this too many times in bad weather. "Can you make a fist?" I tried. My palm opened red again. "Don't do that," he said. "You told me to. I told you so I could see if you could. Now don't." I laughed once, and it hurt my jaw. Paul looked at my face with professional interest. "You hit your chin. Tile, any loss of consciousness? No vomiting, no dizziness. Some. That could be shock, could be concussion, could be you had a bad night. All 3 are possible." He didn't smile, but his eyes softened. Theo sat beside me while another EMT, Rosa Delgado, 31, female, checked his oxygen levels and listened to his lungs. Rosa had a gentle voice and purple gloves. She told Theo every step before she touched him, and he watched her hands as if they might change their mind. "This clips on your finger," she said. "It doesn't bite. It glows red like a tiny spaceship." Theo looked at the pulse oximeter. "Red makes me stay awake." Rosa glanced at me. I said, "It's okay. It's medical." Theo considered this with the seriousness of a judge. Then he allowed it. His oxygen was a little low at first, from the smoke and crying, but it came up with clean air. He had a bruised knee, shallow scratches on his wrist from where Bridget had grabbed him, and a cough that sounded wet enough to make everyone keep listening. They wanted to take him in for observation. They wanted to take me too. I said I was fine. Paul said, "You are sitting on a folded coat with blood in your hair, and you keep asking what time it is." "What time is it?" "Exactly." Across the driveway, troopers worked around the dark SUV. It turned out to be Bridget S., registered under her married name from before she changed it back. She had parked it crooked near the gate, blocking vehicle access, not because of some elegant plan, but because she had slid on the ice and left it where it stopped. The rear hatch was open. Inside, they found a duffel bag, a pair of bolt cutters, an old March family access fob, a child's winter coat too small for Theo, and 3 printed photographs sealed in plastic sleeves. I saw only one photograph clearly. A little girl in a yellow raincoat standing on the March's back patio beside a toy watering can. Mabel. After that, a trooper moved me away. Trooper Annika Bell, 39, female, took my first statement while I sat in the open ambulance with heat blasting around my ankles. She had clipped back hair, a notebook she held inside her jacket to keep dry, and a way of asking questions that made panic feel less useful. Start from when the parents left. So I did. I told her about the monitor, the checklist, the leak, Lydia's call, Martin entering, the shutters, the nursery, Bridget, the override code. When I said the code came from the Wi-Fi password, Trooper Bell stopped writing. Say that again. The emergency sheet had the Wi-Fi password on it. Mabel 612 with an exclamation point. Martin said the override was Mabel's birthday plus year. I guessed 2014. She wrote that down slowly. Did either parent tell you about Bridget Cal before tonight? No. Did they tell you about Mabel March? No. Did they tell you the house had a lockdown system? No. Did they tell you Martin Hale might enter the property? No. The repetition made my anger return, quieter but sturdier than before. No, no, no. The Marches arrived at 9:38 p.m. in the back of a black car that stopped behind the fire engines because it couldn't get farther up the drive. Evelyn got out first, still in her cream sweater, now under a long camel coat. Daniel followed, phone already in his hand, his expression not scared enough until he saw Theo in the ambulance. Then fear hit him all at once. Theo flinched so hard Rosa put a hand between him and the ambulance door without making it obvious. Evelyn climbed in anyway, kneeling on the metal step. Baby, oh my God, are you hurt? Theo stared at her. That was all, no crying, no reaching. Just staring at his mother like she was a door he had tried before and found locked. Daniel looked at me. What happened? I was too tired to be careful. You left me in a house with an active leak, a lockdown system, a former nanny who still had access, and a bedtime routine designed around your dead child. His face changed. Not guilt first, irritation. Lower your voice. Trooper Bell stepped closer. Mr. March, we'll need to speak with you and your wife separately. Daniel blinked at her, as if noticing law enforcement for the first time. Evelyn was still looking at Theo. Her mouth had collapsed inward. He touched Nestor's ear with 2 fingers, then drew back when Theo pulled the rabbit away. Sweetheart, she whispered. Theo said, you said Mara knew him. Evelyn closed her eyes. Daniel said, Theo, not now. But Theo kept going, his voice hoarse from smoke. You said everyone knows him if they listen. Evelyn's face crumpled. I didn't understand until later, when the story came out in parts, never in one clean confession. Mabel March had been 6 when she died. Not in the nursery. Not exactly. She had aspirated after a seizure during the night, 3 years before I ever set foot in that house. The baby monitor had been in her room because Evelyn used it long past infancy, terrified of missing something. She missed it anyway. That was the fact around which the house had bent. The nursery was not really a nursery by then. It had been Mabel's room, later stripped, later half used for storage, later preserved in the way grieving people preserve what they claim they have put away. Bridget had been Mabel's nanny from toddlerhood, then Theo's part-time nanny after Mabel died. She was not family, but grief can make employees think they have been adopted by a loss. Or maybe the Marches had encouraged it until it became inconvenient. No one said that part plainly. After Mabel's death, Theo began sleepwalking, or hiding, or being found in rooms where no one had left him. The adults argued about what was trauma, what was attention-seeking, what was dangerous, what was normal for a 4-year-old who had lost a sister and lived in a house where no one spoke directly about her. Bridget started calling him Mabel during bedtime. At first, she said it was accidental. Then she said it was therapeutic. Then she locked him in the old room with Mabel's monitor playing recordings of her voice, insisting he remember. That was when they fired her. That was when they should have changed every lock, every code, every fob, every password. They changed some, not all, because people with money are still people. They put off tasks. They minimize things that shame them. They hire security consultants and then leave old service access active because the landscaper comes Thursdays and the house manager knows the workaround. They call a child's terror anxiety because terror would require an indictment of everyone who allowed it to grow. Martin Hale survived. His knee didn't, or not fully. He had torn a ligament falling on the back stairs and breathed enough smoke to spend 2 nights in the hospital. Lydia told me later that Martin had been the March's house manager for 6 years, the person who dealt with contractors, alarm systems, snow removal, and all the private machinery rich families rely on while pretending their lives are effortless. He had known Bridget might come back. That was the ugliest part. Not that she broke in. Not that she used old hardware and old grief and a child's fear as tools. That everyone knew she was a possibility. Martin told the troopers he had been asked by Evelyn to drive by the house during bedtime if Theo seemed agitated. Evelyn denied using those words. Daniel said Martin had misunderstood. Martin said the baby monitor had pinged his phone through an old linked account when the nursery camera activated, and he came because he thought Theo had gone into the room. No one agreed on who was responsible. Everyone agreed Theo had not been protected. That was enough for the legal machinery to start turning, slow and unpleasant. Bridget was charged with burglary, child endangerment, unlawful imprisonment related to the earlier incident. Once Theo spoke to a forensic interviewer, assault, and violation of an old civil protective order that Evelyn had filed, but apparently never explained to the babysitters she hired. Daniel and Evelyn were not charged that night, but Child Protective Services got involved before sunrise. Trooper Bell told me that part carefully, like she wanted me to know without promising justice she did not control. At the hospital, Theo refused to let either parent sit on his bed. He asked for Lydia. Then, after a long silence, he asked for me. I had 3 stitches in my palm, adhesive strips on my chin, a bruise spreading across my hip like spilled ink, and a bald sore patch near my temple where Bridget had torn my hair out. Paul had been right about the concussion. Mild, they said, which still felt like my skull had been packed with wet sand. When I stepped into Theo's room, he was sitting upright under a thin blanket, Nestor under one arm, a hospital bracelet loose on his wrist. Lydia sat in the chair beside him, knitting nothing, just holding yarn and needles like props from a calmer life. Theo looked at my bandaged hand. "You came back," he said. "I was down the hall. Still, I agreed." He looked at Nestor's face. "I bit her. I heard. Am I in trouble?" "No," he absorbed that. "Dad says biting is never okay." "Your dad isn't always right." Lydia made a small sound that might have been a cough and might have been approval. Theo's eyes lifted to mine. "Is Bridget dead?" "No." "Is Martin?" "No." "Is Mabel?" The room changed around that question. Hospital sounds continued outside the curtain, wheels, rubber soles, an intercom calling for respiratory therapy. Ordinary noises. Life continuing with terrible indifference. I sat carefully on the edge of the chair Lydia nudged toward me. "Yes," I said, "Mabel is dead." Theo nodded once. No one had said it that cleanly to him in a long time, maybe ever. "She was my sister," he said. "Yeah. I remember her yellow coat. I thought of the photograph in Bridget's SUV. I bet she liked it. She spilled juice on it, and Mom got mad. That detail broke my heart more than anything else had. Not the death, not the recorded voice. Juice on a yellow coat. A mother getting mad. A child remembered as ordinary for 1 second. Theo pressed his mouth into Nestor's head. "I don't want her room in the house. I think people are going to listen to you now." He did not look convinced. I couldn't blame him. The next morning, Evelyn came to my hospital room while Daniel was somewhere with police and lawyers. She looked smaller without makeup, her hair pulled back badly, one side tucked and retucked behind her ear. She held an envelope. Cash, of course. For one wild second, I almost laughed. "I'm sorry," she said. "I waited." She swallowed. "I should have told you more." "Yes," her eyes filled. "I thought if I explained everything, you wouldn't take the job." The old Mara, the one who smiled too hard at adults because she hated their disappointment, would have softened that. She would have said, "I understand." She would have taken half the blame just to make the room easier. My palm throbbed under its bandage. Theo's voice echoed in my head. "You hurt me," I said. "Then you knew I needed to know." Evelyn flinched. "Good." She set the envelope on the bedside table. I didn't touch it. "I loved my daughter," she said. "I believe you." That seemed to hurt worse than if I had argued. "Do you?" "Yes. And I think you let that love turn into something Theo had to survive." She covered her mouth. Her shoulders shook once, then steadied. She nodded, but not like she accepted forgiveness. More like someone receiving instructions after a crash. "I don't know how to fix this," she said. "You don't start by calling it anxiety." She left without the envelope. I did take the money eventually. Not all of it, because pride is stupid, but not entirely powerless. I took the original 400 and left the extra. Then I used some of it for a locksmith on my own apartment door, which made no logical sense and helped anyway. The March house did not burn down. The fire damage stayed mostly in Theo's closet and the ceiling cavity above it. The cause was exactly what I had thought: water intrusion from an improperly sealed roof vent, dripping into electrical wiring for the closet light, and a smart sensor line tied into the security system. The lockdown had triggered because the system interpreted the short and open doors as a breach during armed mode. Technology had not become evil. It had done what people had programmed it to do, in a house where people refused to admit what needed programming out. For weeks, I smelled smoke where there wasn't any. In my apartment, at the grocery store, once in the art studio while rinsing paintbrushes, I heard a child say door closed during a game and had to grip the sink until my breathing came back under me. I stopped babysitting for families I didn't already know. I started asking rude questions: guns in the home, pools, alarm codes, custody disputes, former employees with access, medical history, emergency exits. Some parents loved the thoroughness. Some never called back. That was fine. Theo spent a while with Lydia while CPS sorted out a temporary safety plan. That was not my business, except Lydia texted me once, 2 weeks later, a photo of Nestor sitting on her kitchen table beside a plate of pancakes. No Theo in the picture, just the rabbit and pancakes shaped badly like dinosaurs. Under it, she wrote, "He asked me to tell you Nestor is facing the door by choice." I cried when I read that. Not loudly, not beautifully. I sat on my kitchen floor between the trash can and the radiator and cried until my nose ran. Months later, Trooper Bell called to tell me Bridget had taken a plea. I don't remember the exact terms because legal language has a way of making human damage sound like filing. Prison time, mandatory psychiatric treatment, no contact, restitution, permanent protective order. Martin retired from managing the March property. Lydia said he moved in with his sister in Beacon after surgery on his knee. Daniel and Evelyn put the house on the market in spring, quietly, through a broker who described it as a serene river view retreat with smart security and flexible family spaces. I saw the listing online. The nursery was staged as a home gym. A treadmill stood where the crib had been. There was a plant in the corner, white walls, no mobile, no monitor, almost ordinary. That was the part that bothered me. How easily a room could change its costume. The final cracked piece came in June. An envelope arrived at my apartment with no return address. Inside was a child's drawing on thick paper, a gray rabbit, a blue moon nightlight, a stick figure with brown hair holding a smaller stick figure's hand. At the bottom, in careful block letters, someone had written, "MARA is not available." There was no signature. I knew it was Theo, or I thought I did. Behind the drawing, folded once, was a photocopy of the old bedtime checklist. Most of the rules had been crossed out in black marker. One line remained untouched. Say, "It is bedtime. Theo is not available." Under it, in different handwriting, smaller and sharper, Someone had added good. I stared at that word for a long time. Maybe Theo had written it. Maybe Lydia had helped him make a joke out of the thing that hurt him. Maybe it was a therapist's exercise, turning the old language into a boundary. That would make sense. That would be healthy. But the handwriting did not look like the block letters on the drawing. I kept the drawing. I threw the photocopy away. Then, 10 minutes later, I took the trash bag down to the dumpster because I didn't want it sitting in my kitchen overnight. The next babysitting job I took was for a family in Sleepy Hollow with 2 kids, a dog, and a normal bedtime routine involving toothpaste arguments and 1 extra glass of water. At 8:30, the little boy asked me to check under the bed. I did. There were socks, a tennis ball, and a paperback about sharks. Clear, I said. He smiled, satisfied, and rolled over. I stood there in the soft hallway light, listening to the dishwasher run downstairs and tires hiss on wet pavement outside. An ordinary house, ordinary noises, ordinary dark pressing at the windows. Then my phone buzzed, just a text from Lydia. He slept through the night. I read it twice. I typed back, good. Before I sent it, I paused. The word looked different now. Not haunted. Not safe either. Just open at the edges. I deleted it and wrote, I'm glad. Then I put the phone away. Left the door cracked exactly the way the little boy's parents had asked, and went downstairs to sit in the kitchen where the lights were bright and no monitors watched an empty room. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing I noticed was the hoof print in the middle of County Route 9. Not a deer track, not a coyote, not a dog, not the weird stretched out smears you get when slush freezes and a tire drags it sideways. This was clean. One dark, heart-shaped print stamped into the thin skin of powder I had just shaved off the road with a 6-ton plow blade. It sat there in my rear camera feed, bright in the backup lights, perfectly centered between the yellow lines like something had stepped out of the white, waited for me to pass, and put 1 foot down where my truck had already been. I leaned forward until the steering wheel pressed into my stomach. The feed jittered with snow and engine vibration. The wiper on the rear camera housing ticked once, smearing salt water across the lens. The print was still there. Then the wind came sideways hard enough to rock the truck, and the drifting snow covered it. My name is Mason Klein, 38, male, born and raised in northern Vermont. And for the last 11 winters, I've driven a municipal snowplow for the town of Whetstone, a little place tucked east of Burlington where the hills are steep. The mailboxes are expendable, and everybody pretends they don't care about the weather until the first real storm pins them indoors. That night, the storm had a name on the news, but nobody at the highway garage used it. Names were for people who watched radar from warm kitchens. To us, it was just a nor'easter with teeth. The truck was Unit 4, a 2016 International with a wing plow mounted on the passenger side, patched orange paint, cracked vinyl seat, and a heater that worked only when it felt like forgiving me. The cab smelled the way all our trucks smelled by February. Diesel, wet gloves, stale coffee, hot dust, and a little sharp tang of hydraulic fluid that I kept telling myself was from an old spill and not an active leak. My route started at the garage on Depot Street, climbed past the elementary school, cut across Route 9, then looped through the back roads around East Hollow and the state forest boundary, the kind of roads people move to Vermont for, until they have to drive them in February at 2 in the morning. The hoofprint would have been easy to explain. A deer could have crossed behind me. A moose, maybe, though they were rare that far down by the farms. Something could have stepped into the road during a lull between gusts, left one print, and bounded off before the camera caught it. That was the version I told myself first. I even said it out loud. "Dear," I muttered, my voice sounding small under the fan and the engine. "Congratulations, Mason. You've discovered deer." The radio crackled before I could laugh at myself. "Unit 4, you still alive up on 9. That was Tom Arlen, 54 male, our road foreman and the closest thing Whetstone had to a weather prophet. Tom had a voice like gravel under a tire and a habit of chewing wintergreen gum until it squeaked. Been with public works since before I learned to drive, and he treated every storm like a personal argument with God, the state, and whoever had bought cheap shear pins last year. I thumbed the mic. Alive, annoyed, visibilities dropping past Granger's Field. Copy that. Don't push hero speeds. We got a drift building at the S-curve by Miller Brook. I'll take it slow. A pause. Static scratched over the speaker. Somewhere beneath it, I heard another driver talking to dispatch, muffled and distant. Tom came back. "You sound funny." "I always sound funny." "No, you sound like you saw something." I looked at the rear camera again. Nothing now but a gray ribbon of road, the plowed lane already narrowing behind me as snow slid back into it. "Deer track," I said. "At this hour, deer don't punch clocks." "Fair enough. Watch for more. They'll get stupid when the wind pins them." That was Tom. Practical first, suspicious second, sentimental never. He signed off to bark at Unit 2 about salt usage, and I kept rolling. The truck crawled uphill in low gear, blade throwing snow in a dull white wave to the shoulder. The sound of it was steady and almost comforting, metal scraping asphalt, chains clinking under the rear tires, the low hydraulic groan whenever I adjusted the blade angle. The amber beacon on the roof flashed against the snowflakes, and every pulse lit the cab orange for half a second, like I was sitting inside a dying furnace. I liked night plowing most of the time. That surprised people. They pictured it as lonely, and it was, but lonely didn't always mean bad. During the day, everyone wanted something. A clean driveway apron, a salted hill, a miracle by 7, 15 so they could get to work in a 2-wheel drive sedan with bald tires. At night, the town became simpler. Road, ditch, mailbox, bend, Keep the blade down. Keep the engine warm. Keep moving. My ex-wife, Claire, used to say I liked winter storms because they gave me permission not to answer anybody. She wasn't wrong. I had my phone in the cup holder, plugged into a charger that only worked if the cable sat at a stupid angle. Every few minutes, the screen lit with a notification preview. Mostly school closings and weather alerts. One text from my sister in Montpelier telling me the interstate looked like a flour sack exploded. One from Claire at 11:42 p.m. before I left the garage. Ellie says good luck. Don't be dumb. Ellie was our daughter. 9 years old, female, very serious about horses, outer space, and proving both her parents wrong whenever possible. She hated when I plowed overnight because she'd learned enough from the internet to worry about rollovers, carbon monoxide, and people who go missing in storms. A phrase she said with the grim importance of a small town detective. I had typed back, "Tell her I promise to be only regular dumb." Then I didn't send the second thing I'd started writing. I'm sorry about Sunday. Sunday was supposed to be my day with Ellie. I'd canceled because the town called me in for freezing rain cleanup, and because saying no to Tom felt like letting every road in Whetstone become my fault. Claire had not yelled. That was worse. She just said, she waited by the window for 20 minutes, and there was nothing useful I could do with that sentence except carry it around. The private thing about me, the flaw, if we're calling it that, is I'm good at showing up when machines break and bad at showing up when people do. I can hear a hydraulic pump whine and know it's starving for fluid. I can feel black ice through a steering wheel. But when my daughter goes quiet on the phone, or Claire says, "We're fine," in that careful voice, I freeze up and reach for work like it's a tool. That night, with the storm beating the truck and the radio snapping in and out, work felt easier than guilt. Until the second print. This one appeared in my side mirror. I had just passed the old Pomeroy farm, a long abandoned dairy place with a collapsed red barn and a line of maples bent over the road like old men whispering. The plow lights through a hard white cone ahead, but the side mirror caught the shoulder behind me, the wing plow's edge, and a strip of untouched snowbank. Something moved there, not crossed, moved with me. A dark shape kept pace just outside the throw of the wing plow, low and long enough that my first thought was dog. Then it lifted, or the snow lifted around it, and for one clean second I saw legs. Too many shadows, too much blowing snow, not enough certainty. I eased off the throttle. The chains softened from a clatter to a slower slap. My speed dropped from 18 to 12. The thing in the mirror slowed too, or the illusion did. The amber beacon washed across the shoulder. Snow flashed bright, then black. Nothing. I swallowed, tasted old coffee. "Okay," I said. "That's not helpful." A plow driver learns to distrust his eyes in a blizzard. Snow does tricks. Headlights turn branches into animals, animals into people, people into fence posts. The road itself seems to twist when the wind erases the edges. More than once I'd braked for a mailbox that had been nothing but a trash bag caught on a sign. So I did what a sensible person does. I checked my mirrors again, checked the road, checked my gauges, and kept moving. At the next bend, the radio popped. "Mason, you near Pomeroy yet?" a woman asked. That was Leanne Mercer, 41, female, Whetstone's overnight dispatcher, though dispatcher was too small a word for what she did. Leanne ran radios for public works, fire, and whoever else wandered into trouble after midnight. She had 2 sons, a laugh that could cut through a diesel engine, and 0 patience for men who pretended not to be scared. "Just past it," I said. "Why?" "Got a call from a resident on Old Quarry Lane. Says she heard something hitting the side of her house. Tree limb. She says it was pacing along the wall." I stared at the radio. Pacing. That's her word, not mine. The truck's heater clicked and blew a breath of cooler air across my boots. I nudged the fan knob with my knuckle. "Who called?" "Mrs. Duffresney." I almost laughed, but it came out wrong. "Agnes hears raccoons playing poker in her attic every other week. Agnes is 78 and lives alone on a dead-end road in a blizzard, so we use our nice voices." "Yes, ma'am. State police are tied up on a jackknifed logging truck near Heinsberg. Tom said Unit 4 is closest after you clear 9. Of course, Tom did. Old Quarry Lane wasn't on my first loop. It was a narrow spur road that climbed toward an abandoned granite cut and ended at 3 houses, only one of them occupied year-round. The town maintained it because Agnes Duffresney paid taxes, wrote letters, and had once brought 6 blueberry pies to a select board meeting when they tried to downgrade the road to seasonal. In good weather, it was irritating. In a storm, it was a shoot. "Is she in danger?" I asked. "She says no one is trying to get in. No broken glass, no voices, just thumping and scraping along the north wall. She won't go outside. Good. She also says her porch light keeps catching eyes." I looked toward the passenger window where the wing plow pushed snow into a rolling, granular curl. Beyond it, the woods were a black mass. "Could be deer yarding up by the houses," I said. That's what I told her. And she said, "Deer don't put their hands on the siding." For a few seconds, there was only the engine and the blade, and the click, click, click of ice grains hitting the windshield. I could picture Agnes in her kitchen robe, cordless phone clamped to her ear, one hand on the curtain, but not pulling it aside. I could also picture a porcupine under her porch, a loose shutter, a half-frozen branch scraping vinyl, siding in the gusts. Real things made awful sounds. Real things scared people. "Tell Tom I'll finish this stretch and swing by," I said. Leanne didn't answer right away. "Mason, yeah, you okay?" Everybody kept asking that, which made me feel less okay. "I'm good." "Why?" "Because you waited before answering. I'm thinking it happens. Not often." I smiled despite myself. "Tell Agnes to stay inside and keep lights on. I'll be there in 20. Copy." "And Mason?" "Yeah, no hero stuff." That's Tom's line. He stole it from every woman who ever had to deal with men in trucks. The radio clicked dead. I rolled past Miller Brook, where the creek ran under a stone culvert half buried by plow wash. Even through the closed windows, I could hear water moving under ice, a low gurgle beneath the scrape of steel. The S-curve tightened there. Guardrail on the left, drop to the brook. Rock ledge on the right, wearing long white streaks where the wind pasted snow against it. The drift Tom mentioned had already grown fat across the inside lane. I dropped the blade lower and pushed into it. The truck bucked. Snow slammed up over the hood, blanking the windshield. For a breath, maybe two, I drove inside a white wall. The plow lights turned the snowpack into a glowing tunnel. The steering wheel kicked against my gloves. Chains bit, slipped, caught again. Then we punched through. I let out air through my teeth. "Easy," I said, though no one was there to hear it. The road opened into the stretch locals called the flats, even though it wasn't flat so much as less dramatic. On the right, Granger's lower field rolled down to a line of frozen cattails. On the left, a wall of spruce and balsam leaned close to the shoulder. In daylight, the field looked harmless. At night, in a blizzard, with no houses visible and no stars above the cloud lid, it felt like the world had been trimmed down to what my headlights could prove. Something tapped the passenger side of the truck. Not loud, not a crash, a light, precise sound. Tick. I flinched and looked right. The window was white with blown snow. Tick, this time closer to the rear of the cab. The blade scraped. The engine groaned. My heart thudded once, hard enough to make me angry at myself. A branch, ice clump, gravel kicked by the wing. Tick, tick. I touched the brake, just enough for the lights to flare red behind me. The truck slowed. The ticking stopped. I sat there at 6 miles an hour, shoulders hunched, listening like an idiot while the storm wrapped the cab in hiss and grit. Then the rear camera flickered on automatically as the system hiccuped, showing me the road behind. For 1 second, in the red wash of my brake lights, I saw 2 parallel lines of prints coming up the center of the lane behind me. Not tire tracks, not chain marks, prints. They were spaced too evenly. Left, right, as if something had walked directly behind the plow through the cleared strip, stepping into the wet black shine before snow filled it again. The camera shook. Static bars rolled across the display. The image cleared, and the road was empty. I didn't say dear that time. I picked up the radio. "Tom, you got eyes on road cams by Granger." Static. "Tom, nothing." I looked at the signal meter on the dash unit. 1 bar flickered, disappeared, came back. The flats were a bad spot for radio. Everybody knew that. The spruce wall and the dip toward the wetlands killed reception even on clear nights. Still, I tried Leanne. "Dispatch, Unit 4. A wash of static answered. Then, faintly, Leanne's voice broke through, chopped into pieces. "4, repeat, I'm on the flats. Possible animal behind my truck." "Say again, possible animal behind the truck, only static." Then another voice cut in, not Leanne, not Tom. "Don't stop there, Mason." I recognized it after a beat. Robbie Silva, 26, male, our newest plow driver, running Unit 6 on the west side of town. Robbie was a volunteer firefighter, former Army mechanic, and the kind of guy who called everyone boss, whether they were a child or the governor. He had nerves until he didn't. You could hear the difference in his breathing. I keyed the mic. "Robbie, you on Granger S?" "Yeah, don't stop on Granger S." My grip tightened on the wheel. "Why?" Static chewed his answer. "Saw something by the fence when I came through, thought it was a horse loose from Linwood's place." "Say again." "A horse, not a horse." The signal dropped. The cab suddenly felt too warm. My hat itched. Salt streaks on the windshield caught the plow lights and made tiny starbursts with every flake that hit. Linwood's place was 2 miles south, a boarding stable with 20 or so horses, most of them owned by people from Burlington who liked the idea of country life more than the smell of it. In a storm, a loose horse was a nightmare. Panicked, blind, heavy enough to total a sedan and get itself killed doing it. That made sense. It was a relief, almost. Hoofprints, pacing, eyes near a porch, something large and frightened moving through a blizzard because a fence came down somewhere. A horse would follow the plowed road. A horse could keep pace for a stretch if it was agitated. A horse could make a person in an old farmhouse think there were hands on the siding if it brushed along the wall or kicked at ice. A horse was real. Real things could still hurt you badly. The phone in the cup holder lit up. For a crazy second, I thought it was Claire, or Ellie somehow awake and worried. But it was a town emergency group text sent by Leanne. Reports of large animal loose near East Hollow/Granger Flats. Drivers use caution. Do not approach on foot. 3 dots appeared. Then another message. Linwood stable not answering phone. I stared at the words until the screen dimmed. The road ahead vanished and reappeared in swells of snow. The plow blade through a low rooster tail. My route said continue straight another half-mile, turn at the old fire road, then loop back toward Old Quarry Lane and Agnes Duffresn's place. But if an animal was loose, and if it was behind me or near me, every minute mattered. A horse could wander onto Route 9. Somebody could come over the hill in a pickup, see it too late, and then the night would become sirens, flares, broken legs, and some teenage girl crying into a horse's wet mane, while Robbie cut battery cables in the ditch. I slowed at the fire road turnoff. The sign was barely visible, just a green rectangle flexing in the gusts. Beyond it, the road narrowed into a tunnel of trees, unplowed since my last pass before midnight. It connected, badly, with Old Quarry Lane through a service spur the town used in summer to reach culverts and washouts. In winter, we avoided it unless we had to. A gust shoved snow across the hood. In the side mirror, something dark moved at the edge of the field. I turned my head fast enough to pull a muscle at the base of my neck. Nothing but the amber pulse. Snow, fence posts, the black suggestion of trees. The radio hissed. Leanne's voice came through clearer now. Unit 4, what's your status? I lifted the mic and looked from the main road to the fire road. Straight ahead was the safer route. Wider lanes, better shoulders, radio soon, maybe Tom waiting on the other end with a bad joke, and an order to let animal control handle it in the morning. The fire road was shorter to Agnes. It also ran closer to Granger's field, closer to Linwood's back pasture, closer to whatever Robbie had decided was not a horse. My phone buzzed again. Claire, Ellie wants to know if your plow has a name. I almost laughed. I almost answered. Instead, I watched fresh snow settle over the dark mouth of the fire road, covering my old tire tracks inch by inch, smoothing away every sign that anyone had been through there before me. Leanne said, Mason. I put the truck in neutral and let the engine rumble. Then I reached for the mic. I chose the fire road because I could explain it to myself. That matters. People think bad decisions announce themselves with thunder. They don't. They come dressed as duty, as a shortcut, as a thing you'll only do once because the alternative feels too much like cowardice. I told myself Agnes Dufresne was alone on Old Quarry Lane. I told myself a loose horse near Granger Flats could get somebody killed. I told myself I was in a 6-ton truck with chains and strobes and a radio. And if there was one thing I knew how to do, it was move through snow when everybody else couldn't. I thumbed the mic. Dispatch, Unit 4. I'm taking the Fire Road connector toward Old Quarry. Leanne came back fast. Negative, Unit 4. Tom wants you staying on 9 until he can get Robbie around. I looked at the mouth of the Fire Road. Snow curled across it in loose white ropes. Robbie's west side. I'm already here. Mason, I'll keep the blade down and creep. If it's blocked, I back out. You can't back out of that connector in this weather. She was right. The Fire Road was barely a road in February. 2 tire ruts between spruce, with drainage ditches hidden under drifts, and a bad lean toward Miller Brook for the first quarter-mile. I had taken it in summer to clear fallen limbs. In winter, it became a hallway with no turning around unless you liked explaining to Tom why his truck was nose down in a frozen ditch. I said, "Tell Tom I made the call." "Don't put that on me." "I'm not. You are. You absolutely are." Her voice had gone flatter, and that bothered me more than if she'd yelled. Leanne only got calm when she was worried. I eased the truck into gear. The plow blade met untouched snow with a deep, muffled shove. The truck slowed like it had nosed into wet concrete. I gave it steady throttle, nothing dramatic, just enough to keep the wheels biting. Snow rose over the hood and broke over both sides in heavy sheets. The wing plow scraped against hidden ice, sending a vibration up through the frame and into my teeth. Behind me, Route 9 disappeared almost immediately. That was the first bad feeling. Not fear exactly. More like the world had folded closed after I entered. The Fire Road tunneled through black spruce and balsam, branches loaded with snow until they bowed low enough to slap the roof lights. Each hit came sharp and wooden, crack, scrape, thump. The amber beacon flashed against trunks, so close they looked like they were moving. My headlights showed maybe 30 feet, sometimes less, when the wind pushed through gaps in the trees and powdered the beam white. The rear camera flickered. I glanced down. Nothing. Then something moved at the far edge of the screen, pacing the cleared track behind me. I didn't stare. That's how you miss the ditch. I looked forward, checked the blade, corrected left, corrected right, and made myself breathe through my nose. A hoofprint could be an animal. A shape could be snow. A tapping sound could be branches. A thing staying exactly behind my truck in the lane I had just opened was harder to file away. The radio popped. "Unit 4, you copy?" Tom's voice now, strained under static. "Copy. What the hell are you doing on the connector?" "Heading to Old Quarry." "No, you're not. You're turning around." "There's nowhere to turn around." "That is why you were told not to go in there." The truck lurched as the right front tire dipped. My seat belt locked across my chest. I countersteered, eased off, then gave it throttle again as the rear chains chattered on ice. The truck crawled out of the rut, with a long metallic groan from the wing assembly. Tom heard something in the open mic. What was that? Soft shoulder. You buried. No. Yet, he said. I was sweating now, despite the cold radiating through the floorboards. Tom, I'm 10 minutes from Agnes if I can make the connector. She's alone and scared. There's maybe a loose animal in the road. We can argue after. We are arguing now because after might be a tow invoice and a report. Copy. Do copy me like you're being reasonable. The line crackled. Then Leanne cut in. Mason, Mrs. Dufresne called again. Something in her tone made me sit straighter. What changed? She says the north wall stopped. Now it's at the back porch. A loose animal. She says someone tried the door. The cab seemed to shrink around me. I turned the defroster higher, though the windshield was already clear in 2 fan-shaped patches. Did she see someone? No, she heard the knob. Once. Maybe wind caught it, maybe not. She's in the kitchen with the lights off. Why are the lights off? She said when she turned them on. The porch went quiet. Tom snapped. Leanne, tell her to keep them on. I did, and she said no. The fire road bent left. I knew the bend from memory more than sight. On the outside of it, a drainage cut dropped toward Miller Brook, narrow, but deep enough to swallow the passenger tires if I drifted. I lifted the blade a few inches, just enough not to catch buried stone, and turned slow. The truck's back end slid. Not far, half a foot maybe, but in a plowed truck on a road that narrow, half a foot, was a conversation with physics. Easy, I whispered. The chains caught again. Behind me, something hit the tailgate. Hard, not a branch, not snow. A solid bang that jolted through the frame and made the sander controls rattle. I slammed the brake by instinct, then immediately released it when the rear started to yaw. The truck skidded forward, angled left, blade chewing into snowbank. The steering wheel fought me. For 3 ugly seconds, I was not driving. I was negotiating. Then we stopped. The engine idled rough. The storm hissed over the hood. Tom's voice came thin and distant. Mason, Unit 4 answer. I stared at the rear camera. The screen showed blown snow, the red glow of brake lights, and a dark smear low in the road behind me. It moved out of frame. My mouth had gone dry. Something hit the back of the truck, I said. What hit you? I don't know. Damage. I checked mirrors. Couldn't see much. No warning lights, except the usual tire pressure sensor we all ignored because cold made it lie. Truck still running. That's not what I asked. I'm not getting out to inspect in this. No, you are not, Leanne said. Agnes is still on the line with 911. State Police ETA is unknown. Troopers are tied up, and the county animal control truck slid into a ditch on Route 116. That was the concrete problem, finally shaped enough that none of us could pretend it was just odd weather and bad eyes. An elderly woman alone at the end of an unplowed dead-end road had reported something or someone at her door. A large animal, possibly loose from a stable, was moving through the same area. State police couldn't get there fast. Animal control was out. I was the closest town vehicle with enough weight to break through the road. And I was stuck in the connector with something behind me. I put the truck in park just for a second and flexed my fingers inside my gloves. My phone buzzed in the cup holder again. Claire. She wants to stay up until you answer. I told her no. Send voice note when safe. I looked at the message too long. A branch scraped down the passenger side window with a squeal like a key dragged across paint. I jumped, then swore loudly enough to fog the glass. Mason, Tom said, listen to me. You are going to reverse 20 feet, straighten out, and come back to 9. I can't leave Agnes. You can and you will. She said someone tried the door. She thinks someone tried the door. That distinction matters less when you're 78 and alone. It matters plenty when my driver is about to put a truck in the brook. I didn't answer. That was my flaw doing its work, though I wouldn't have named it then. I could fail my daughter and tell myself storms were unavoidable. I could miss dinners and school things and still feel like a decent man because roads got cleared. But if I turned around while Agnes waited in a dark kitchen, if something happened after I chose the safe road, there would be no weather to hide behind. Just me and the choice. Leanne softened her voice. Mason, I've got Mrs. Duffresney. She's breathing. She's locked in. She has a cordless phone. We can keep her talking. And if it's a person, no one answered quickly enough. The rear camera blinked again. This time I saw tracks in the snow behind the truck, staggered in and out of my tire ruts. Hoofprints, maybe. But among them were longer scuffs, like something had dragged its feet or stumbled. A horse could do that if injured. So could a person. Robbie said not a horse, I said. Tom exhaled through the radio. Robbie sees ghosts in snowbanks after midnight. He's a firefighter. He's 26. The radio clicked. Then Robbie's voice came in, garbled but recognizable. I heard that. Tom barked, stay off this channel unless you have something useful. I do. I'm at Linwood now. My head snapped toward the radio. Leanne said, Robbie, confirm location. Linwood stable. Front gates open. Fence on the north pasture is down. I've got horses loose in the yard. There it was. The rational answer, delivered with a gate and a fence, and a real place you could put on a map. I closed my eyes for half a second. Tom said, how many animals? Can't count. 3 near the barn. More in the trees. Leanne asked, anyone on site? Truck in driveway, lights off in the house. Barn door open. That relief I'd felt vanished. Tom said, do not go inside. I'm not. But Tom, what? There's blood on the snow by the gate. Static swallowed the next few words. Tom said, repeat. Robbie came back clearer. Blood, not a lot. Drag marks toward the service trail. The service trail. The same miserable connector I was on. I stared through the windshield at the narrow road ahead. Snow blew low across it, streaming like smoke. How far from my position? I asked. Robbie didn't answer right away. Leanne did. Mason, Linwood's north pasture backs onto the old service trail about half a mile east of you. Half a mile ahead, between me and Agnes. A loose horse with a cut leg could have come through here. It could have hit my truck from behind. It could be panicked and circling. It could injure itself worse if I kept pushing the plow into the trail. That was the clean version. But what about the back porch, the doorknob? Robbie's not a horse. Tom said, Unit 4, reverse out. Now, a new sound came from ahead of me, not behind, ahead. 3 quick metallic strikes in the trees to my right. Clang, 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 like someone hitting a fence post with a hammer. I killed the fan without thinking. The cab fell into engine rumble and wind. The sound came again, farther ahead this time. Clang. Then a pause. Clang, clang. "What is that?" Leanne asked. I realized my mic was still keyed. "I don't know. Describe it." "Metal on metal from the woods," Tom said. "Could be a loose gate." "There aren't gates here. Old culvert marker, signpost, anything." The sound came once more. Clang. Then a horse screamed. Not a whinny like in movies. A raw, ripping noise that cut through the storm and turned my stomach because it was too alive, too full of panic. It came from the direction of the service trail ahead, maybe 200 yards, maybe less. Distances go strange in heavy snow. I put the truck in drive. Tom heard the gear change. "Mason, if there's an injured horse on the trail, I can't back into it blind. You're not an animal rescue." "No, but I've got lights." "You've also got a plow blade that can break its legs if you don't see it." That stopped me. The horse screamed again, shorter this time. Then came a thudding sound, uneven and heavy, moving across the road ahead beyond the headlights. I could not see it. I could only hear weight hitting snowpack, something large crashing through brush. Then another sound followed it, a fast, lighter rhythm, pacing, not hooves exactly, not boots exactly, a patter and scrape that kept just outside the headlight beam. I leaned over the wheel. "Come on," I whispered. A shape burst out of the trees. I hit the brakes. A horse staggered into the road 20 feet ahead of my blade, dark-coated, eyes rolling white in the plow lights, steam blowing from its nostrils in ragged bursts. It wore a torn blue turnout blanket hanging crooked off one side. One of its front legs flashed wet and black below the knee. It slipped, caught itself, and stood broadside in front of me, trembling so hard I could see the blanket shake. Then it looked past my truck, behind me. I didn't move. The horse's ears pinned flat. Its mouth opened, showing yellow teeth and pink foam. It tried to step backward, but its injured leg buckled. The animal nearly went down, scrambled up, and lunged toward the snowbank. "Horse in the road," I said into the mic. My voice sounded far away. "Injured, front of my truck." Leanne said something, but the radio fuzzed. I lowered the plow blade until it touched the snow, not to move forward, but because it felt like putting something solid between me and the animal. The horse threw its head, making the torn blanket flap. Then I saw movement behind it. A person came out of the trees. At least, that was my first thought. The figure was hunched under a pale hooded parka, face hidden by snow and shadow. Average height, maybe tall. It moved strangely because the wind shoved at it, or because the snow was knee-deep, or because it was trying not to be seen clearly. One hand held something long and dark at its side, a lead rope, maybe. The person stopped at the edge of the beam. "Hey," I shouted uselessly from inside the cab. The horse jerked as if the voice had struck it. I grabbed the mic. "There's someone with the horse." Tom snapped, "Do not exit the truck." "I'm not. Lock your doors." I looked at my door. It was already locked, habit. The figure raised one arm, not waving, more like pointing. At me. Then the headlights flickered, once, twice. The engine stayed on, but every light on the dash dimmed and surged. The amber beacon slowed for a half beat, then resumed. The rear camera went black. "Come on," I said. The radio gave one hard burst of static, so loud I flinched. When the headlights steadied, the figure was gone. The horse was still there, shaking in front of my plow. For a second, nobody spoke. Not Tom, not Leanne, not me. Then my phone rang. Claire's name lit the screen. I couldn't answer. My glove hovered over it while the horse stamped and the storm rattled the cab. The call ended. A text appeared. Ellie says she heard a horse outside. That's impossible, right? I stared at it, not understanding. Claire lived 15 miles away, on the other side of Whetstone, in a duplex near the school. No pasture, no stable, no reason for Ellie to hear anything except plows and wind. The radio came alive with Leanne's voice, sharp now. Mason, Mrs. Duffresney, just stopped answering. The horse in front of me bolted. It lunged off the road into the trees, dragging its torn blanket behind it like a flag. I watched it vanish into snow and black branches. Where it had stood, something small lay in the road ahead of my plow blade, half buried already. A glove, not mine, not work orange. A thin black winter glove, the kind a person wears when they thought they'd only be outside for a minute. Tom said, "Mason, reverse out." Leanne said, "Mason, can you reach Old Quarry?" The fire road ahead was open now, just barely, with the horse's fresh tracks cutting across it, and the black glove lying in the center of my lights. I sat there with my hand on the gear shift, caught between the order to retreat and the possibility of a person down somewhere ahead, maybe bleeding, maybe the reason Agnes had gone quiet. Behind the truck, something tapped the tailgate again. Once, patiently, then twice, like knuckles on a door. The tapping stopped when I looked in the rearview mirror. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. The cab was full of little noises now, the engine's rough idle, the tick of cooling metal around the heater vents, the faint rasp of snow against the doors, and every one of them seemed to be waiting for the next knock. I kept my left hand on the wheel and reached for the radio with my right. "Dispatch, Unit 4. I've got a glove in the road ahead of me. Black winter glove. Possible person on the connector." Tom answered first. "Do not get out. I'm not planning a picnic. Do not get out, Mason." Leanne cut in beneath him, tight and clipped. "Agnes still isn't responding. Her line is open. I can hear wind or static. I can't tell which." I looked at the glove again. It was lying maybe 12 feet beyond my blade, palm up, fingers curled like it had been dropped in a hurry. Snow collected in the creases. Behind it, the fire road continued east through the trees, bending slightly right before climbing toward the Old Quarry spur. Agnes's house sat another half-mile beyond that, on Old Quarry Lane, first driveway after the stone retaining wall. I could see the map in my head because I had plowed it for years. Route 9 behind me to the west, Linwood Stable downhill to the south, Miller Brook running somewhere off my left under ice and brush, Old Quarry up ahead to the east. The choice looked simple on paper. In the truck, it felt like being wedged in a pipe. Tom said, "Reverse 20 feet. Get yourself straight. We'll bring Robbie in from Linwood with lights, and I'll call for a wrecker if we need it. Robbie S. at the stable. I know where Robbie is. Then who's checking on Agnes? Police when they can. Tom, don't do that." "Do what?" "Use that voice like I'm asking you to leave a baby in a snowbank." I almost snapped back. I had the words lined up, mean ones, tired ones. Then my phone lit again in the cup holder. Claire had sent another text. Mason, just that. A single word can land harder than a paragraph when you've spent years disappointing the person who sent it. I pictured Ellie standing in Claire's kitchen with a blanket around her shoulders, hearing some ordinary storm sound and turning it into a horse because I had spent her whole childhood telling her stories from my root. I pictured Claire watching the bubbles on her phone and getting nothing back. I wanted to answer. I wanted to be the kind of father who answered. Instead, I keyed the mic. I'm going to try the PA first. The truck had an external speaker we used for warning people out of the road, mostly teenagers sledding down streets they shouldn't, and homeowners who thought snowblowers made them invincible. I flipped the switch, heard the little hum through the dash, and lifted the handset. This is Whetstone Public Works, I said, my voice booming out into the woods, flattened and metallic by the speaker. If anyone is on the fire road, stay clear of the plow. If you need help, move toward the front lights and wave both arms. The words bounced off trees and vanished into the snow. Nothing moved. I tried again. Agnes Duffresney, if you can hear me from Old Quarry, stay inside your house. Police and town crews are being notified. Lock your doors. Tom said over the radio. That's not going to reach her. I know. Then why? Because maybe someone else can hear it. The PA hissed when I let go of the button. For 3 seconds, the storm gave me nothing. Then ahead and to the left, somewhere down the slope toward Miller Brook, a voice shouted, not words, just a human sound, a rough, panicked bark of noise that cut off almost as soon as it started. I leaned forward so hard my seatbelt locked. Did you hear that? I asked. Leanne said, hear what? A shout. Left side, downhill, Tom said, could be the horse. That wasn't a horse. You sure? No. That was the worst of it. I wasn't sure of anything anymore. Snow and diesel fumes and stress had turned the night into a bad recording, every sound overlaid with static. But a glove in the road and blood near Linwood had become a line, and the line led downhill. I'm checking with the spotlight, I said. From inside the cab, Tom said. From inside. Attempt 1 was supposed to be simple. Use the truck, not my body. I pivoted the roof-mounted spotlight toward the left shoulder and washed the trees with a hard white beam. Snowflakes turned into sparks. The light caught branches, stumps, the glossy black ribs of a fallen limb. Then it found red. I stopped breathing. A wide smear ran down the snowbank toward the ditch, bright and wet looking in the spotlight. It looked like blood, a lot of it. Possible blood trail, I said. Leanne whispered something away from the mic. Tom came back harder. Mason, stay in the truck. I am. The red smear moved. My stomach dropped. It lifted, twisted, and flapped against a buried branch. A strip of fabric, red fabric. Not blood. The spotlight steadied on it, and I could see a torn, reflective flag, the kind trail crews tie to saplings in summer. It had iced over and snapped loose in the wind, slapping against the snowbank. For a second I laughed. It came out ugly, too loud. False alarm, I said, trail flag. Tom didn't laugh. That's what I mean, your eyes are tired. The storm is lying to you. He was right, and that made me angry because being right didn't solve Agnes, or the glove, or the injured horse. Then the real blood appeared. Not a smear. Drops. Small black-red beads in the snow just beyond the glove, leading east, spaced irregularly between hoofprints and deep punched holes where someone had stepped through crust. They crossed the road from the south tree line, passed directly in front of my plow, then vanished toward the north ditch. A person had been there, or a horse had crossed bleeding while a person followed. I put the truck in drive and crept forward 2 feet. The blade nudged the glove. "Stop," Tom barked. I stopped. The glove folded under the edge of the blade, then slid aside. Something pale flashed inside the cuff. At first, I thought it was skin. I swallowed hard and raised the plow an inch. The glove rolled over. Inside was a plastic stable tag, the kind clipped to tack or blankets. Yellowed, rectangular, attached to a torn piece of cord. The spotlight caught block letters written in black marker. MARA/LINWOOD/call EVAN, name on the tag, I said. "Mara Linwood, call Evan," Robbie broke in. "Evan Linwood owns the place. I'm at his house now." No answer. Front door locked, his pickup's here. Any sign of him? Not inside from what I can see through windows. Kitchen lights on. Coffee mug on the table. Barns open. "This place is messed up, boss," Tom said. "Robbie, I told you not to go inside." "I didn't. I'm looking through glass." "Stay where you are." I found another glove by the barn. Nobody talked over that. Robbie continued, voice thinner. "Same kind, black, one glove near the barn door, blood by the latch. Trail heads your direction, Mason." So the glove in front of me was probably the other one. Not proof, but close enough to feel like a hand closing around the back of my neck. Leanne said, "I'm trying Evan Linwood's cell again." "Where's his wife?" I asked. Robbie answered, "No wife. Lives alone. Has a hired kid sometimes. College guy. Name's Nate, I think." Tom said, "Leanne, get numbers." Already looking. The trap tightened in a way that had nothing to do with ghosts or monsters. A stable owner missing. Blood in 2 places. Loose horses. An elderly woman not answering. A storm that had removed police, animal control, and common sense from the board. And me in the middle, pointed the wrong direction on a road too narrow to turn around. Attempt 2 was to move forward without making anything worse. I lifted the blade higher than I liked and eased ahead, slow enough that the speedometer barely admitted it. The truck rolled over the place where the glove had been. I kept the spotlight angled left, then right, searching ditches for a body, a horse, any shape that didn't belong. The snow was getting deeper on the hood, blowing back against the windshield in white sheets. The wipers thumped. The heater had gone weak again, and cold air leaked around the door seal against my left knee. The road climbed. That was bad. The connector rose toward the quarry spur in a narrow S-bend where spruce pressed tight on both sides. At the top, it met Old Quarry Lane near the stone retaining wall below Agnes's property. If I could reach that intersection, I could clear her driveway, check the house from the truck, maybe use the PA, maybe see if the phone line was down. Maybe. A dark shape dropped from the trees onto the hood. I shouted and jerked back. It hit the windshield with a wet slap, wings spread, claws scraping glass. For half a second, it looked like a face pressed against the truck, white and gray and furious. The wipers caught it and dragged it sideways. Then it tumbled off the passenger side. An owl, a barred owl, stunned or dead, its feathers blown open by the wind. I sat frozen, hand clamped on the wheel, while my pulse hammered behind my eyes. "Unit 4, Leanne called. "What happened?" "Owl hit the windshield," I said. Tom muttered, "Jesus." That was the misdirection that almost undid me. Not because an owl was unbelievable, but because it proved the storm could throw ordinary things at me with perfect timing and make them feel aimed. A bird hunting low in whiteout, confused by strobes and headlights. Real, explainable, still enough to make my hands shake. I forced the truck onward. A quarter mile from Old Quarry, the road narrowed under a pair of leaning hemlocks. One had split under snow load since my last pass. Its crown sagged over the connector, branches thick as arms hanging low enough to brush the beacon. I could maybe push through, maybe not. I stopped short of it. "Tree down ahead," I said. "Partial blockage." Tom said, "There's your sign, reverse out." "I can clear it." "With what?" "The blade. You've got a wing plow and a road blade, not a chainsaw. I can nudge it off. You catch a limb in the hydraulics, you're done." Leanne said. Agnes's line just disconnected. The cab went very still around that sentence. "What do you mean disconnected?" I asked. Call dropped. Redialing now, no answer. I looked at the branches sagging across the road. Beyond them, through shifting snow, I saw a faint yellow glow. Agnes's porch light. Not the house, not clearly, but that one warm blur uphill through the trees. Close enough to see, too far to help. I gave the truck a little throttle. Tom said, "Mason, don't." The blade met the first branches with a crunchy drag. Snow dumped off the boughs onto the hood, burying the headlights for a second. I backed half a foot, angled the blade, pushed again. The hemlock crown shifted. Something snapped. A branch whipped across the windshield hard enough to crack the passenger's side wiper arm. The wiper jumped, folded crooked, and began smearing snow instead of clearing it. "Damn it." "What broke?" Tom asked. "Passenger wiper." "Can you see?" "Driver's side, yes." The right half of the windshield became a gray, smeared wall. I leaned left to look through my clean arc. Neck aching now. Shoulder tight. My eyes burned from staring into white. I pushed again. The hemlock moved another foot, enough to open a gap barely wider than the truck without the wing. But the wing plow was still extended on the passenger side. I reached for the control to fold it in. The hydraulic pump whined. The wing moved 6 inches, then stopped. A warning light flickered on the control box. I tried again. Whine. No movement. I smelled it then. That sharp tang I had been pretending was an old spill. Hydraulic fluid. "Wing S stuck," I said. Tom swore. Not at me, worse, at the situation. Status, partially extended. How far? Enough to ruin my evening. "Mason, 3 feet maybe. I can't fit through clean." "You are done. Put it in reverse." I shifted to reverse. The truck moved back maybe 5 feet. Then the rear wheels spun. I stopped immediately, tried again gentler. Chains rattled, grabbed, slipped. The truck rocked, but didn't back up. Snow had piled behind the sander and rear tires while I'd been pushing the tree. The connector sloped just enough that gravity had joined the argument. I tried forward. The truck moved 6 inches and stopped against the hemlock. Reverse. Spin. Forward. branches. I was pinned between a half-fallen tree and my own plow berm. That was attempt 2 failing. My breath fogged the side window. My gloves were damp inside. My left calf trembled from holding brake and throttle so long, and a dull headache had started behind my right eye. Tom's voice came lower now. Tell me exactly where you are. Connector, maybe 400 yards west of Old Quarry Lane intersection. Hemlock blocking front. Snow buildup behind. Wing stuck partially out. Can you shovel? I looked at the passenger side, where the stuck wing vanished into a drift and tree branches scraped the window. Not safely. Not with whatever's out here. No one challenged that. A thud came from the roof. Then another. Branches, I told myself. A slow scrape dragged from the back of the cab toward the beacon. Not branches. I looked up as if I could see through metal. The scrape stopped over my head. Something heavy shifted on the roof. Tom said, "Mason, what's that sound?" I hadn't realized the mic was open. The roof dented inward with a soft pop. Not much, enough. I ducked hard, shoulders slamming the door, pain flashing down my arm. The beacon light outside went dark. The cab fell out of rhythm without its amber pulse. I grabbed the PA handset, more weapon than tool, and shouted into it. Get off the truck. The speaker outside screeched with feedback. The weight on the roof scrambled backward. Claws or boots, I couldn't tell, skittered across metal. Then something dropped into the snow behind me with a heavy, muffled impact. The rear camera was still black. The radio dissolved into everyone talking at once. Tom, do not exit, Leanne. Mason, are you hurt? Robbie. I'm coming up the trail. No, Tom shouted. Robbie, stay at Linwood. I pressed my shoulder, breathing through my teeth. I'm okay. Beacon's out. Roof's dented, Leanne said. Agnes just called back. I straightened. She's whispering, Leanne said. She says she's in the pantry. What is happening at the house? A pause. Leanne's voice changed. She says someone is in her mudroom. Tom said, is the door forced? Leanne repeated the question away from the radio, then came back. She doesn't know. She heard glass break. I looked at the yellow porch glow through the trees. 400 yards, maybe less. Impossible by truck unless I cleared the tree. Dangerous on foot, but possible. Down the connector, through the hemlock gap, up the lane, stone wall on the right. Agnes's driveway first left. I could picture every step because I'd driven it 100 times. I could also picture Ellie waiting for a voice note that wasn't coming. Tom said carefully, Mason, listen. Lock in. Stay in the truck. Help is moving. What help? Silence. What help, Tom? Robbie can try from Linwood once I get him. Through the same trail with loose horses and blood. State police have an ETA. How long? No answer. Leanne said, Mason. Agnes says there's a man breathing outside the pantry door. That broke something in me. Not courage. Don't dress it up. It was fear and guilt, and the terrible clarity of realizing that if I stayed put and listened to an old woman whisper while somebody opened her pantry door, I would hear it for the rest of my life. I reached behind the seat for the emergency kit. Inside, flares, first aid pouch, tow strap, folding shovel, flashlight, reflective vest, a rusted tire iron, and the small can of bear spray Tom made us carry after a rabid raccoon bit a sanitation worker 3 summers ago. Tom heard the movement. "Mason, what are you doing?" I put the bear spray in my coat pocket, clipped the radio to my shoulder, and took the flashlight. "Mason," I hesitated with my hand on the door. Behind the truck, the tapping came again. Not patient now, fast. Tap, 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 tap. Like someone trying to get my attention before I made the wrong choice. Then, in the glow of my half-blocked headlights, I saw the hemlock shift. Not because I pushed it. The trunk groaned, snow pouring from its branches. The damaged crown leaned lower, then lower, until it dropped fully across the road in front of my blade with a crash that shook the cab. Branches filled the windshield. Needles pressed against the glass. The path ahead disappeared. A second later, behind me, something slammed into the rear of the truck hard enough to kill the engine. Everything went dark, except the dim red battery light on the dash and the glow of Agnes Duffresn's porch through the trees. The motor coughed once and died. The heater stopped. The radio gave one final burst of static. Then nothing. I turned the key. Click again. Click. The truck was dead, blocked front and back, with Agnes's house visible through the storm and somebody, or something completely human and completely dangerous, moving between us. There was no reversing out now. I sat there for 3 seconds after the engine died, listening to the storm fill in around me. 3 seconds is longer than it sounds. Long enough to turn the key twice. Click, click. Long enough to understand the heater was gone, the beacon was gone, the rear camera was gone, and the truck that had felt like a fortress all night had become 6 tons of dead metal wedged between a fallen hemlock and whatever had just hit the back of it. Long enough to hear Agnes Duffresny crying through Leanne's open mic. It wasn't loud. That made it worse. "Please," Agnes whispered, not to us, maybe not to anyone. "Please don't." Then the radio cut to static. I slapped the dash. "Leanne." Nothing. I grabbed my phone. No bars. The emergency group text sat on screen, frozen above Claire's last message. "Mason." The cab had already started to cool. My breath came out white and thin. Snow pressed against the passenger side window where the hemlock branches had dropped. Ahead, needles and limbs filled the headlights' dead space. Behind, something shuffled in the red glow from the battery light, reflected off the glass. Tap, tap. I put the bear spray in my left coat pocket, the flashlight in my right hand, and the tire ironed through the loop of my belt. The portable radio on my shoulder hissed once, then fell quiet. I took one flare from the kit, thought of the hydraulic fluid smell, and put it back. Bad idea. The truck was leaking somewhere, and I didn't know how much. The driver's door opened against wind and snow. Cold hit like water. I climbed down carefully, boots slipping on packed ice under the running board. My left shoulder screamed where I'd slammed it into the door. The pain sharpened when I lifted my arm, so I kept the flashlight low and the bear spray pocket within reach. The world outside the cab was smaller than the cab had been. Headlights were dead, beacon dark. The only light came from my flashlight and the yellow smear of Agnes's porch through the trees, pulsing as snow crossed it. Behind the truck, the tapping came again. I turned. A horse stood at the rear corner of Unit 4. Not the injured dark horse from before. This one was lighter gray or white under storm crust, ribs showing through a torn blanket. A broken lead rope trailed from its halter and slapped the tailgate when the wind caught it. Tap, tap, that was it. The rope had been hitting the truck. For one bright, stupid second, relief nearly buckled my knees. Then the horse shifted, and I saw what it had been hiding. A man lay in the snow behind the sander, half under the spreader chute, one arm raised weakly toward me. He wore a pale parka crusted with ice. The hood was up. His black gloves were missing. He had been tapping too, with his knuckles. Jesus. I lurched toward him. Evan, his face turned. His beard was packed with snow. His lips were split, blue at the edges. Blood had frozen along his right temple and down one side of his neck. Evan Linwood, late 40s, male, stable owner, looked at me without understanding. Horse, he rasped. I see her, don't move. Mara, the dark one. He shook his head a fraction. Girl. That word cut through the storm better than the horse scream had. Girl, not horse. Mara's a person. His eyes fluttered. Hired hand, 19. He took her coat. My hand tightened around the flashlight. He who? Evan tried to push up and failed, making a sound that was almost a sob. His left leg bent wrong below the knee, not grotesquely, but wrong enough that I looked away and then forced myself to look back. Snow around him was stamped flat from the horse pacing, from his own crawling, from God knew what else. Name S. Collier, he said. Boarder. Came for his mare, drunk. Hi, I told him roads closed. He hit me, cut fences. The pieces lined up too fast, a human threat. Messy, stupid, violent, and real. Where's Mara? Evan's breath hitched. Ran toward old lady S. Agnes. The mudroom. The pantry. The person in the house might not be Collier. It might be Mara trying to hide. Or Collier following her. I put the radio to my mouth. Dispatch, Unit 4. I have Evan Linwood injured behind my truck. Suspect named Collier, male, possibly armed, heading toward Old Quarry. Mara, 19-year-old female hired hand, possibly with Agnes. Need police and EMS. Static. Leanne, do you copy? Nothing. Evan grabbed my sleeve with surprising strength. He has my knife. What kind? Barn knife. Hook blade. The wind pushed snow between us. The gray horse jerked its head and skittered sideways, lead rope whipping against the sander again. Tap, tap. I almost laughed from the cruel neatness of it. All night I'd imagined something pacing me, and part of it had been a terrified animal attached to a dying man, both of them trying to stay near the only machine with lights. I got my shoulder under Evan's armpit and tried to drag him clear of the truck. He screamed. I stopped instantly. Sorry, don't, he gasped. Leg. I looked toward Agnes's porch. 400 yards through snow and trees. Then down at Evan, who could freeze if I left him. Then at the dead truck, which might shelter him, but not warm him. I had to choose again. This time, there was no clean version. I dragged the emergency kit out, teeth clenched against the pain in my shoulder, and threw the reflective vest over Evan like a useless blanket. Then I added my spare sweatshirt from behind the seat and wrapped it around his chest. I tied the gray horse's lead rope to the rear tow hook, loose enough that it wouldn't choke if she panicked, tight enough that she wouldn't step on him again. Mason, Evan whispered, save your air. He'll hurt her, I know. He thinks Mara stole the mare. I stopped. What? His mare died last month. Colic. He blamed us. said we swapped her, said the gray was his. The gray horse blew hard through her nostrils and stamped near my boot. That was why it had all felt aimed. Collier wasn't chasing ghosts. He was chasing people and horses through a blizzard, drunk or worse, armed with a hook knife and a grievance he had fed until it turned into a map. I took Evan's phone from his pocket. Dead. Mine still had no service. The truck radio was out. I had one option left. The PA system had its own battery line, but with the truck dead, I didn't know if it would work. I climbed half into the cab, twisted the auxiliary switch, and pressed the handset. A thin pop, a squeal. Then my voice came from the external speaker, weak but audible. Agnes, Mara, this is Mason with Public Works. If you can hear me, stay away from windows. Lock yourself in. Police have been called. A shape moved near the porch light, small. Then a scream came from the house. Not Agnes, younger. I dropped the handset and ran. The snow was thigh-deep in places where the trees opened. Every step punched through crust, twisted my ankles, filled my boots. The flashlight beam bounced wildly. My lungs burned by the time I reached the hemlock. I had to crawl under the low branches, needles scraping my face, ice sliding down my collar. The tire iron banged against my hip. My left shoulder throbbed so badly I tasted metal. Halfway through the gap, the flashlight caught the black glove tag again, where the blade had shoved it into a ridge of snow. MARA/LINWOD/call EVAN. A person's name, not a horse's. I crawled faster. Old Quarry Lane opened beyond the trees, a narrow white climb bordered by a stone retaining wall on the right, and a steep wooded drop on the left. Agnes's house sat up ahead, a one-story white cape with green shutters, porch light swinging in the wind, mudroom jutting off the back like an afterthought. One pane of mudroom glass was broken. Snow had blown inside and dusted the floor. I killed my flashlight before I reached the driveway. That was instinct, or fear. Either way, it helped. The porch light gave just enough. I saw tracks everywhere, boots, small and large, looping around the mudroom, hoofprints near the lilac bushes, a smear of blood on the back step. The door hung open 2 inches. Inside, a man shouted, "You think I do know? You think I don't know what you did?" Mara answered, high and shaking. I didn't do anything. She was alive. Agnes screamed, "Get out of my house." I crept to the mudroom wall, boots crunching despite my best efforts. Through the broken pane, I saw a washer. Coats on hooks, canned tomatoes stacked on a shelf, and beyond that a kitchen lit by one small lamp over the stove. Mara crouched beside the table, 19, female, dark hair plastered to her face. No coat, one sleeve torn, blood running from her forearm onto the linoleum. Agnes Dufresne, 78, female, stood between Mara and the pantry with a cast iron skillet in both hands, slippers on her feet, housecoat hanging crooked, face pale but furious. The man in the kitchen had his back partly to me. Collier was maybe 40, male, thick-bodied under a snowmobile jacket, knit cap low over his ears. He held the hook-bladed barn knife in his right hand. His left hand shook like he was cold, drunk, or both. "You opened the gate," Mara said. "You did this." "Shut up, you hit Evan. He shouldn't have lied." Agnes raised the skillet higher. I said, "Get out." Collier turned toward her. That was when I hit the mudroom door with my shoulder. Bad shoulder. Pain burst white behind my eyes. The door slammed inward anyway, more because the latch was already damaged than because I was strong. I stumbled through, caught myself on the washer, and swung the flashlight beam into Collier's face. "Whetstone Public Works," I shouted, which was a ridiculous thing to shout at a man with a knife, but it was what I was. Collier flinched back, blinded. Mara crawled toward Agnes. I pulled the bear spray. "Drop the knife." Collier blinked, eyes red and watery. "You," he said it like he knew me. I didn't know him. "You were following my mare," he said. "No, I was clearing the road. That's my horse." "Drop the knife." He smiled then, but not because anything was funny. His face had that loose, rearranged look of a man running on chemicals and certainty. Mara said, "He cut the fence. He thought Sugar was his mare." "Shut up." Collier lunged toward her. I sprayed him. Not perfectly. My hand shook. The stream hit his cheek, neck, one eye, enough. He screamed and swung blind. The hook blade caught my left forearm. At first it felt like a hard punch. Then heat opened down my sleeve. Agnes hit him with the skillet. The sound was heavy and flat. Not cinematic. More like dropping a sack of wet laundry on tile. Collier went down to one knee, still screaming, clawing at his face. The knife skittered under the table. "Run," I yelled. Mara didn't run. She grabbed Agnes under one arm and hauled her toward the mudroom. Collier crawled after the knife. I kicked it away and slipped on blood or melted snow. My feet went out from under me. I hit the floor on my bad shoulder and couldn't breathe for a second. Collier found my ankle. His grip was strong. Too strong. He dragged himself toward me, coughing, eyes squeezed half shut, bear spray shining on his face. "You killed her," he gasped. "I didn't kill anything. My horse." He climbed over my legs. I grabbed the tire iron from my belt and swung sideways. It struck his forearm. He howled and let go, but he was still between me and the mudroom door. Behind him, Agnes fumbled with the kitchen phone. "The line's dead," she cried. "Go," I yelled. Mara looked back once. I saw the choice on her face. She wanted to help. She wanted not to leave anyone. Then Agnes sagged against her, and Mara made the right call. She pulled the old woman through the mudroom and out into the storm. Collier staggered up after them. I grabbed the back of his jacket. He turned and drove his elbow into my face. My nose broke with a bright crunch. Warm blood flooded my mouth. I fell against the table, knocking the lamp sideways. The kitchen jumped into tilted shadows. Collier went for the door. Saw through the broken mudroom window Mara and Agnes trying to cross the driveway. Mara's bare feet were in socks, already dark with wet. Agnes could barely move in the snow. They would not outrun him. No one was coming. No sudden sirens. No Tom bursting through the door. No Robbie with a firefighter's axe. Just us. I picked up the fallen lamp. Its cord stretched to the wall. The bulb had cracked, but not shattered. I yanked the cord free and threw the lamp at the stacked jars by the mudroom entrance. Glass exploded. Collier flinched and turned. I charged him low. We hit the washer together. My wounded arm screamed. He grabbed my coat, and we spun into the shelf. Cans hammered down around us. One struck my head. Another hit his knee. He shoved me hard enough that my back hit the broken window frame. Glass tore through my coat. Outside, the gray horse appeared at the edge of the driveway. The lead rope still trailed from her halter. She must have pulled loose from the truck. She was wild-eyed, sides heaving, drawn by voices or fear, or the other horses somewhere in the dark. Collier saw her. His face changed. "Sugar," he whispered. Mara, from the snow beyond the porch, shouted, "That's not Sugar." Collier lurched toward the horse. The animal backed, hooves slipping on packed snow. I saw the lead rope drag across the mudroom threshold. Seated detail, stupid detail, useful detail. I stepped on it with both boots and wrapped it once around my right hand. The horse pulled back. The rope went tight across the mudroom entrance at shin height just as Collier charged through. He hit it and fell hard. His head struck the edge of the concrete step. The sound was small. That was the thing I remember most. After all the screaming and metal and storm, the sound that ended it was small. Collier rolled onto his side, groaning, hands pawing weakly at the snow. Blood began to darken under his hairline. I stood over him, shaking so hard I could barely keep my feet. Mara dragged Agnes behind the plow berm at the side of the driveway. The gray horse bolted toward the trees, rope whipping free from my hand and burning a line across my palm. I kicked the barn knife farther into the snow. Then I put my knee in Collier's back and pressed the tire iron across his shoulder blades because I had seen cops do something like that on television, and because I didn't have handcuffs, and because if he got up, I was done. "Stay down," I said. He didn't answer. "Mason," Agnes called from the snowbank. Her voice trembled. "Is he dead?" I looked down at Collier. His back moved, shallow but moving. "No," Mara started crying then, not loud, just folding into herself beside Agnes, her injured arm clutched to her chest, socks buried in snow. My radio crackled. At first I thought I imagined it. Then Leanne's voice came through, faint and broken, but there. "Unit 4, Mason, respond if you can." I fumbled for the shoulder mic with numb fingers. "Unit 4. Suspect down at Dufresne residence. Need EMS. Need police. Evan Linwood injured on connector. Mara and Agnes alive." A long burst of static. Then Tom, voice stripped raw. "Say again. Alive." I looked at Agnes shivering in her housecoat. Mara bleeding in the snow. Collier groaning under my knee. My own blood dripping from my chin onto his jacket. The plow lights gone behind the trees. The storm still pouring down like it had all the time in the world. "Alive," I said. My legs gave a little. I leaned harder on the tire iron. No one moved for a while. The wind pushed through the broken mudroom window, rattling the hanging coats against the wall. Somewhere downhill, a horse screamed once, then faded into the blizzard. And in the short lull after, I heard my phone buzzing in my pocket. Claire again. I couldn't answer. My hands were full of blood, rope burn, and a man who had almost killed 3 people over a horse that wasn't his. For the next 10 minutes, I became very interested in small instructions. Not big thoughts, not what could have happened or what had already happened. Just small, stupid, necessary things. Keep pressure on Collier's back. Do not let the tire iron slip. Tell Mara to get Agnes inside the mudroom, but away from the broken glass. Tell Agnes to bring towels. Tell Mara not to look at her own arm too much. Tell myself not to look at mine. The storm kept pushing snow through the open door in flat white sheets, dusting the kitchen floor, the washer, the spilled cans, the smashed tomatoes, the broken lamp. The house smelled like pepper spray, wet wool, old coffee, and blood. Collier coughed under me, face turned sideways against the mudroom mat, making a low animal sound whenever he tried to move his arm. "Stop," I told him each time. He did, mostly. Agnes Dufresne was not calm, but she was practical in the way some older people get when fear has nowhere else to go. She came back from the hall with bath towels stacked to her chin and one slipper missing. "My good towels," she said, voice shaking. "Sorry, I wasn't complaining." Mara sat on the kitchen floor with her back against the cabinets, knees drawn up, a towel wrapped around her forearm. She was 19, but in that moment she looked younger. Her socks were soaked through, gray at the toes, and she kept staring at the mudroom door as if it might decide to open again, even though it already hung broken in front of us. "Evan," she said for maybe the 6th time. "Help's coming," I told her. That was not exactly true yet. Help had been notified. Help existed somewhere in the storm. Help was trying, but coming made it sound like a straight line, and nothing in Whetstone was straight that night. Radio on my shoulder spat static. Then Leanne's voice returned in ragged pieces. "Unit 4, repeat injuries." I pressed the mic with the heel of my hand because my fingers had gone clumsy. "Collier down, breathing, head injury, possible broken arm. Evan Linwood on connector behind Unit 4, broken leg, hypothermia risk, head wound. Mara has cut arm and exposure. Agnes exposed to cold but conscious. I've got a cut arm, broken nose, maybe shoulder. Tom broke in. Maybe shoulder. I can still complain, probably fine. No jokes. I wasn't sure there were rules. He didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice sounded older. "Robbie's coming in from Linwood on foot with a medical pack. He's got 2 firefighters with him. State police are behind them, but they're slow. Tree across the connector, your truck blocking the rest. Evan's at the truck. I know, Robbie's reaching him first." I closed my eyes for half a second. Mara heard enough of it to understand. She covered her mouth with the towel and bent forward. Agnes put one thin hand on her shoulder, awkward but firm. "He's stubborn," Agnes said. "That counts for something around here." Mara nodded, but her face didn't change. Collier tried to lift his head. "My horse," he mumbled. Agnes's hand tightened on Mara's shoulder. I pressed the tire iron down. "Not another word," I said. He laughed once, wet and broken, then coughed until he gagged. After that, he stayed quiet. When Robbie finally arrived, he came through the broken mudroom door with snow packed into every fold of his jacket and ice in his eyebrows. Robbie Silva, 26, male, looked nothing like the new guy who joked too much at the garage. He looked focused and frightened and angry enough to be useful. He had a red medical bag over one shoulder and a fire department radio clipped to his chest. Behind him came 2 volunteer firefighters I knew by sight. Carla Benson, 33, female, an EMT who worked days at the dental clinic. and Mike Trout, 45, male, a dairy farmer with hands the size of shovels and a gentleness that always surprised people. Robbie took one look at the room and said, "Everybody breathing?" "More or less," I said. Carla went to Mara first. Mike went to Agnes. Robbie came to me and Collier. "You hit?" he asked. "Arm, nose, shoulder. Deep." "Haven't looked." "That means yes." He knelt beside Collier but kept his distance from the man's hands. "Knife, outside. Snowbank by the step." Robbie pointed at Mike. "Secure that before troopers get here." Mike nodded and stepped out carefully. Collier muttered something. Robbie leaned closer. "What?" Collier opened one swollen eye. "That's my mare." Robbie looked at him for a long second, then back at me. His jaw flexed. "That gray horse?" he asked. "Yeah, gray horse is a gelding." No one laughed. That fact hung there, small and absurd and awful. Collier had chased a young woman through a blizzard, cut fences, battered Evan, invaded Agnes's house, and nearly killed us over an animal he couldn't even properly recognize. Carla cut away Mara's sleeve with trauma shears. Mara watched the blades move and started trembling harder. "Hey," Carla said softly. "Look at me, not the arm. It's bad. It needs stitches. That's all I'm saying right now." "That's not all." "Nope. But it's all you get until we're warm and somewhere with better light." Agnes sat on a chair by the pantry while Mike wrapped a blanket around her. She kept apologizing for the state of the kitchen. "I had soup on," she said, "before all this." Mike, who had just picked up a hook-bladed knife from the snow using a dish towel, said, "Soup can wait, Mrs. Duffresney." It was pea soup. "It doesn't improve." That almost broke me. Not into laughter. Something worse. I had to look at the floor and breathe through my mouth, which hurt because my nose was swelling shut. Robbie took over holding Collier down while I slid away and sat with my back against the washer. The moment I stopped moving, every injury reported in. My forearm burned where the hook blade had opened it. My palm stung from rope burn. My left shoulder pulsed deep and hot. My nose throbbed with each heartbeat. My legs shook so badly my knees knocked together. I pulled my phone out with my good hand. 1 bar, barely. Claire had called 7 times. Ellie had sent one message from Claire's phone. "Dad, please answer." I stared at it until the screen blurred. Then I pressed record with my thumb. "Hey, kiddo," I said, and my voice came out thick and wrong. "I'm okay. I got banged up, but I'm okay. I'm with people. I'll call when I can. Listen to your mom. I love you." I sent it before I could edit myself into sounding braver. A minute later, the phone buzzed. "Claire, we're coming to the hospital." "Don't argue." I typed back with one thumb. "I won't." Then, after a few seconds, I added, "I'm sorry about Sunday." The reply took longer. "Tell Ellie yourself." That was fair. Outside, more lights arrived in broken pieces. Red strobes through snow, then white headlights, then the blue flash of a state police cruiser fighting its way up Old Quarry behind a town loader that Tom must have bullied into service. Loader couldn't get all the way to the house because of abandoned vehicles and drifting near the stone wall. So troopers came the last stretch on foot with their collars up and their hands near their belts. Trooper Janine Koenig, 39, female, took charge without raising her voice. She cuffed Collier while Robbie held his wrists. Collier cursed once when she rolled him, then sagged and began to cry. It was not satisfying. It was just another ugly sound in an ugly room. Medical first, Koenig said. Statement later. Another trooper photographed the knife, the broken door, the blood on the step, the lead rope outside, the tracks that were already softening under fresh snow. I remember wanting to tell him to hurry, because the storm was erasing everything. Then I realized that was what storms did. They covered proof. They made clean versions for people who came later. Carla wrapped my arm tight enough to make me hiss. "Sorry," she said. "No, you're not. No, but I say it. Evan." She glanced toward Robbie, who had just come back through the door, snow to his waist. "Alive," Robbie said before I could ask. "Bad shape, but alive. We splinted the leg. Loaders clearing enough to get the sled in." Mara made a sound and covered her face. Robbie crouched beside her. He asked about you. "What did you say?" "I said you were alive and mean as ever." She cried harder at that. Robbie looked helpless for half a second, then patted her shoulder twice, like he was handling something fragile and unfamiliar. They carried Agnes out first, wrapped in 2 blankets, protesting that she could walk. She could not. Her knees folded on the porch, and Mike lifted her like she weighed nothing. Mara went next, arguing until Carla said, "You lost blood and you're wearing wet socks in February. You can be stubborn in the ambulance." Collier was loaded into a separate vehicle with a trooper riding beside him. His face was swollen from the pepper spray and skillet, and a pressure bandage covered the cut at his hairline. He did not look at Mara. He looked out toward the driveway where the gray horse had stood. I was the last to leave the kitchen. For a moment, I stood in the mudroom and looked back. Broken glass glittered on the washer. Cans lay in dented circles on the floor. A towel had soaked through near the table. Agnes's cast iron skillet sat beside the stove, bent slightly at the rim. A normal house cracked open. That was what stayed with me, not the chase, not even the knife. The ordinary things forced to witness it. Tom met me by the loader. He had driven up in one of the town pickups and looked like he had aged 5 years since the radio went dead. Tom Arlen, 54, male, stood in the road with his hood up, wintergreen gum forgotten in one cheek, staring at me as if he had a speech prepared and no safe place to put it. "You disobeyed a direct order," he said. "I know. You wrecked Unit 4. I didn't hit the truck from behind. You took the connector. I know." He looked past me to Agnes being loaded into the ambulance. Then to Mara. Then toward the dark tree line where firefighters were still working to reach Evan. His mouth tightened. "You saved them," he said. "I didn't know what to do with that either. Not cleanly." "No," Tom said. "Nothing tonight was clean." At the hospital in Burlington, they stitched my arm, reset my nose badly enough that I invented new swear words, and told me my shoulder was sprained but not separated. Mara needed 23 stitches and treatment for mild hypothermia. Agnes had bruised ribs, frostbitten toes, and a blood pressure reading that made every nurse in the room frown. Evan had a broken tibia, concussion, exposure, and 2 cracked ribs from being kicked or trampled after he went down. Collier was treated under police watch, then transferred when his head CT came back clear enough for jail. Later, we learned he had been drinking, taking pills not prescribed to him, and had made several angry calls to Linwood's stable in the weeks before the storm. Evan had reported one of them. Nothing had come of it. Not because nobody cared, exactly. Because the call had sounded like one more bitter horse owner blaming a barn for grief. That was one of the hard lessons. Most danger does not announce itself as danger. Sometimes it sounds like a complaint. The loose horses were found by noon the next day, all but one. The dark horse with the torn blue turnout blanket had gone nearly a mile along Miller Brook before getting tangled in brush. She survived, though she carried a scar on her front leg. The gray gelding was found standing behind Agnes's garage, calm as a church usher, chewing the edge of a tarp. Linwood's stable did not reopen that winter. Unit 4 sat in the town garage for weeks with a dented roof, damaged sander, broken camera, and a hydraulic line split near the wing assembly. The mechanics found hair and blood on the rear step, mostly Evan's. The tapping, once you knew the answer, was simple. Lead rope, knuckles, branches. A frightened horse staying near engine heat and light. A man trying not to die. All explainable. That was supposed to help. It didn't always. I gave statements to Trooper Koenig twice. Tom wrote his report. Leanne visited Agnes and brought flowers she pretended were from the whole department, though the card was in her handwriting. Robbie avoided talking about the stable for a while, then started volunteering more ambulance shifts, which was his way of carrying what happened without saying much. Agnes replaced her mudroom door with a heavier one and kept the bent skillet hanging above the stove. Mara moved in with her aunt in St. Albans for a few months, then returned to horses at a different barn because, as she told me once, I don't want him to get that too. Evan sold 3 horses, kept the rest, and walked with a limp after surgery. As for me, I took a week off. Not because I wanted to, because Claire told Tom she would personally come to the garage and take the keys from my hand if he let me drive with stitches and a concussion watch. Tom believed her. Ellie came to the hospital with a drawing of Unit 4 wearing a cape. She had named the plow Bernard. I told her Bernard was a good name, and she said, very seriously, Bernard needs therapy. I laughed and then had to stop because my ribs hurt. Later, when Claire went for coffee, Ellie asked me if I had been scared. I could have lied. I almost did. Yeah, I said, a lot. She nodded like she had expected that. But you answered after. I did. You should answer before too. That landed harder than anything Collier did with the knife. So I tried, not perfectly. I still missed things. Storms still came. Roads still needed clearing. But I stopped pretending work was the same thing as showing up. I sent the voice note before the route got bad. I told Ellie when I was scared instead of making a joke every time. I apologized on Sundays before they became another weather event I could blame. By March, the snowbanks shrank into gray walls full of gravel and lost mittens. By April, Miller Brook ran loud and brown under the culvert, carrying branches and winter trash downstream. Old Quarry Lane dried out. Agnes's lilacs budded. The fire road connector stayed closed until the town cut the hemlock and filled the ruts my truck had made. Life returned because life is rude like that. It comes back without asking whether the room is ready. The last time I drove that route that season, Tom had me in Unit 2 because Bernard was still being repaired. It was a clear night, no storm, just hard stars and the smell of thawing mud under the snowpack. I passed Granger Flats, Miller Brook, the Pomeroy Farm, the Fire Road sign. I slowed before I meant to. The road was quiet. No hoofprints, no tapping, no shape in the mirror. Then my rear camera feed flickered. Unit 2's camera was old. Everyone knew that. Loose connection, probably. Cold night, vibration, salt corrosion. The screen blinked black, then returned. For half a second, in the cleared lane behind me, I saw 2 staggered marks in the wet snow. Not clear enough to be prints. Not strange enough to report. By the time I stopped and looked again, meltwater had already filled them, and the road behind me was only road. I sat there with my hand on the mic, listening to the engine idle, the chains quiet, the night ordinary around me. Then my phone buzzed. "Ellie, did Bernard get fixed yet?" I answered before I put the truck back in gear. "Almost," he says hi. The typing bubbles appeared almost immediately. The marks behind me faded into slush. I drove on. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.